Hey.
Welcome guys to NAEU Shadowverse Tournament Season Finale Top 16. I'm your host, Excelsior Vindy, and then my co-host today is Roxas from Crimson Fencers.
Yeah, that's right. Welcome everybody.
I can barely hear you here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there seems to be,
How about now?
oh,
Better?
you were louder earlier.
Really?
Yeah. Actually, let's try the other Shadowverse caster tournament. Go to that one.
Right there?
Yep, right here. There you go. Now you're nice and loud now.
I don't know why, but
Yeah,
right.
it's kind of weird. Um, so, um, top 16 is here. Obviously, you've been around for C/OCE casting, but today's here. This is the first one for NAEU. Have you
Yeah, that's
been
right.
watching this portion of the tournament?
Well, yesterday I've been in hospital. That's why I couldn't cast the C and OC.
Okay.
So I didn't really have time to catch up. Uh, But yeah, I'm pretty sure I know some players because in previous tournaments on EU and NA, I have some links to the players. I've been around on the Shadowverse scene a lot, and yeah, I'm pretty sure there won't be many unfamiliar faces for me.
Sure. Hold on while we're still looking around.
Yeah, could you also mute your Skype?
Forgot about that sometimes too.
Right.
So right now we have our first match between EXG Dino T and Sky Sama. We're currently looking for the deck. Oh, here it is. The deck list. So
If you
here
could
it
listen.
is for you. You can. Um, just follow through with what Dino T and Sky Sama has today, and we'll follow through with what the matches between these two are. They're currently Dino T currently running with Dragon, Shadow, and Haven. Then we have Sky Sama's Dragon, Shadow, and Haven too. Mirror matches, I would believe.
Yeah, I also heard that the meta is completely different. That in NA there is much less forest players than in C and OC.
Yeah, there certainly is.
Could I also get the battle filing? Because I'm sorry, guys, I'm not really prepared a lot. I actually just came home, so.
It's not. Sure. Give me a moment while we let me set something up.
You know, I will just find it myself. I'm pretty sure I am capable of that. Alright, so as you said, it's Dino T.
Yep.
And he's running Ramp Dragon. Oh, I see you have improved here. You have your deck names. Is that a thing also on C and OC right now?
No. For NAEU, we've been just working on the docs on that. So this is one of the mod that did this in order
That's
to
a very good job.
in order to update it on our website. So this is arranged on by this specific.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so Dino T bringing Ramp Dragon, Neptis Shadow, and Seraph Haven.
Yep.
Seraph Haven definitely will gain its popularity back because of the nerfs to Lightning Blast. But I'm not sure if it's still the safer pick. Like, Aegis Heaven should still be better. But that's one thing. Neptis Shadow also much easier matchup versus Dragon right now without global Lightning Blast.
Mm-hmm.
And Ramp Dragon, it's basically the choice of two best decks, Ramp Dragon and Shadow. Ramp Dragon lost a lot with the nerfs of Zell and Lightning Blast, but I still think the variant with Sahakiel and basically instead of Zell you are now running Genesis Dragon, and that should be fine.
Right. So what do you think that the first lineup that each of these players will start, what are they looking out for? Because right now Dino T Shadow was just banned and Sky Sama's Haven was just banned, and these players can look at each other's deck. So what do you think of their line of thought?
So Sky Sama lost mid-range Shadow, right? So he's left
no
with...
mid-range. No, Sky Sama lost his Haven, and Dino T lost his Shadow.
Neptis. Yeah, Neptis definitely is really good against control decks, and mid-range Shadow is it's mid-range deck, right? You cannot say it's aggro, you cannot say it's control, but mid-range Shadow gets a lot of problems with the Cavi. You kind of cannot get through it safely, and Ramp Dragon is totally annihilated by Neptis Shadow, especially after the Lightning Blast nerfs. Before, all you needed to do is bite Lightning Blast on your Mordekais and you were good to go. So I would say that... Let's see again. I mean, you can open with Seraph probably, because you might have problems with Seraph against Ramp Dragon. I think that Seraph is having much harder time against Ramp Dragon than Midrange Shadow.
Yep.
Because Ramp Dragon can ramp up to the big guys and slash you with them, because you don't have that much of removal. A lot of your removal is only targeting the lower minions, like Priest of the Casual or Blackened Scripture.
Right.
And that's why Seraph has zero problems with dealing with consistent curve of mid-range Shadow. If you have to deal with consistent curve of nothing and then just ramp and then a lot of big stuff, you might have problems. So yeah, there is the Seraph, and I don't really agree with the Shadow opening, because you had better matchups with your Ramp Dragon. It's either mirror or favored matchup, and this way you are kind of because you want to target this Heaven with your Ramp Dragon, And if this heaven beats the shadow, you cannot target it with your dragon anymore. You will be condemned to the mirror matchup of dragons.
Well, right now we see our friend Dino T here has a pretty decent curve. It's not too bad of a start. But no, this is an Aegis deck, right?
This is actually Seraph, right?
Seraph.
Yeah, this is
Wow.
Seraph.
So Seraph is something that we haven't seen in a very long time, and it's brought back. It's now a reoccurrence now. It's interesting.
Is this the first tournament after the nerfs?
Yep.
I've been out of the circle recently, but yeah, I'm coming back to Shadowverse definitely.
So Seraph just came back, and this is definitely interesting what Dino T has bought instead of the Aegis. And I think he just found a way, or at least now that the meta is a little bit slower, he can actually perhaps win with this deck.
Yeah, and we see the pretty standard old school build with only double Seraph with 8 countdown removals with triple Hollow Dogma, triple Healing Prayer, and double Sister Initiate. Also triple Prism Priestess and no Grimnir, which is... I'm not sure I agree with that. I mean, maybe... In some universe, you actually don't need Grimnir Seraph because you want to win on turn 9 consistently. That's why he's not running a lot of amulets. Instead, he's running... actually, he's only running Sacred Beast Colaria and... Oh, he's running triple Tribunal. So the consistency of pulling Seraph with Prism Priestess is not that high here. But nonetheless, in the matchup with Tempo Shadow, like mid-range deck,
Yep.
he should be fine by just removing. He doesn't even need Seraph. Well, it's not quite what we see right now. But he also doesn't have the Lion in hand. But the Prism of the Cudgel number 2, Priest of the Cudgel, should be enough.
I mean, yeah, this should be more than enough to clear out everything. No worries.
Yeah, and the only thing you are afraid of now is something like Cerberus into Phantom Howl. But let me see if he's running that, because I know that's a really popular build on NA. I'm not sure, I mean on C and OC, I'm not sure if it's that popular here, because you would be surprised, but as I checked some lists from previous tournaments, the differences are really big. The big factor that makes Phantom Howl build popular on C and OC is the increased number of forest players. You want to be able to burst them through their board advantage, because forest will always get board advantage.
Yep.
Thanks to cards like the May. And
this is actually this shadow is like completely like he can't do anything at all. Like
yeah,
it's
I would
already
say the game.
It's already turn 6, and we see that. Like, I don't know. I kind of feel bad for the shadow right now. It's like everything he puts out, it's either banished or just destroyed, and there's no Prince of Catacomb anywhere to make it stick. And even then, that's still not going to help this person. He even has a Black Scripture in hand too.
Yeah, also we see that this Shadowcraft build is I could even call it control. I mean, not really, but if you want to choose if it's mid-range control or mid-range aggro, it's definitely mid-range control, because he's running only one Orthrus. Most people decide for double Orthrus.
Yeah.
But I'm still a big fan of 3 Orthruses, and he's running triple Skull Cradle Widow instead of more impactful to drop. And he is running triple Goblin Princess, triple Immortal Pain. That's a lot of late game. And it's not the kind of late game that you drop a big bomb and have immediate impact on the board. It's the kind of late game that snowballs. And that should be over, right? This poor zombie can't do much alone.
Enough of your wretched faces.
Feels bad. He doesn't even have a full enough to get rid of this, and this is still a win. Wow. You know what? I don't need I don't need Aegis. I don't need Seraph
Seraph.
either. I'm just gonna smoke
Yeah.
you down as Haven. That's ugh.
Can you hear the rain here? Or I should actually close the window.
That's pretty unfortunate for Sky Sama right now. He's one down below and he still has to win with that. So now we're going to be seeing Dino T's Dragon coming up.
I'm back. Because I'm actually sitting right next to the window, so sorry if the rain is, you know...
I don't hear it.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine then. Alright. So, yeah, Dino T left with Ram Dragon, and now it's this little problem that you have to win the mirror of Ram Dragons, and you also have to win with this slow Shadow that is definitely not favored against Dragon. Because, like, pre-nerfs, the general idea of Shadow being equal to Dragon is that with more aggressive builds, you can just rush them down before they can, you know, ramp up. Basically, they only ramp, they don't clear your board, and then you drop Catacomb. It's too late for them to clear the board, and they just die, right? Usually, even on turn 6, right after Cerberus or something. And right now, there is no Catacomb, basically, and there is no aggro in this particular deck. So I'm not really sure how the Shadow player, Sky Sama, will approach it.
And now, we'll see how this goes.
Well, the opening hand of Dino T is definitely promising for Sky Sama. He's going first, so that Breath of the Salamander is a really poor answer. But it will also allow him to introduce Ayala on the board way before your opponent can react to it. So yeah, you probably will be able to Dragonic Fervor, maybe even on 4. I'm not sure how much of a scare this Ayala will be.
So in this situation here, in order to win with this dragon, he needs a lot of... Would you consider needing a lot of ramp to win this? And keep clearing?
Yeah, I mean, well, basically because ramp is not only gaining the maximum mana or play points in this situation, it's also, like, for example, Blazing Breath is actually a ramp play because it's a 2 mana spell that you cast only for 1 mana. So I consider that a ramp play. You are gaining mana advantage. And Sahakiel is huge when it comes to mana advantage. So yeah, so I think that Sahakiel is definitely one of the key components to beating Shadow, especially when you are running her together with Lucifer, which I'm not sure if Dino T actually is. Let me check. But Israfil is another great tool to deal with Shadow. This is Sibyl. He's on overflow, so he will get this 3 health. That will definitely help him. Oh, this Dragon definitely changed after the nerfs. They are running very well now.
Yeah, the thing with this is pretty much to counter against Shadow, and all they do keep on doing is clearing, clearing, and clearing. They don't have Lightning Blast anymore, so this is the best thing that they can do on turn 8.
Yeah, that's probably right. I mean, Ouroboros is also a pretty good option, but Ouroboros only kills 1 minion, so yeah, Ouroboros definitely better versus control.
Yep. And the thing with Ouroboros is it keeps going back to your hand. You can reuse it as long as it has a higher value. But for the changes for dragons, you have Salamander's Breath that clears the board at 6, followed by a turn 8 Wrath Drake, and then a Bahamut or Sahaquiel on turn 7. So you got a 6, a 7, an 8, and possibly a 9 if you evo Israfil, and then a turn 10 Bahamut. Like, that is 4 turns worth of clearing. And you can see the example here that on turn 8, he's starting to clear this entire board. And currently our Shadow, having only 8 Shadows left, it's not looking too good at the moment.
Cannot drop the H-star yet. Zombie party, that always hurts when you lose the value from the enchant effect. But Goblin King definitely fills the gap, although Sakil can just clear it with Zeus.
Yeah, he can do it with either way. I don't think you want to show your Bahamut though. Zeus is perfectly fine.
So crude.
Yeah, probably. I mean, whatever you do, even if you show the Bahamut, your opponent has to play into the board anyway. But it's definitely better to show the Zeus because it can bait your opponent to, spewing his hand on the board.
Right. So here we can actually see a Bahamut being played here on this turn. As long as he's going face for 4 damage, then that is something that he's going to have to deal with. Big ol' 13-13.
Yeah, and combined with Zeus, if it's left without answer, it's little next turn.
Yep.
What can you do on 8? Like, is there any way out? Like, I don't think the Shadow is running the. All right, Viking is a dog. That's definitely something.
You can certainly do it again if you'd like to. Oh, this is actually really good to use it again. He's not going to expect a second Bahamut coming in.
Yeah, and he evolves here. Well, it was probably correct play because you would lose 13 HP. Oh, that's a good top deck.
Yes, but I wouldn't want to use that just yet because he's not able to
Yeah,
do
definitely.
anything.
But it can kill both Taunt and deal enough damage to your opponent's face to kill them with Bahamut. So it's probably better than Zeus in most cases, especially if it's something like Death's Breath, which is not. So yeah, that will be it. We already know, and his opponent knows that Zeus is in hand. Oh wait, I forgot about Bahamut, that he cannot attack. Yeah, I've been out of it for a while, for 2 weeks.
So right here we see the Grimnir bringing in obvious
Actually
play,
matter.
and that's going to clear him for the game here.
Yeah, and that Grimnir draw actually mattered.
Daniel T showing how strong he can be when he actually starts playing meta.
Yeah, I should try that sometimes too.
When he starts playing meta, that's the thing. For the past several weeks or several months when he was entering tournaments, he's been experimenting and memeing. But now that he realized, you know what, none of these work, so it's time to go meta. And he shows up with these two, the Seraph Control and this Ramp Dragons. Probably 2 of his most favorite. And I'm pretty sure his Shadow, he wouldn't want to play mid-range Shadow. Probably hates that, so he'll go something for more control, which is currently his Nephthys Shadow.
Yeah. I think that Nephthys Shadow is one of the strongest decks right now. Let's actually see his Nephthys deck. Is he playing with the Ledger?
Ledger
He
Nephthys.
is. Yeah, that Ledger Nephthys is really good right now. He's playing only double Mordecai, that's fine, I don't really mind it. He's playing Voices of Resentment to gain additional 8 drop. But Nephthys is always better. He's also playing Ghostly Grasp for this early game removal. I mean, that's here basically for quick play there, I don't see anything else.
Yep. So right up next we have the 7th versus Ratyal, which is the next match we will be watching. So Ratyal is a very new to the scene. We don't know much about this player, and he's someone that we should definitely take a look at for his deck list. We've seen 7th. He's been doing very strong in the NGE tournament, and also fairly strong elsewhere. Especially a couple of times. I don't think he's won yet, but if he wins this today, not only is he going to be entering the Grand Championships in NGE, but also in Excelsior championships.
Nice.
Yep. And
Yeah, the 7th also playing in Sea and Oceania.
Yep.
So yeah, he's everywhere, and he's going in.
He's going in pretty strong right now. Don't mind me unfriending a bunch of people here. But I do have the 7th, so I'll ask him.
Alright, so yeah, Retial, I also don't recognize him anyhow, so it's possible he just appeared in this week.
Yep, this is his first time.
Let's see, is he a part of a team? Because I see there is like LIW.
No,
Is that-
Ratyal is a, yeah, he's in a team called Luna is Weak. He's a Korean.
Oh, I see.
And this is his, I think, his first time entering in this tournament. So, just goes to show, there is a lot of Koreans in this tournament. Top 16, I think there's at least 30% of them are Korean in this tournament. Yep.
Anyway, we see that Ratial is bringing aggressive lineup with Aggro Shadow, that is the version I prefer, with Phantom Howls and even Dark Conjurers and Rabbit Necromancers.
Mm.
His curve is ending at triple Cerberus and triple Ipstar. He's also running Skeleton Fighters, also Soul Conversion. Well, that's definitely a lot of mix here, but yeah, overall a very aggressive deck.
Yeah.
Although instead of Soul Conversion, I would prefer to run more 1-drops like Goblins, maybe. But that's generally personal preference, right?
It is.
He is running the Bone Chimera though, and generally whenever you are running Bone Chimera, you also want that Soul Conversion. And yeah, that's pretty much it. He's running one Prince Catacomb, probably just out of sentiment, because the general opinion is that Prince Catacomb is too slow now. Well, you are just playing a 4-mana 1/1, right?
Yep.
Like it's the same as the Hell's Unleasher, except Hell's Unleasher is guaranteeing you a 4/4. So Prince Catacomb has to land on three different minions, right? Plus himself, to generate the same value as Hell's Unleasher, at least the same power. And that's not easy to do.
Let's see what kind of bans we have here. We have the 7th Forest being banned. That's an interesting choice here. Not many people ban outside of that. Then Ratyal Ratyal's Shadow is banned as well. So we're gonna be seeing a Shadow Blood and Dragon Blood thing. Now here's the thing with Blood. They're starting to be very strong in this current meta right now. A lot of them showing up in these tournaments, and at the moment, it might be on par with, I think, with how much usage it is with Haven right now. What do you think about Blood? Why do you think it's... I want to say... I don't want to just simply say it's strong, but there has to be a reason why people are using it more often
So
than
why
before.
it played? I mean, first of all, we have to see that one thing that generally improved the Vengeance Blood gameplay is Succubus. People discovered this card like pretty late, to be honest. Like we had 2 or 3 tournaments, like at least 3 weeks, where Blood was played just with Devil of Vengeance and Grimir on 3.
Yeah.
Sometimes even without Grimir. And then people added Succubus, and that Succubus is something you can play on 3 without having your Vengeance activator on 4, which is very important. And well, Spider Web is a counter to aggro, so you basically beat Shadow with that. This is basically the thing that gives you the edge in Shadow matchup every single time.
Yep.
And the other thing is that Devil of Vengeance and Belphegor are both, like on turn 4 you get 4/4s in 2 copies. And that's really comparable to like Biscolaria power, right? Because you can get with Halo Dogma a 4/4 on turn 3, and that's actually really strong, right? That's why Biscolaria is so good with Halo Dogma and why people play it so often together in the deck. Even if it's like your only amulet, you still see like Sacred Plea, Biscolaria, and Halo Dogma, right? You see that very often. And yeah, that's because 4/4 on turn 4 or 3 is only removable by Evolve if you are going second, but then the 4/4 probably hit you once. The Undying Resentment and the Pact of the Nether God. So basically only Shadow can consistently deal with it.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like control Shadow, because midrange Shadow is not playing that. Of course, the other way to play around it is just board advantage, but yeah, board advantage can deal with anything if it's enough.
Wow. So this is a card we haven't seen in a while, Ivory Dragon. And as you said, it's good for the board at the moment.
Yeah, but this is the very aggressive Ramp Dragon with Urd, with
Yeah, this
even
is
Leviathan.
Aggro Dragons?
No, it's actually not Aggro Dragon, it's Ramp, but it plays Urd with Dragon Forte. I mean, a Dragon Forte.
So it's a Storm.
It plays Leviathan, and it plays Polyphonic Roar. So
Did you just say Polyphonic Roar?
yes, in 2 copies. So
interesting. Actually, I started seeing that in ladder too. I'm surprised it made it out this far.
I mean, I don't really like this version, definitely, but what we can see here in this version that I really like is the overwhelming amount of cycle. Like, there's triple Ivory Dragon, there is Dragon Nest even, there is triple Dragon Emissary.
Yep.
And Dragon Emissary is basically pulling you only good cards, right? Only Bahamut, Polyphonic, or Ouroboros, Forte, or Sibyl / Draconic Fervor. And Sibyl or Draconic Fervor or turn 4 is definitely nothing to laugh at.
You will soon learn.
He will evolve this Soldier, so
Life force is succulent.
I don't really think that mattered a lot. Like, it's okay, it will kill evolved Sibyl, so but does that really matter?
I think it does matter, because you don't want this thing alive to go face for 8 damage.
The contract's broken.
Yeah, maybe you have to be extremely careful on lower HP that you are at right now.
And now he has free reign to go face if he'd like to, or draw more cards at the moment. I don't think you would Evo here though. Okay, never mind.
I mean, you are going into turn 9, you know the decklist of your opponent, so
I guess
you
that
just want to abuse the Polyphonic Roar turn.
Yep, and that's happening right here. No, okay.
Yeah, Ouroboros is definitely safer. You can heal up, and to be honest, I don't think that Blood stands any chance right now
against this deck.
Yeah, and in this particular situation, like, there's way too much to deal with.
Well, we'll just have to see. I mean, he still has Spellfagor, who can definitely draw an answer for him. Or if he wants to play the Grimnir and the Succubus to, just see what he draws into. But if he gets a Polyphonic Roar, that can be a problem. Because this turn right here is a little bit slow.
Yeah, it's not really a lot of power on the board, but this board is definitely resistant to Breath of the Salamander. Not to Bahamut, definitely, yeah. And is there even an answer to Bahamut in this deck? I don't know if I'm looking at correct list. I think I am, but I don't see any answer. And there is no taunt, so that is over. You can only deal 12 damage here to this Bahamut.
Yeah. Even if you do 6... Oh, well, actually, you would need to Evo this. and then
Oh
these 2
yeah,
or 4, and that's enough to clear this.
Take it.
oh yeah, you are right.
But he decided not to do that, which is interesting.
I mean, probably just missed, just like me.
See you
Okay.
around.
Oh yeah, that's also a smart play because you set up double minion and your opponent doesn't have Evo to deal with them. So Bahamut is forced to actually attack the minion.
Yeah,
Oh god,
but
I need a reminder. How does this Bahamut work? Cause I am missing this every single
yeah,
game.
because it can't attack unless there's 2 or more enemies, so it needs to be a single one.
Yeah, Dark Jammer definitely pulls out some good stuff here, right? You can get the Imp
This is my
to
home.
taunt up further.
You are
This
my
also allows you to pretty easily kill this Bahamut. Or go face. Does the
Pretty
time really
ballsy.
limit you that much?
I would probably get rid of that. Do it one more time. There you go.
All must come to an end.
The next turn is actually lethal damage, because as long as he has Alucard. This is actually a very close match.
Yeah. Oh, because of the lack of answer to the double minion here, that was actually unexpected. Like, Dragon usually has an answer, right? But this Dragon is not running. Like, there was only basically Forte. There is no Dance of Death, there is no Lightning Blast.
Yep.
Maybe Breath of the Salamander could be enough, right? Yeah, it is enough because you clear one minion.
Well,
And
right
how do you go
now,
with that?
right now, Alucard can't really do much of anything on this turn, except to go face with a storm. Can't heal it. Belphegor puts him at 10, but that doesn't really,
It's like
unless he
gold.
managed to pull double
Oh,
air
that's
jammers.
good.
Okay. Okay. 7th, I see you. Getting a little lucky here.
Powerless for now.
No ward here, but Bahamut still forced to attack the minions.
Yep.
And Breath of the Salamander is not clearing it.
Where's your
There's
lightning
still
blast
will back to
now?
minions. Exactly. Oh, rip in pieces Lightning Blast. I won't miss this card definitely.
Give it to me again.
Not even attempting. I wonder what his hand is. Like, we know there is one Ouroboros, right?
Mhm.
So what else?
Well, he wish he had a Wrath Drake right about now, because otherwise that would have been a game for him. And so the 7 takes the win.
That's actually really unexpected. The Dragon hand must have been really bad.
Powers me.
Yeah, he probably did draw into Polyphonic Roar, but couldn't play it. Something tells me. And so he has to end up clearing both time with his Bahamut, and because he doesn't have any other answers. Wrath Drake would have been easily it, but he doesn't have that. So
NGE Shadowverse Open Weekly Champion. That's a nice flair.
it's alright. I think the JCG one is a little bit better.
I mean, I'm from Europe, so cannot get any of them.
You'll get it soon.
Right? I mean, really?
You'll get it soon.
Nice.
I wouldn't say like I can't tell like how soon, but it'll come. It's not like side games are neglecting EU. There's plans and preparation beforehand before they can announce it out. That sort of thing, you know?
Yeah. You have definitely more connection to side games than I do, right?
Father, come on.
I would really love to get some of that though. Connections to side games.
Well, eventually, I mean, they started going to conventions in the US right now, so you can expect them to go in conventions if there are a couple in Europe.
Yeah, we have pretty good. In Poland, we have pretty often conventions in Katowice.
Mhm.
So I don't think that will bother to Poland because it's not really, the type of country that cultivates esports that well, but I mean, maybe. Who knows?
In any case, back to the game. We have a Shadow versus Dragon matchup. So, you think this This dragon deck can hold out versus this mid-range.
Well, he has the burst, and the burst is the best answer to aggro shadow or mid-range shadow. And Polyphonic Roar, I wouldn't count on that card. Like I really don't like Polyphonic Roar. It was pretty good when it was meta for, you know, Mordekai's and stuff like that. You could have just ramped up and no one was answering the Polyphonic Roar. But right now, the Everywhere deck can answer Polyphonic Roar by killing you exactly on turn you play. So I'm not really sure, but as we saw, Seraph can beat Shadow without playing Seraph, so maybe Dragon can do the same without Polyphonic Roar.
I think Dragon can do it a little bit easier than that Haven, that's for sure.
I mean, there is no wrap, right? So
Oh, there's a Breath of the Salamander. Where was that card for the previous match?
yeah, he actually plays 3 copies, so just unlucky.
Oh, this is also pretty unfortunate too. That means that this dragon can heal up 2 times. Up to 4 health. And draw 2 cards. He can do this for 2 turns, as long as he doesn't ramp up to 7. Actually, possibly 3 more turns. So, this effectively heals him for 1 more. Or
Yeah.
not? Is it towards the end of the turn?
No, it's at the start.
Be gone.
It didn't heal him though. Okay. Am I reading this wrong?
Because he was only
At the
6.
start of your turn,
No, he
restore
was
2
only-
defense to your leader, draw a card and activate. Oh, maybe
Yeah,
maybe I
everything
misread
happens
it.
if overflow is. Yeah, that was actually that's because it's terribly worded actually.
Yeah.
Because
Come to an end.
you can see the comma before the end destroy the amulet.
Yeah.
That is so-called Oxford comma, and it shouldn't be here.
Yeah. That's why I was confused. I thought I'd get to do it every turn. Now we see the effect activates.
Yeah, they should get better translators, I guess. So I guess if you need translators, I can help. Hear me out.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know Japanese, but I can help with English.
I am the mad cyclone.
Alright, so we'll see Grimir played before turn 10. I mean, probably higher forcing him to do it.
Finally a break.
Oh, I really don't like it going for the 2-2 here. Like, does Shadow play 1 damage pings? I don't think so. Like, there is a case with the Angel of the War that he saw already, but there is much higher chance of Zombie Party being here than Angel of the War.
Only he had kept... Actually, he wouldn't be able to use the Soul Squasher anyways. For this. He's gonna have
No shadows, yeah.
He's gonna have to play a Necro Assassin in there.
You're brave.
Trade
Yeah, that's
1
fine.
for
I
1.
mean, Necro Assassin basically is. It says give +1 attack to the Soul Squasher, right?
Mm.
Because for a 2-2 you kill the 3 health minion. And 4 mana 3-3 that gives +1 attack, I mean, that would probably be played. Especially in Shadow and Swordcraft.
Bye bye to your life, says the Soul Squasher. Oh, no. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Angry.
It feels like Ratyal always have his Bahamut ready. Fortunately, he's
Yeah.
gonna have to deal with Immortal Sane, followed up with a Necro Assassin.
I mean, if you have Wrath of the Salamander, that's 13 damage to the face.
Yes, it is.
Curse upon you.
If you don't, you probably die next turn, right? You have to expect some burst damage from the Shadow. Ivory Dragon cycle. Another Ivory Dragon, that increases his chances a lot. He has
Where's the
23 cards left.
I just want to see Polyphonic Roar. Where is it? It's
More
looking for
cycle.
it.
That's actually his last chance.
Look at
Okay.
all that cycle.
And Leviathan, that's not helping him. Cerberus will finish the game here.
Yeah.
No matter what you kill, Cerberus finishes
Yeah,
the game.
that's game right there. Oh no. That's a little bit unfortunate coming from our rat y'all. First tournament experience in the top 16. It's not bad that he got into top 16, but when you get to see your opponent's deck, you know, it's like all the boxing gloves are taken off. It's all you know, what's that saying?
I have no idea.
There's a saying like all gloves are off. Someone in chat will understand that phrase.
Yeah, the definition of gloves are off. Let me see. There is there is going to be a serious dispute.
No. It's just a saying like once the rules are changed or whatever, the it's all or nothing at this point. In a sense, that's the phrase. All gloves are off, or whatever call it. But there's a specific saying for it, so I'm missing out like some words in there. In any
There are a
case,
lot of weird things.
so the 7th winning out 2-0 here, pretty convincingly. And so we get to see what is the next bracket we'll be watching. Probably into losers.
So both matches, EXG was victorious,
Yes.
beating opponents on their own ground.
Yep. And then, but however, we only have half of our players winning through it. Beladen is currently in the losers bracket, and so is 5 Pawns.
Yeah, I see, but still, that's quarter of the players. I see only Azur from the CF, and yeah, I think that's it. What else?
Azir, LIW, Ratyal is also in LIW, so there's multiple LIWs in this one. And Team Conquer as well, one of them from Team Conquer.
Yeah, I see.
I think CLW is also Korean too. Like half Koreans are in here, and then half of them is like NAEU.
And what's the TOF?
That's Brazilian team. Trial of Faith. Something like that.
Fight. Yeah, I think there was something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, I am pretty out of the, as I said it already multiple times.
Well,
But
this is what
I'm
happens
coming
when you miss out for 2 weeks. A lot of things happen in 2 weeks, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, I'm coming back to this. From tomorrow, I will even come back to streaming.
Okay.
So, hopefully, I will get back to it.
Well, for now, we can see that a lot of we can't actually watch a match at the moment, mainly because we're waiting on one of the matches in losers to finish.
I see.
Yep.
So maybe we can talk a bit about spoiler cards.
Spoiler cards? Ah, do
The-
we want to?
I mean, it is exciting. I just don't get the name of the card, the old man and the old woman. Like, what?
You know what? We can pull it up. All we have to do is just go through Twitter. They have all the cards in there.
Big Knuckle Bodyguard. I don't remember what that card does, but I remember it's good. It's something for blood. Destroy an enemy follower with 3 defense or
Oh,
less
hold
due
on,
to
hold
damage
on.
to your leader if vengeance is not active.
Alright folks, so this is one of the cards that was released or leaked by Shadowverse. And the cards that we see right now is called Big Knuckle Bodyguard. What it does is a 4-drop, 3/4. It's for Bloodcraft, and Fanfare says destroys an enemy follower with 3 defense or less, deal 2 damage to your leader if vengeance is not active for you. And of course, the Shadowverse Twitter would say, "Are you ready to rumble? Put a Big Knuckle Bodyguard into play and let his fist do the talking." God damn it, the corniest.
Well, I would say this card is on the power level of Priest of the Cudgel.
I don't really agree with that.
I mean,
And
you
it's,
don't have to evolve it to get the effect.
yeah, but the thing with this is that it also deals 2 damage to yourself to make it decent, and it's not a banish, and I would say banish is a lot stronger than it is just damaging an enemy follower with 3 defense or less.
Yeah, but also if Vengeance is active for you already, you won't take the 2 damage.
True,
So
but
it's like Spiderwebbing.
I guess, but it's not a ward either. The thing is, I still place it under Cuddle, but it's definitely better than Wardrobe Raider, which is
I mean-
also another 4-drop from Bloodcraft. The thing what's good about this card is that when it's evolved, it's a 5/6.
Oh yeah. But there is a change between like Wardrobe Raider and this card. This card is good for staying on board, and Wardrobe Raider is better when you are behind because you also heal. And as Blood, you are only behind on the board when you are in defensive and you are damaged, you need the health. Like Vengeance Blood or Aggro Blood will not get behind on board and after that come back. If you get behind on board, you already lost unless you have Burn in hand. And this is for something like Tempo Blood, so I would place it in kind of deck that plays maybe the Maelstrom Serpent
Right.
to go stream here.
Well, we'll get into more cards soon, as we just got another another person into the match. We'll be watching the Stratagem versus Twin Star.
Alright. So let's see, we have Stratagem plays Aggro Dragon, that's interesting.
Yep.
He plays Fast Dirt Room, which I really like. And he plays Pepe Sword. Why do you call it Pepe Sword?
I don't know, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that's a really fast Dirt Room. But he's not playing the Pascal. Alright, let's see his Pepe Sword, because that's probably the more interesting part. So this is actually not a Pepe Sword. This is just a mid-range with Pepe in it.
Yep. And it's banned. Because CLU Twin Star is like, I'm not messing with that mid-range Pep Star. I'm not messing with that. So I'm just gonna ban it. And then Stratagem's like, I'm not gonna mess with your Haven either. So
Alright, so we have Aggro Dragon and Aggro Room, basically.
Yep.
Aggro Dirt versus Twin Star, Ramp Dragon, and let me click here. Shadowcraft, right? Mid-range Shadow, am I reading this correctly?
yeah.
I
And
think I am.
Stratagem's a pretty strong player at the moment. This isn't the first time he's been in top 16.
Well, this is the first time I see him, though. I
Yep.
don't think he participates in
Nope.
Oceania.
He doesn't. Strictly an AEU. But he's been in here. He's an A ranker who's been in top 16 several times already. So pretty interesting to see him come back into the game. Especially building his own list as well.
Right, so let me see the lists. I wish the Bagum could get the names or something. Alright, so this is the Aggro Dragon with a part that I really like, that is Luxfang Kit. You will be surprised that people really underestimate this card in Aggro Dragon.
Yep.
And he's playing double Griffon Knight and triple Dragon Scholar to discard it. Also triple Pyrox and Dragon, so it's almost discard. Almost, not close enough. And his opponent's Dragon is the ramp one, with also Lyrial and Dragon Scyther Rahab, Rav Drake also appearing in this deck. triple Israfil, that's a lot of Israfil. But that seems to be his best combo for the Sahakel, other being Bahamut and Zeus. We'll see Rune first, which I'm definitely happy about. Because this rune is something that I tested a lot, but I played with Pascal because that was... I didn't really take it seriously. But I really think Pascal is a cool card.
Well, this is an Earthright we haven't seen in a long time. Pascal is definitely very slow to use, so it'll be interesting how this deck comes about. I feel like there's a lot more deck diversity ever since the nerf. Now that this is now the post nerf, and we're seeing this plethora of different archetypes, different styles in this tournament. Obviously we see a lot of ramps, but people are bringing in all these different archetypes of runes, blood, and now we started seeing in Haven too. Instead of just the Aegis, we're starting to see Seraph picking up.
Yeah, because in before it was just Ram Dragon with their OP cards and Midrange Shadow with their OP cards, and then the only deck that could stand their ground against these decks was Aegis Heaven, thanks to the Aegis, which is also a pretty damn good card. And it was basically blocking any other archetype. Whatever else you bring, you kind of just lose.
Right.
Like every single of your match is below 50% for you.
I'm all tuckered out.
But coming to the game, he decides to kill the Ayala. I'm not sure if I agree with that because it allows Dragon to play the Saha kill on the following turn. Wait, am I seeing this wrong? Is it Dragon turn or is it? Oh, it was Dragon turn. That's why.
Yep.
I'm drunk. I'm sorry. I'm not.
It's okay.
Pure failure.
Yeah.
So next up on turn 5 for Rune. I don't know this. I wish I knew this deck a little bit more, because I don't play a lot of Earthrights. I just know that on turn 5 there isn't really a whole bunch of anything. They don't really have a strong turn 5, if I recall.
Well, there's the Magic Girl Melvi or Dance of Death. That's basically it.
Yeah. But I don't think you would play Melvi in this deck, would you?
He's playing Melvi.
Okay.
Because this is actually a very aggressive run with demonic strikes and stuff like that. What you want to see here is probably something like maybe Remy and Rami.
Remy and Rami would be helpful here, except I think it'll die to the 6/4 though.
I mean, but you get a 3/3 and deal... Oh, Halogolem is also not that bad. Face, and do you commit fully to the face? He does. So he'll definitely not be happy about Sahakel next turn, followed by Israfil. And another Israfil. Oh, that's... yeah, if Ron doesn't finish it off really soon, there is no way of coming back with double Israfil, and you still have to deal with Stable.
Alright, good. So he's managing to push in at least 6 damage in, but 7 health left. And this deck should be able to run plenty of like burns as well.
Yeah, but how much of a burn can you fit in 3 cards?
Who's as old as dirt?
I mean, Levi is definitely a good amount.
Yeah.
You are able to kill the Stable, but what you really could use here was Mutagenic Bolt, I feel like.
All must come to an end.
Can you deal with that? I don't think so.
No.
Crimson Sorcery face. 6/4 still alive. Ouroboros helpful, yet not necessary.
So sorrowful.
I think it is necessary, because he's gonna be able to heal him for 4 health, and then be able to push 8 damage to face.
I mean the Ouroboros, not the Israfil.
Oh.
No.
Israfil, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, the Ouroboros is only able to clear, and you can only do 6, but this is more the more optimal play. And not enough damage to push and finishing off the dragon. That's a little bit unfortunate there.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of unfortunate, but that's also the theme of the deck. Like, I played this deck before nerfs, and it was the same problem that I just couldn't outdamage the dragon, no matter how hard I try. So I would say even the nerfs were here that this is still the hopeless damage because the heal of the dragon was not nerfed at all.
Right.
Yeah, and that pretty much looks like standard aggro deck, aside from maybe heavy turn 4, but
Yep.
you played Demonic Strikes and Piercing Rune in 3 copy both, so that's not really a 4-drop, right?
Now we get to see
Mother, father.
Shadow versus Dragon, and Stratagem is deciding to switch it off with the Dragon Lust instead, probably in favor of the matchup between Dragon and Shadow.
I mean, to be honest, after the first loss, the switching doesn't really matter because like 2-1, 2-1 and 2-0 is the same when it comes to points.
Yep.
Or is it? Does it differ in tiebreakers?
I mean,
And tiebreakers are not here anyway because it's top
yeah,
16.
like no matter what, you would still have to win with your rune, and the Swiss plays differently than it is with double LMs. It's okay to actually win one game because it counts towards the Swiss points to have a score of
I
2-1.
see.
But if it's like 2-0, then you're at a more loss point average. So he's sticking to his perhaps his Swiss oh, discard dragon. Okay. This is a card that we haven't seen in a while too. Dragon Newt Scholar. And he forgot to go face for 1 damage. Oh, no wait, he did. I was just kidding.
Anyway, yeah, that's actually in his deck. I missed that, but this is not really Discord Dragon. It's more of a aggro. Although
Aggro?
it plays
Aggro with this lineup? We haven't seen this 2 lineup since DE.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. Yeah, but it plays a lot of standard gimmicks like Fire Lizard into Siegfried. It plays some Breath of the Salamander, so that doesn't really change.
A lot of DE style there.
Yeah. I mean, Aggro Dragon was dominating in DE, so...
Was
that's
it?
going
No,
back.
DE, it was Forest and
Dark
Sword.
Oh yeah, Aggro Dragon was expansion later.
Yep. After the nerf with the Forest again.
Yeah, the Homecoming.
You're mean.
Full face, no respect.
Cause it's aggro.
Yeah, yeah, I guess. But I'm one of these players that even with aggro trade a lot.
Like, this guy is just playing so much close similar to like the aggro style, it's not even funny. Like, all he has to do next is just evo this and then go face because it can't be touched unless you have like some way to clear it, and he doesn't. And now you're at a situation where, do I trade here or do I myself go face? Because if I go face here, I might actually end up losing.
He's feeling hungry.
Yeah, and that is another, like, questionable things for me. People tend to evolve the Goblin Princess instead of a Goblin, even though the Goblin Evo would be enough here. And you are not really scared of Banish on your opponent's side.
Right.
So he basically lost
Won't be long now.
what he lost, like, for damage from the board. He would have 3 on Goblin and 2 on Goblin Princess. Right now he has only 1 on Goblin. He stopped breathing a bit, but without Death's Breath on the next turn, I don't think you can do it.
Oh no, this is so close to— oh my god, the memories of DE is back? What?
Death's Breath, I'm sorry, Caster Curse. You can just trade the Skull
Yeah,
Beast
but—
and cast the
yeah,
Death's Breath.
he just needs to Skull Beast into it, then cast Death Breath, and that would actually stop. Doesn't—
Oh,
decides
not
not to do that, and instead—
I mean, I'm pretty sure he's dead to Forter, right?
yeah,
I mean,
He's
he
dead
can
to Forte.
This lately?
So he's actually one off when it comes to Forte. If he decides to mimi this 1-2.
He's gonna have to.
It's the pits for you!
Yeah.
Alright, so that's 10 damage, and he'll be 1 off.
And can you win the following turn? You have 4 damage additional from your Coco and Mimi because you can allow yourself to play one more Cerberus. And that's 3, 8, 4. That's not even enough. You don't even set up little. Unless you top deck each star. I mean, maybe he's playing for his outs, but he needs to top deck each star anyway, so why not just stall until then with Death's Breath? Yeah, when you are playing the... Wait, so again, quiz on top and quiz on bottom. Richie?
I'm sorry?
Who is the player on the top and bottom?
Bottom is Twin Stars, and the top one's Stratagem.
Alright, so when you are stratagem here, you probably consider every single card you can lose, right? And when you kind of realize that the only card you lose to is each star, you playing around it is extremely easy, because all you have to do is literally kill one goblin, and that's all. If you kill one goblin here, you win next turn. Okay, he decides to kill Cerberus, that's also fine.
I would have went for that too. Because now he has nothing to kill this, and if he plays Death Breath, that's only having 2 to protect him from. Opts out of that.
Goblin King over Death Breath, I definitely disagree here because of Forte or Dance of Death.
Yep. Here we go. 3 to face here.
I mean, technically only Dance of Death kills you. Forte is not enough. Right, you would need Blazing Breath together with it, but I don't think he's playing that.
This is it.
These black wings are
Oh,
unreal.
There's the Forte.
And is there a Blazing Breath? Well, there is not. It's not on the list, so... I would be surprised if there was.
Yeah, if that was a Blazing Breath, that would have been it too. Now he's contemplating that card might be important for him to win next turn. So the question here is, do I trade, or is this lethal? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh my, this is lethal. He has to trade. If he plays. Oh, he figured it out. He saw it coming.
I mean, yeah. Cerberus is in 4, 6, 7, 8, so you are forced to Death Breath here. You cannot trade any of your minions, so you don't get full value from the Death Breath. That's why I was a fan of playing that bit earlier. Right, what do you need now?
Dance of Death.
Breath of the Salamander doesn't quite work. Dance of Death is... Oh, there is this little guy.
Oh, this worked out too. Oh no.
Pyrox and Dragon.
Oh no, this is it. That's game.
This is it.
So close.
You may look safe, but Cerberus is lurking
Cerberus
in
is
the
in
shadow.
here. So close. Twin Star getting the win, and Stratagem bringing back the old school with a little new twist to it. So close.
There's no one else
Yeah.
I'd rather lose to.
Well,
Double rainbow explosion.
at least Twin Star is a fourth craft adept, so I like that. Because there's Rose Queen on it.
That'll be it for this bracket.
Oh, that was loser's bracket.
That was loser's bracket, and
I see.
they're running through a couple more before we get into the top portion. Right. So, what do we have here? We have. I think we can watch this match. Oh, do I have Siri? We do. we get to see this first match between Suri versus Conquer, the guy with the pumpkin mask. So, two Koreans playing off against each other, and these guys know each other too. So this is the first match, so we aren't missing too much. We have Suri, who is at the bottom playing Dragon and Rune. A lot of Dragon runes. A lot of Koreans playing Runecraft, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. This is Daria rune, so probably the strongest rune archetype right now. Although I'm actually surprised that there are not D-Shift players, because this meta is pretty easy to abuse by D-Shift. I'm talking not about the standard D-Shift, but about the Enchanted Sword Blade Mage D-Shift.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
So a lot of... starting to notice that Runecraft are correlating towards Korean players pretty often. So I'm probably gonna ask a question later to one of them to see if that's a thing going on right now.
There's a lot more where that
Yeah.
came from.
Right, so this is... wait, what are the bans?
The bans right now is Suri cannot use his Shadow, and then Conquer cannot use his Dragon.
Also, another Nephis Shadow not seeing play. I'm a big fan of Nephis Shadow, I really wanted to see some. Anyway, this is really hard for the Dragon, because first of all, you have to deal with the Tiger, and then on the next turn you cannot play anything, and then on the following turn you again cannot play anything, because these Tribunals will just kill it. So you can play for numbers, or you can play for immediate impact. Just remove your opponent's board for those 2 turns.
What you could do is just push in 7 damage to face.
With Genesis, I mean, yeah, sure.
Or
But
Forte.
These black wings are
And
Oh,
then
Forte is pretty
just play the Ayla and see if it runs into that. 50-50?
yeah, there's a pretty good shot at that. Never lucky. I mean, that probably didn't matter that much, but it's still, you know, you always want to win those 50-50 rolls.
Exactly. Oh, pretty aggressive Evo there with a 4-6. Okay.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely better than... Actually, is it? No, I think I was a bigger fan of taking the 2-face damage. It didn't change much, like you still died to Bahamut, your ball was even safer against the Breath of the Salamander.
Ooh. This is a card that you don't definitely see in this deck list as well, Angel of the Word.
Yeah, this card got popularized as counter to Forest. And that's when it was used the most. Like every aggro deck and endurance deck play that just to kill the fairies. But right now Forest, like, how many Forest craft do we see here?
No,
I
we
see
don't really see a lot of Forest players in this.
Yeah, I
top
see
16.
2. I see just 2 Forests in top 16, so that's definitely not a lot.
I think a couple tournaments ago there was a lot more Force, so people started to target it. And I guess that I understand why Force stats are so low right now in the top in the Swiss matches, which makes a lot of sense.
What in the?
I mean, the Forest, probably most people play the Silverbolt version,
So sorrowful.
and I don't really think that Silverbolt version is particularly good against either Shadow or Dragon, so
Right.
I didn't really see a reason to popularize it. Oh, that's a Miss Little, or not really.
That's pretty OP. I saw it coming.
Yeah, I actually had this planned a bit different. I wanted to attack with Israfil to deal 2 damage. The pain is here anyway, so
It's okay.
yeah.
It works either way, right? So we're going into the second match immediately. We'll be watching Runecraft versus Haven.
Let's see what kind of Runecraft. This is the Daria rune, right? Suri is on the bottom. And his opponent actually doesn't play rune, so Yeah, let's take a deep dive into this list and see if it's standard. So we see triple Levi, triple Craig, standard, 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 standard. Everything is standard.
I think Daria is the most standard. That there isn't really anything new. It either runs into mutagenic bolt or Melvi.
Yeah, and we see one mutagenic bolt, and that's basically all the difference.
Knowledge I seek.
And there is the Daria in opening, and that's actually really huge.
Yep. We also see the Kaleidoscope going to be used very soon as well. We'll more
Right
likely
here.
go face
Interesting.
and Kaleidoscope it.
Yep. Of course, draw first. Levi, not quite yet, but Daria is at 4 right now. Next turn you can Evil Levi play Piercing Rune
Evil
and
deeds end now.
You were done
the Crimson Sorcery,
I
which
see
will
your
bring
weakness.
Daria down to 2
Unbelievable.
mana cost. And it's pretty much smooth sailing after that.
Yep.
I'm just a mage who's as old as
You're
dirt.
done for.
Actually, do you... I think you trade Levi into Cudgel here. Because this Levi will get removed and Crimson Sorcery is, you know, direct damage that he cannot respond to anyhow. There is Sacred Flea and Frog Cleric. I really don't like Frog Cleric. I don't know why everyone runs it. I mean, maybe I just don't see something, but I'm really not a fan.
Maybe, just maybe, this magic will help.
Right, we'll see Witchet played with Daria. I'm not really a big fan of this sequence. Maybe he was afraid of not drawing any spell boost minions, as he actually did not, so that was definitely a correct sequence in this particular situation, but this priest, this Judge of Retribution, this card is crazy insane. Like, compare it to Priest of the Cudgel that gets +1/+2 and draws you a card. I mean, for 2 mana, if there was a spell for 2 mana, give +1/+2 and draw a card, I'm pretty sure that every deck would play it.
I think this is going to be a Daria first right here.
Maybe, just maybe, this magic will help.
What? Or not? Okay, I thought he was gonna
Or
plan
not.
on playing it. Never mind.
Yeah, I think he wants to utilize all his burn,
False idols can't save our world.
but I don't think the Craig will be played anytime soon. Same as the Piercing Rune or Clark. Clark,
That
tempting,
Clark
but
is...
It'll work this time, maybe.
I don't think you actually want him, right? He doesn't really change anything in your play. It's just a 3 mana 2/3.
I don't know if I agree with that play, but...
Bang and a boom.
I mean, there's a bit of contradiction in this line of play because he wanted to utilize all his resources,
Yeah.
but he didn't use his Craig when it was basically free. Right? Of course, you wouldn't play Magic Missile and double Blade Mage here, but
Wow, into another Daria too.
yeah, that Daria draw is really sick, but it wasn't drawn off the initial Daria, so it's not spell boosted. Luckily, he has Insight, so he
Insight
could also
into
go
Piercing
just
Rune too.
Angelic Snipe and Daria. I mean,
what?
what else?
What's he
There's-
trying to look for? 6 cards left in hand.
There is Ogler. Yeah, there's
Oh,
one
there it
Ogler.
is. Mutagenic Bolt finisher.
Yeah, the Ogler actually was really likely to draw here because we only saw one Ogler that was being discarded, and he is running the playset of 3.
Lost in wayward ones.
Alright, so this is his last Evo, he is forced to use it here. A very good card to have would be something to do with this Daria, right? Monastic Holy Water, it's not quite Elena that only plays this card.
Yep.
Because it's like 2 mana for 2 and draw a card, like, that's insane. 2 mana draw a card, do anything. Like, 2 mana draw a card is already good enough, like, we see Trail of Light being played in this.
Let us conclude.
I think the game winning here for him is if he managed to draw an Insight into his Blade or
Or just
Demonic Strike. Okay,
Impressive.
top deck that. Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Insight was he had 2 demonic strikes left in the deck, so that was 2 out of 6 in the first draw. And if he failed, he had insight to get 2 out of 5. That's a lot of chances.
Yep. And now we see Luna is weak. Suri moving on to the next round in the losers bracket. Pretty
Am I wrong? Am I wrong, or every match was a 2-0?
Every match was a 2-0 that we've watched so far. All of them very convincingly.
I see, and mostly I mean, there was only one situation I remember that it came down to the lead. Other than that, it was just equal chances with slight misplays or better draws. Right now, I have to say that I mean, I haven't seen a lot of EUNA, and I hope that will change. Wink, wink. That I will be allowed to, you know, appear here more often. But I still like players try out a bit more here than
in C/OCE.
Yeah, like players that appear in EUNA very frequently in top 16 are playing in the C and OC, but are not in the top 16 that often there. So maybe it's the matter of time difference. Maybe they are tired for the C and OC.
I think it's general that a lot of the Taiwanese and Chinese players are playing in that tournament, as well as some of the Philippines and Malaysian, as well as some of the US and EU players in there. Definitely, I think C/OC is more global than it is in NAEU. And NAEU time zones here, a lot more people have their own defined meta that people are, you know, working towards too. But you should expect that, you know, C/OCE is the last one to qualify for the championships. So I'm pretty sure more people are going to show up there now that it's their last chance to be qualified into the
this
tournament.
and OC today or the next 2 weeks?
Next 2 weeks.
All right.
So our next matchup is Dino T versus Azure.
So we already have next match. That's pretty quick. In C and OC, it's going on much slower.
Yeah, it is unexpectedly playing a lot faster than I thought. So we have Azure 124. Go ahead and, if you can, talk about his deck. We know generally what Dino T is, so maybe a refresher about his list as well.
Yeah, so Dino T we saw already with his Ramp Dragon, Neptis Shadow, which got banned, and his Seraph Haven, which we actually didn't see Seraph in play. But trust us, it's Seraph Haven. And Azure is bringing Shadowcraft, which is also Neptis Shadow. So, as I said, Neptis Shadow is coming back into the meta, and I love that. It's definitely one of my favorite decks in entire history of Shadowverse. The only on top being, of course, Rose Queen in Season 1. But, yeah, Azure is also bringing Ram Dragon. Wait, am I saying this wrong? Neptis Shadow, Heavencraft Aegis Heaven, and Ram Dragon. So he's going full on meta. 3 most play classes with this Aegis over Seraph. Like, I see only one Seraph Heaven. Only Dino T is playing Seraph Heaven.
Right.
That's, I mean, the big, like, I would expect someone from CF to bring Seraph Heaven, because we have some good Seraph Heaven players, and we have some managers, and, you know, that like Seraph Heaven a lot, including me.
I thought that was a CPV thing, because all of their list are nothing but Haven.
Really?
Yep.
Well,
they're all Haven mains, apparently.
I'm mostly talking about myself and Phoenix90, that we popularized Seraph a lot, and we were actually not here for the last 2 weeks because I was resting, let's say, from Shadowverse, and he had no means to go online because his electronics broke. So
Oh.
the team was left without management. I mean, yeah, not centrally, but anyway, Azure is definitely not a player that would bring Seraph.
Yep.
He's more of a meta player. He's more of the mid-range player / aggro.
Hmm.
I don't think I saw him a lot on control.
So we know a little bit more about Dynasty, that he's also another control player. That's why his lineup is usually like that. So this is essentially in favor of Dynasty being showing that usually controlless
Is
wins
fighting
out
and
versus
despair all you
mid-range,
know?
correct?
Mother, father.
I mean,
come on.
mid-range is the kind of archetype that can go either way, but it depends technically on the matchups between decks. Like, you cannot have guaranteed one. For example, like Vengeance Blood can be considered mid-range. It's most likely aggro, but as I always say, there is no just mid-range. Mid-range is not that simple of an archetype because mid-range is a mix of everything. And I like to differ the decks further between mid-range aggro and mid-range control. And the decks that we see from the Azure here is basically Neptune's Shadow that it's pure control. I don't think it can be anywhere between the borders of mid-range.
Right.
Aegis Heaven is also a control, and Ram Dragon is, depending on the list, usually also considered control. So Azure bringing 3 control decks here. Let's see his list, his Ram Dragon. He's playing Sahakel, Israfil, Bahamut Zeus, so yeah, pretty much control. Also with Rough Drake. And Dynasty is also bringing control, so this may be a long game. This may be really a long game, so remind me one more time, who is at the bottom here, because...
This is it, Azure, and Dynasty.
Alright, so on the bottom we see Aegis Heaven, not Seraph, and this opening is pretty good, I would say. Like Sacred Plea and Beast Galaria in first 3 turns, not burning a lot of mana.
I'm coming for
That's
you.
new.
Yeah, that's actually in his Neptune's Shadow, if I remember, in 2 copies. I'm pretty sure I remember. And that's actually a very impactful factor in the control mirrors, because, you know, that basically 8 mana killed 2 units.
So the thing with that card too that I usually see that in was Minty Shadow, or Minty Tyrant Shadow that runs that list. That also runs that card as well. I wonder if he actually had mixed in a couple of those lists in there with this Nephthys ledger. Because normally they don't run that, right?
You mean Voices of Resentment, right? Not Ledger.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Voices of Resentment is something that is literally a personal preference. It's not really good, it's not really bad, it's sometimes useful, but I personally don't like it because I think that Mordecai or Nephthys is what you want on 8, and I don't really feel the need of running 2 additional 8 drops when I already have 5 or 6. And when it comes to 3 drops, I'm pretty sure you can get better 3 drops than Voices of Resentment, even Death Run.
I think our friend here made a misplay. He could have definitely played the Blackened Scripture with this and cleared out both for a guarantee, and then went in for 4. I wonder why he decided to save his Blackened Scripture, I guess for this situation?
I guess he will save it even further for something like Mordecai.
You were done
Okay.
for.
Because you are versus Nephthys Shadow, and you have to deal with double Mordecai, triple Kavi, and also Hell's Unleasher, also Attendant of the Night, both in 3 copies. There are also 2 Carrot guys. And this Dino T Nephthys Shadow is extremely slow. His only 1-drops are Ghostly Grasp in 2 copies, that I'm a big fan of.
Master.
And his only 2 drops are Zombie Party and Undying Presentment, so if you land against like heavy aggro deck, something like Aggro Shadow or Aggro Swordcraft, you basically have no way to contest the board early. If you miss your 2-drop, most likely they will snowball you. So he definitely counted on that control meta here. There the Blackened Scripture would come in handy. He will decide over to the
real
Priest of the Cudgel. I mean, what's behind this decision is that it's more mana efficient.
What?
Oh, he's not playing
He
the
didn't play the
Tribunal.
Tribunal there.
I would definitely play Tribunal. What he was playing around was maybe...
But what could
I
he
really don't
possibly
know.
be playing around? Like, Tribunal,
Yeah.
it doesn't banish or does anything. He could have had one more creature on board, and that would have been enough to
great.
swing into the Mordecai, and he could have
Don't
Black
hit
Inscription
Mordecai,
next.
don't hit... He hit Mordecai. That's really unlucky. That's just 33%. And please don't hit Mordecai again. Alright, he got this time. You don't have evils left anymore. So that's not really a good spot. He will play the Cyclone here. That's probably good because if Diamond is not careful here, and he trades with the Mordecai without evolving it, it will be vulnerable to Blackened Scripture.
I think more likely he will try to be playing around that.
Oh,
Destiny
good,
calls.
alright. That's now 2 Mordecais you have to deal with, and reminder, this is Aegis Heaven. So let's see, you are at 12 HP.
Play?
I don't think there is a way to win this. I don't think there is any top deck. Like, I see that Themis is fine for a turn, but what do you do after that? Grimnir? I mean, Grimnir is actually... I mean, he'll die...
It doesn't really do anything here, because look at this board
right.
now.
There is the 4-4, I missed 4-4.
I have
Yeah,
lost.
so you look...
Like, you swing into that, and that's still 12 damage.
Yeah, Neptus is just way too good of a deck. I love Neptus so much. We'll see it a lot in upcoming tournaments. I can't wait for more spoilers from the Wonderland Dreams, because I personally loved Alice in the Wonderland.
Yep.
I just love this universe so much, and we'll have a lot of the, how do you call it, the references to this universe. Alright, so they are left with Heaven and Heaven? No, Heaven and Dragon. Seraph was
Is
banned.
fighting
Yes.
and despair all you know?
Go beyond the
Um,
battle.
And now, get to see the dragon coming in here.
We see the Cudgel mulligan, so Heaven probably going first. No, it's going second. I'm not sure if I would like. I would probably keep Cudgel over the Tribunal because of Ayala.
Yep.
Not sure there.
So, running through this is the ramp dragon that we're playing against. And at the moment, Beast Call Aria is a pretty good start. Because most of the time, dragon doesn't really do anything on turns 1 through 4. And it's rather slow in that area, just as much as how slow Haven is in 1 through 4. But we can see this is actually pretty good.
That's a lot of amulets.
Yep.
Next turn is probably also an amulet.
We're going to have an explosive start once those amulets starts to pop.
Let's see, so Draconic Fervor is what he wants here, but if he had it, it would be played already. Dragon Oracle, good enough. You don't draw, but... yeah, he basically missed 2 cards by drawing this instead of Draconic Fervor. He will pass here, of course, like there is nothing to play for.
And no matter what he plays, it loses out to something.
Sagiel, interesting choice. Oh, with Zeus, yeah, that explains
That would be the only reason why he would play the Saha Quill.
it. Yeah.
Just to send in a big chunk of poke damage. But Tribunal is going to be an easy answer here.
You have to time it right? Because your opponent is on turn 8, 9, and 10, so Tribunal will proc after your opponent turn 10. Which is, yeah, what you want, because it will block Bahamut on turn 10, right?
Yep.
Have Aegis, that's really important. Let's see if he's playing Test of Strength. Test of Strength is really good. I actually don't really like Aegis Heaven without Test of Strength. I think it's wasting potential. There is one Hollow Dogma, there is... Oh, this Aegis is actually playing Divine Birdsong. There is no Test of Strength though. And there is only one frog. I see you, Azure Aldo.
What
I'm
is
not
there?
so sure.
What's there for him to do here, though? It's turn
I mean,
8,
this turn you can pass. You can definitely just pass here.
but
Ideally, you
feels,
won't ramp up.
It feels bad though to like get hit for 6 damage.
Yeah, even 8 because Beast Calaria will close.
Okay.
Not trading here, using Evolve instead. That's
Destroy our foes.
that's definitely understandable. We see that he has one more Evo left, so probably planning that he won't need more than one. Otherwise, there was no reason. If he was going for the longer game,
Yep.
he didn't need to use the Evolve here and just trade with Zeus, or even not trade. Like, that was perfectly fine if he needed these Evolves for face. But next turn, there is no way he dies, right? There is no lethal on the dragon side. Zell is out of the picture,
Let them rest in peace.
and Gravekeeper Sonya is additional taunt.
Right.
So
This is
Dragon
actually
can-
looking pretty scary hand here.
I mean, you are still far away from Aegis, so Dragon has time. Draconic Fervor stalls a bit, most importantly draws you.
Yeah,
And
but
actually,
I'm
Go on.
realizing now that this Haven has still have not used his Eva points. He's not being aggressive with it. Rather pretty
Yeah.
passive. And I felt like if he starts Evoing and being a little bit more aggressive and putting on more pressure, then he can expect to see the dragon player to be more desperate.
yeah, I mean, but the thing is that Dragon can take a lot of damage and still heal up to full. So, especially against Heaven that has no burst. The only threat on the horizon is the Aegis, but you still have 2 turns too. But I would definitely like to see an Evo here. We'll see the draw first.
Ooh,
Not really useful
You're
draw.
done for.
it's not too bad.
Although Dark Gene will put a lot of damage here. Does he have the Dark Gene in hand? He does not.
No.
Oh,
Dark
because
Gene-
whenever I see the Falcon being evolved into 4-3 over something else, I immediately assume Dark Gene.
So it feels like this might be it for. Yep, that's gonna be it.
Sad?
Because now
Not at all.
Aegis can now be freely be played. Not yet, but soon.
Yeah, and that soon is the crucial word here, because Dragon still has one more turn and he has 8 cards in hand. Like simple Ouroboros Bahamut, that's
Oh no.
Aegis cannot deal with that.
No, Aegis can't deal with that. Are we gonna? Oh my god, no!
Yeah.
Did you not see that? Top deck though. Alzir, we thought we were gonna lose hope for you, but nah, you still draw just what we needed.
Oh, is this the upper bracket or lower bracket?
This is winner. Winner's
Alright.
semi. Oh no.
So another Bahamut is kind of out of the picture for the 3 turns. I would like to see something like Sybil, that will heal you up, that's something your opponent has to deal with. And if you avoid over the cudgel, it's still outside of Banish range.
Keep relying on you, dragon.
You can also avoid the Ayala and Sybil will still be outside of Banish range, so
My wings
yeah,
are
that's
killing
perfectly
me.
okay. Well, that's not the Ayala I meant. I meant this what he evolved, but it's not Ayala, it's Lerial. There we go.
So would you play the Grimnir here? I think that would be the absolute answer for this turn.
I mean, just alone with Grimnirs, you can kill your opponent.
Take a break.
You have 3 Grimnirs,
Yep.
each for 4
The
damage.
real battle
But
begins.
you make sure to evolve here, not let your opponent heal up with this Sybil.
uncontrollable.
All must come to an end.
I mean, Aegis was also a, not a bad play, but let's consider the highest burst from this dragon possible. Is he playing the...
Nice.
Ow!
Is
So
he no, he's not playing for the...
So Dino T hanging on a thread here.
Yeah, I will just see Aegis here. Probably Evo that.
Let us conclude.
You don't expect 10 damage from your opponent, especially without Evo. But you don't want your opponent to heal additionally. Right, so Dino T needs to heal or taunt up, and most of the taunts will be dealt with... Oh wait, actually, the Tribunal was popping right now. Maybe that's why he went for Grimnir instead of Aegis the turn before, because he actually wanted to clear the board and set up the Tribunal for the potential taunt.
Yep.
When after you play the Aegis.
Yep. Close match.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, and this will not be a 2-0.
No. For once we actually see a close match between Azure versus Dino T at the moment. You can see
Right,
that.
so let's...
So the final remaining is a Dragon Mirror. Is there any difference between Azure and Dino T that we're looking at?
I believe that Azure is running Craft Drag, Dino T isn't. Let me see. No, there is Craft Drag. Oh no, because I'm looking at Azure Dragon list.
Bow before Dark Dragoon.
Let me
Ruler
find
of
the
the skies.
Dino
Beyond
T
the
Ram
battle.
Dragon. Wait a second, it's the same deck list.
Is it the
What?
same deck list?
I don't know if it's the mistake in the...
No. If people run the same deck list, it could be just a copy from the recent tournaments. I mean, this is Ramp Dragon, so it's not that far different.
Yeah, they are running the same deck list. No difference, card to card. So a big factor here will be who goes second and who draws more ramp. Zell is out of the picture, right?
Yep.
For now we don't see any ramp, but from the next turn on we can include Ayala into that. And Azure
oh, no, it's nothing.
on turn 3, that bad.
So it looks like Dino T has nothing but high costing cards and is canned. Pretty bricked.
Or some situational like Breath of the Salamander.
Yep.
Blazing Breath. Well, you definitely don't want to kill this Ayala, that's for sure. This can be dealt with Breath of the Salamander, but... Oh, now that you have another 2-drop, that Breath of the Salamander looks better. But he will go instead for the Ayala play. Probably will see
There's a
Evo.
lot more where that came from.
He'll just clear this and then ramp up to 5. Which is actually really good. The Sybil can put him into overflow for the next turn.
Yeah, and he also has the possibility of playing the Breath of the Salamander now.
Bluest water.
There's the Sybil. First come, first served.
Okay,
Doesn't Evo.
Ooh, decide not to Evo there. Guess he's okay with this.
I mean, it's the general rule that you want your opponent to be on turn 6. Like, turn 6 is the worst turn for Dragon. It's in between all the ramp like Civil and Draconic Fervor, and you cannot play cards like Sahakel or similar. I think it's only Sahakel for 7.
Yep.
Yeah, but most of the Dragon cards,
Gotta take a break.
the decks rather, not play any 6-drops aside from maybe the Breath of the Salamander.
Right.
Of the Salamander. So you definitely want your opponent to be on turn 6 at least, once per game, and you cannot make it more because there is no mana destruction in this game. Although that would be pretty funny. I wonder if we'll ever get introduced with PP removal.
PP removal? Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea. That sounds pretty broke back actually.
I mean, yeah, maybe.
Because then, if it's a permanent removal of 1 PP, then it really limits you from playing anything.
No, I mean just you would lose 1 maximum PP and the next turn you will regain it, right?
Yeah, but imagine if it's permanent though.
Yeah, that
That'll
may
be
have been
broken.
a bit sloppy.
Your opponents will never be able to play
Ready to
anything.
witness my true strength?
Yeah, just lock all your opponent TP.
Yep.
All must come to an
Right, we
end.
see Ouroboros. There is no good answer to Ouroboros in Dragon decks. They are not playing Lightning Blast anymore. So mostly it will come to Ouroboros into Ouroboros into Ouroboros, and they can literally go on and on.
Yeah, but the difference here is that I think Dino T still has an upper hand.
Because of Evo Point.
Yeah, no, because he still has a creature on board.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But he can easily take care of that as long as he played Lyriel in Evo, but he decides not to. So we can expect to see the same thing happening. Still able to push in. Well, 2 damage isn't a whole lot anyways.
I mean that last Evo Point is may be crucial, right? You don't want to just throw it away.
Yeah. He's trying to force Dino T to Evo.
Which will probably not happen, to be honest. Like, right now, Dino T is in lead. Let's see if there is a Blazing Breath. No, so... this Ayala will just go to the ground, or to the... wait, how do you say? Go to the dirt. I think that's the thing, I have no idea.
The Ayla is 10 feet under.
Yeah, but is it like into the ground or into the dirt?
Yeah,
I
10
think
feet under.
it's the second thing.
I think that's the term you're looking for.
Yeah, that 10 feet under is also something that is possible here.
Oh my god. Isn't this great gameplay? Just Ouroboros on top of Ouroboros with an answer. Just back and forth, you know? And whoever runs out of resources basically wins.
Yeah. Well, let's see. The Grimnir is a pretty good answer to Ouroboros, but then again Ouroboros just kills Grimnir. If you deal 4 damage to the face, well, technically only 1 damage, because Ouroboros will kill him.
Yeah, that's a free Ouroboros, and that doesn't really make much of a difference.
I mean, he dealt 1 damage face, that's big. If he plays 20 more Grimnirs, he will actually win.
If only we can actually hold on to 20 Grimnirs.
Yeah, I would play the deck built entirely of Grimnirs, why not?
No,
So
that
that's
would be a
good
waste of
option.
time. That's 1 ping at a time, like that's annoying.
Right, Cycle is pretty good because it introduces the 4 for 3 on the board. And, well, not for 3, for 7 mana, but what I mean is that it cannot, it doesn't have to trade immediately. And Ouroboros cannot kill that, so how will the Dino T respond? Will it be Ouroboros plays something?
Bahamut. That would be his
Oh yeah,
answer.
but you know, he knows his opponent has Bahamut in hand.
Actually, this kind of forces him to Evo if he decide to choose Ouroboros again, so that he can aim after 4/4, and that actually puts Azure at an advantage with his Ouroboros, because he gets to kill it for free.
Yeah, I mean, if you have something like Blazing Breath or Breath of the Salamander, you can just Ouroboros the 4/4 and kill it up with a spell and
Yep.
ignore Ayala, which will then trade into your Ouroboros, and Azure will finish off your Ouroboros with his own Ouroboros. So yeah, you know, as the Ouroboros in the mythology, the dragon that eats itself forever. So, but this time we have 2 Ouroboroses that eat each other together
Right.
forever. I mean, the card is pretty, you know, well designed as it when it comes to the feeling of the Ouroboros, the name and the theme of the card. But I still stand in my position that Ouroboros should only have 3 health. This way we would not get the infinite Ouroboros chain, because it would be just pointless. I mean, on the other hand, we just then may get the infinite Ouroboros chains just because, you know, you can do it infinitely just with Ouroboros.
And Dino T at the moment knows that if he decides to Evo there, he's not actually gonna gain much of anything. So he just passes.
And Azure tries to abuse that trade by playing more stuff, because his Ouroboros wouldn't make much of a difference here.
Nano T still at a tempo advantage, can still do the same thing if he decides to do it.
But Azur is 4 cards deeper into the deck.
Yes.
So Azur is the one that has to actually kill his opponent.
Okay, it's something different here. A full clear.
What happened? That's so unexpected.
I don't know. I thought it was gonna be another Ouroboros. Just play the delay game until your opponent draws out, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dynoti can afford that. Azur not really. Okay, back to Ouroboros gameplay, guys. Don't worry. It was just some technical issues, by the way.
We're back to Ouroboros action. Ouroboros on Ouroboros.
I mean, sooner or later they will realize that it cannot go on forever. But today is not this day. Alright, we are nearing the end of the 1 mana and 2 mana removal spells. Like right now there is no answer to this. Okay, Grimir, that's an answer.
Yeah,
so-
that's not an answer though, because the thing is he's going to still come back to playing Ouroboros.
Yeah, this Grimir basically said 0 mana draw a card.
Yes, what needs to happen here is for him to play Israfil and Evo, and right now Azir is just being stubborn, and
There is
we
the
actually get to see an Evo for once. Dino T is like, you know what?
Nope.
If you're going to keep playing that Ouroboros, let me play this out. I'm not gonna bother Evo in here. I'm tired of your
Alright, triple Bahamut.
shenanigans.
Is it time for Bahamut gameplay?
Is this Bahamut on Bahamut action now? Are we transitioning to that?
Well, you don't want to be the first one to go into Bahamut War, but Azur has this advantage
Oh,
that
looks like
he
he
actually
is.
drew more cards.
Okay, into Zeus.
Jesus, you can try it here. This way you avoid the... Alright, he won't
Oh,
try it here.
7 to face? Is this the aggressive play?
Oh,
Oh, okay.
I actually did not expect that. I thought he would try to do
Finally.
something with his Ouroboros.
I guess Azir is saying, oh, you didn't get to kill this guy with your Ouroboros. Okay, well, it's time for me to punish you. This is actually a pretty big punish.
I mean, Azur is not a bad player, and sooner or later he had to take the lead here because he, as I said, is 4 cards behind, and he cannot stall forever.
Well, I wouldn't say he was trying to stall forever. He was looking for an opportunity to see if Dino T would let up, and he did by playing the Izzerfield and trying to look for a hole, but instead it allowed Azir to come back from this. So
Do you
now
know what
we
the
see...
worst part is?
What's that?
You can answer this by playing Ouroboros.
That puts not. Yeah, actually. You can
I mean,
answer this
then-
with Ouroboros, and then,
then
but
we'll
you would have to
see-
Evo it.
Oh, that's also the way, I guess.
Yep.
Right, so he wants to stick to the Israfil. Well, my way of play was just trading Israfil into the Zeus,
Oh
and
no!
that's 10 damage to the face.
The gods have been outbribed.
Dino T is saying like, you know what? I like your play, but it's okay
I
though.
like
I
this.
got an answer.
Okay,
That's-
so what's the out? Like, Sybil is not an out, Bahamut seems like the only out, and
Sorrow is sounding.
And now we get to see
I would definitely love Azur to risk the Bahamut play much sooner, because he was and still is ahead on draw. His opponent is not even halfway through the deck yet. And you already have triple Bahamut, so there is pretty good chance your opponent doesn't have in total 3 of Bahamut and Zeus. Especially when you had 1 Zeus already. They are both playing triple Bahamut and double Zeus.
And now that he doesn't have an Evo, Azir is just slowly falling behind in this game of trading.
Yeah, his Israfil is basically...
Yep. So here we actually get to see a 5 damage to face. Or an Evo
7.
doing the same thing. He's like, you know what? You Evo'd yours, I'm gonna Evo mine. Push you to lethal. So that forces him to play an Israfil this following turn. Or
Or Sybil.
Sybil and Rahab.
Yeah, but Israfil is definitely safe here enough, because your opponent is out of evils, and the highest burst in this deck is used for 5 or Ouroboros for 3 and followed by Queen for 4. So there is no bigger burst than 5. I mean, Ouroboros is not enough for an answer this time. Actually, there's no lethal for Azure next turn. Ouroboros is only 3 damage, plus 10 from Israfil. And does he have Zeus's left? I think he used only 1.
And right now it's getting very, very difficult and very long.
Fighting is so cruel.
Thank you, is a good answer every single time.
Fighting
See, does he
is
show
so
Bahamut? He shows
sorrowful.
Israfil, that's additional 2 damage to the face.
That's going to be a trade, actually.
But you still take 2 damage to the face.
Yep.
Sorrow is sounding.
And you have to answer this Israfil. You can pretty much ignore her with Rahab, because whatever your opponent plays here, he still needs... Okay, that's actually...
That can be a problem. He
Yeah,
still
that
has an
outweighs
Halo.
scale.
Now, interesting fact here is that he can't play their Dragon Oracles too, so he just drew 2 cards that are completely useless for him.
Sigil Rahab, yeah, that's probably the play. Rahab stops the board, you heal for 3. If I was Dino T,
My tempest shall judge you.
Premium, that's not really...
That's
That's
actually
not really the-
lethal?
That's good, but...
That's lethal.
Oh, it's actually lethal!
Yeah.
Oh no!
What are you talking about? That was lethal.
Yeah, that's lethal. But Azur had all these Bahamuts and he just had to risk it. Like, this is the trick in the mirror matches, right? When you see you and your opponent are playing very similarly, you have similar draws, you have to just go on the only advantage that you have at the moment. And Azur only advantage was the draw. So he had better odds of having the the triple Bahamut. He had the triple Bahamut with Zeus here, because when it comes to Bahamut Wars, there is also the Zeus that can equalize the battlefield, and Azur had 3 Bahamuts and Zeus. Like, the only thing that beats that is triple Bahamut and also the Zeus, right?
Right.
So Azur had it already in the hand, and Dino T, I don't want to calculate the odds completely here, but I really don't know the odds here, but he wasn't at the half of the deck yet. He had 22 and then 21 cards left in the deck, which means the odds for him to have those particular 4 cards were not that high. And
Wow.
I think that's what I would go for. Azur took the slower game, which I definitely do understand why, but
He was
in mirror matches,
he was losing out the card game anyway, so he needed to act and do something
Yeah.
about it.
and he had means, like, it's not often you draw 3 Bahamuts. Like, to draw 3 exact cards out of the 40 card deck, it's 1 out of 40, then 1 out of 39, and 1 out of 38, right?
Right.
And that's not a lot of chances. That's definitely not a lot of chances. I mean, then that's in first 3 cards, of course.
Yeah.
But they had a bit more draw.
Alright, so next up we have Luminous versus the 7th. Oof, that was a long game.
Yeah, that definitely was. I hope you guys spammed your resident sleepers enough. And because that was probably the only opportunity to spam those. Again, the 7th versus... Richie?
I'm sorry?
The 7th versus
Luminous.
Luminous. Alright, we haven't seen Luminous yet. He's bringing mid-range Shadow. He is bringing Ram Dragon. Is there a single person without Ram Dragon here?
I think most of everyone here is playing a Ramp Dragon.
Yeah, and there is also Aegis Heaven. Wait, I'm seeing Conjuring Rune. What's Conjuring Rune?
Conjuring Rune? It's just a bunch of
That's-
snowmans.
Yeah. Ah, with Conjuring Force.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
He made it pretty far with that deck. It's pretty impressive. So this is going to be an interesting match that we'll see between the 7th versus Luminous.
Right, so let's check the Luminous decks in... Wait, why is there a Forest Craft? Luminous, Shadowcraft, Durant Shadow. Why is there Forest? Oh, I see the 7th is bringing Forest, right?
Yep.
So...
And his force is banned once again.
I see. Let's see what was in this Forest.
It's pretty interesting that in the Forest matchup in the top 16, it's actually one of the strongest. But when it does in Swiss, it doesn't do well. So it was pretty interesting to see that people are actually banning out the 7th Forest list than anything. I think this is like they keep banning, they keep targeting the Forest from the 7th at the moment.
Whoa, that deck is crazy. It has Dark Angel Olivia and triple Crystalia Erin and triple Tia. That's like tons of Evo points. That's additional 9 Evo points.
I guess I can understand why they're afraid of that list. They're like, oh my god, that's a lot of Evos. I don't want to deal with that right now, because it looks like a long match. So they're going out with a shorter match with his Forest, his Shadow, and Blood.
And we already saw the 7th. So just a reminder, his Shadow is the mid-rangey aggro mix, like with only one Goblin Princess with only one Immortal Tain. Playing double Necro Assassin though, which is pretty cool. Also decided to play triple Spartoid Sandrot and double Sword Squasher instead of, the other way. Also playing Goblin with just one copy, but I didn't really think this one Goblin matters that much, but if he draws it, it will matter on turn 1. And his Vengeance Blood is pretty standard, like just your typical Vengeance list with Alucard. That's the only addition, which we all love. Alucard is one of my favorite cards. I always try to fit it in my decks. Right, and his opponent is Luminous, right?
Yep.
What was the ban for Luminous?
Not yet. Just trying to see if the room matches up. So the bans are, again, 7th Force is banned and Luminous Dragon is banned.
Oh, finally a ban on Dragon. So he will be playing Midrange Shadow and Aegis Heaven. Not banning Heaven, definitely, because your Vengeance Blood is something that deals with Heaven most of the times very easily, because all the removal is limited to 3 health. And when you are playing Vengeance Blood, everything has 4 health.
Right now we're waiting for Luminous to make the room and allowing the spectator to allow to watch. Trying to see if I actually have this person in my list. Do. Right here.
Did we see already Luminous in play? I think we did, right? Right, so his decks should be known, but I think his Heaven was actually banned the other time.
The other time, but his Dragon right now is being banned.
So to closer you guys some Heaven list, it's triple Aegis over the double Aegis, which I definitely approve. It's double Angel of the World to, I don't know what exactly is it aiming at. Like there are other 3-drops you can play, like Prism, Priestess. There is even Divine Birdsong that is fine, but I guess he prefers the Angel of the World. That's still a good answer to aggro decks. His other cards are pretty standard. We see 1 Monastic Holy Water, 1 Test of Strength, with no fetch, so this test of strength will rarely come into play. Triple Cudgel, triple Tribunal, 1 Lion, double Doctrine, triple Themis, and over that only triple Aegis. So no curates, very limited healing. Let's see how it goes. Definitely will not be easy to play this Heaven against the Vengeance Blood, but I think that as long as you get a win against the Shadow, you should be fine. That's why I actually expect the 7th here to open with Vengeance Blood and target this Heaven. Because even if you lose with Vengeance Blood to... No, actually you don't really want to lose your first opening. But how does Vengeance Blood stand against this kind of aggro Shadow? I would say it's unfavored. Because this aggro Shadow actually plays Phantom Howls with Cerberus and also defensive cards like Death's Breath. And Grimir, also Zombie Party and Little Soul Squasher, so...
Alright, finally,
I think...
we got the match in. Sorry it took a while, guys.
It's actually first win already?
Yep. So as you notice, Luminous is on the left, so he's the host. So he should be in the bottom.
Why does he have 1 win already?
It's a bug.
Okay.
Alright, and here comes Luminous. Going first, either with his Shadow or his Haven. Most likely his Haven, and then his Shadow. Followed up against the 7th, going in with his Blood, maybe, into his Shadow. Once again, his Forest, his band. I think he's the only remaining Forest player.
Alright, we had 2 in top 16 if I remember correctly.
Mm.
So 1 got eliminated, 1 stands still.
Yep.
And he's out.
Oh, probably because of his client having to restart.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there is the daily bonus right now, so... I don't know if Cygames fixed that, but you know, sometimes it wants you to pick the daily bonus after the match, which kicks you out of the lobby. I mean, it was the case before. It's probably changed now.
Daniel T still showing and remaining a very strong player when he decides to start playing again. He's like, oh, am I being forgotten? Hey, let me remind you guys why I'm good. and he starts to show it with the final tournament. He decides to go all in. That's hilarious. We also forgot that Daniel T is definitely still the king of control.
Well, at least on EU and A.
Yeah, only in NA. Well, technically SA. He's from South America, Brazil.
I see. In a way, maybe we could sneak a peek of some new cards.
We can. Apparently 7th disconnected, so we can wait a little bit here and show next card on the list from Shadowverse. So,
Old man and old woman.
yeah.
Worst name ever.
So while we're watching or waiting for it, we have the old man and old woman 3-drop 1/4. What it says is can attack 2 times per turn. When evolved, it's a Bane, can attack 2 times and still can attack 2 times per turn. There's a lot of interesting topic with this card, meaning that it's a mini Albert and everything. And essentially, with a high enough HP, and when you can evolve it the next turn, it can definitely deal more damage.
Yeah, notice that this is a Swordcraft card.
Yep. Essentially,
so
this can be, if you play it at a later turn, like a turn 5, and follow it up with a commander that gives him the buffs, and make him a 3/5, then he can practically go face for 6 damage, which isn't too
Yeah, but
bad.
even if you play it on 3, it's a 3-drop with 4 health. These are really hard to kill.
Yep.
So you can follow it up by the White General, which will give it +2 attack, and suddenly on turn 4 you have a 3-mana 3/4 that can attack twice. It's already Albert at 9. It just have 1 less HP.
Yep.
So I don't know. This card may be insane, but we'll see. We'll see.
We shall.
Oh, another.
Seems like the 7th is having technical issue.
That's unlucky.
Seventh having connection issues here. Wonder if everything is okay with him. Something's wrong with the room. Oh no. Guess we'll go back to drawing more cards. Next card we have, which is probably useless in my opinion. It's a 6 spell card, Draconic Lance, and what it does is destroy an enemy follower. If you play a follower that originally cost at least 5 play points, change the cost of this card 4. And on the words of Envy Bear, even I agree. Well, I wouldn't say I would agree, but she didn't agree to this. But I think she would probably say this is unplayable garbage. Yeah.
I mean, we don't know all the cards in the expansion yet. What if there is a card that says 5 mana 3/3, when you draw it, change its cost to 3 or something like that? Or 5 mana 3/3, this, like, you know, this card is in Hearthstone already, but what if you get a clone in Shadowverse? The card that at the start of the turn, if it's in your hand, its cost is reduced by 1. And what if it starts at 5 mana? On turn 3 you can play it, because it will be costing 3 on turn 3, and then on 4 you can play.
Well, you have to play something first that costs 5 play points or more to reduce it.
But originally, right?
Yeah.
So if the card is at 5 mana and gets chipped down by 1 every turn when it's in your hand, on turn 3 it will be costing 3, but original cost is still 5.
I don't know if that will happen. I don't think so, but we'll have to see. I still think it's an unplayable garbage for now.
For now it is, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's pretty good in Arena, I would pick it.
In any case, now we get to see the next match. We do see the pretty good curve coming out of the Haven class versus
Pretty insane
Blood.
curve.
And as I said before, I'm right on top with the guessing here. Luminous going with his Haven and the 7th going with his Blood. This matchup.
Yeah, that was the same I guessed for. Well, I didn't know what Luminous will open with, but it was definitely sure that the 7th has to open with Blood, because if he faced the Haven with his Shadow and lost, he could have a really hard time winning with his Blood.
Yeah. Blood would have a hard time playing against his Shadow. So winning here is very important for him. That is very unfortunate.
No, that's actually a really good hit.
That's good for him, but unfortunate for 7th.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
I want it. It's like
Bad for her. Yeah, that would be a disaster if the Devil of Vengeance was still here.
You will soon
Well, you're basically forcing your opponent into... Well, from what you see now as the 7th, it would force him into sacrificing both his bird and tiger to clear the Belphegor. But the casual is just enough to kill both of them here.
Yep. It's a little bit unfortunate to see that.
I mean, is there maybe a better play? Something like...
you're done for.
Yeah, that's a better play. Evolve the tiger, trading the bird, and then blacken scripture. I like that.
But is he going to do it though? That's the question. He's probably thinking about Do I blacken Scripture with the Grimnir? I mean, trading into that and then trading the bird into the 6/4, playing the blacken Scripture is the right play here. Oh. Do I have connection issues? Oh, okay. I was scared a little bit there.
Yeah, but hopefully it didn't interrupt the stream. Also, to keep the Grimnir, which is definitely important because, as I've been saying a lot, in Vengeance Blood it's all at 4 HP. So Grimnir on turn 10 is usually clearing something big like, let's say, alright, never mind. But, you know, you can clear Belphegor, Soul Dealer, Dark Eye Jammer most importantly. Anyway, having commanding lead, you have to be careful here because the Tribunal will proc next turn, so don't miss that. What else to be careful of? Judge of Retribution is not really a card you play around.
No. I think right now what 7th needs to do is he needs to play some where is his that 5-drop Dark Air
Dark
Jammer? There
Air
it
Jammer.
is. That's not
Getting
gonna help him.
pretty good pulls. No, I like these pulls. You just evo the Furious. Yeah, and I would probably go face with the wolves just to increase the odds of, you know, hitting the wolf. Because when you kill the wolf, there is no chance you hit the wolf. And there we go. Wolf ate the Tribunal. That's actually pretty good.
It's also pretty good that he gets to attack face before it dies to that or Angel of the Word, but you know, this is good. Oh, if he decides to evo here too, Heavenly Hound would be pretty useful. I guess he'll hold it out until he'll probably save that for Priest of the Cudgel.
I mean, he also needed one more mana. But I'm actually really, well, let's not say I here, but it's really good for the 7 that this Tribunal landed on Wolf, because if it landed on anything else, he would lose the stronger minion, and then there was also a top deck of Angel of the World that would immediately kill the wolf for free.
Yep.
So that was really terrible, and whatever it hit, if it hit the Dark Eye Jammer, you can piece off the card of the Urius.
Right.
If it hit the Urius, you can just evo over the Dark Eye Jammer and play the Heavenly Hound. That's 6 damage, that's not going face. I don't think you trade here. I will take all the damage face I can.
Some fun. Nice and slow. No!
Well, then again, if you take 2 more damage to the face, let's imagine that the frog goes face and the Themis is played.
Yep, just as you said that too, and the Themis is to play. Good job.
Yeah, there is the caster curse, but if you go on 4 HP, you cannot go for the double Razor Claw. But then again, for losing 3 damage, you gain the opportunity to deal 3 damage. That doesn't really calculate.
Fortunately, right now, this Blood player is having a lot of trouble. At the moment.
Blood Wolf on 4 HP.
No!
What else can you play here? The 7th plays Alucard, right? I'm pretty sure he does. Yeah, there are 2 Alucards. Super Boost, it's fine. It's really good here that he has this Spiderweb Imp.
Heavenly Aegis goes in here, but unlikely. Ancient Lion Spirit could actually help out a little bit.
I mean, that just kills the wall. I would rather go for Cudgel.
Yeah, I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
Cudgel with Cudgel, Angel of the World, and Heavenly Hound.
Yep.
Clears board and set up a great board of yourself.
That's actually pretty huge.
This is God's word!
Poor 7th.
What do you even do here? Like, look at this. 4 HP
I mean,
with nothing to do. Gotta get around this ward. You only did 8 damage. Kinda makes you wonder, why did you decide to cut yourself that hard?
I mean, the only thing you can do is draw the Diabolic Drains. I mean, that's the only thing you
Oh
can do right now.
no! What
No
three
play
cards you have in
engine.
here? That doesn't do anything.
Well, that green in top deck was unfortunate, but that's the only burst in heaven.
Your strength is formidable.
But
Yeah,
what
look-
3 cards could he have? Like, probably something that hurts him for 2 and doesn't deal with the board, so maybe Razor Claw? Maybe Blood Wolf? Maybe Soul Dealer would definitely be played.
Hmm.
It had to be Razor Claw and Blood Wolf. I don't see any other out. But in 3 copies, when he already played Double Wolf and the what else did he play? Did he play Razor Claw? I don't think so. So he had like triple Razor Claw in hand. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the game for the heavens. So yeah, we'll definitely see the shadow here. As Richie said before, it boosts your Swiss points.
Come on, let's play
So you
together.
want to get as many wins as possible, and Blood has really poor chances versus Shadow in most cases. They can just answer you with cards like, even, I don't know, like the 2 mana deal for damage, the Undying Crescent, there we go. It's not really played in mid-range decks, but it could be here, who knows. Well, we know that it's not here, everyone knows, because the deck lists are open. But still, cards like the Catacombs, the Ortrus, they are definitely not helping you when you play Blood. Because one way the Shadow can beat the Blood is stay on board, because Vengeance Blood cannot really do that very well. You don't have those cheap defensive cards. The only thing you can do to keep your board going is just play more cards over her. Cards like Soul Dealer, cards like Belphegor, Devil of Vengeance, they are all played over curve.
What are you hiding
Thanks to
inside?
the drawbacks that you can play around with.
Sure. But right now we're in the match with Shadow versus Shadow, and in general we want to talk about how in this Shadow matchup there's 2 ways of winning this. You either go first or have double Reapers, and that is very disgusting. That what we're seeing right now, and I don't know how Luminous is gonna come back from this.
I mean, Ultra sniping a Shadow Reaper is definitely a good start.
That too. I think that's the play that he'll have to go there before he trades into anything. And if it lands, it's a 50-50 chance.
Yeah.
He can land either one of the Reapers or one of the Skeletons. And here it is! Oh, there it is! Very
He
good
gets
start.
it. And that actually is pretty big because
Gotta take what
it allows you
opponents
to
get.
ignore the 1-1 and just go face. But killing 1-1 doesn't reduce any damage on the board, right?
Right.
You just go on the Reaper. And your opponent is in position when he's actually behind on health. I'm losing voice, I didn't drink much today. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that we'll see a defensive Evo here.
Right.
And defensive Evo puts the 7 is on the top, Luminous is on the bottom. So Luminous is in position right now that even if his board gets cleared, or rather as long as the Prince Catacomb dies, he can trade his minions to get 6 shadows in total that will allow him to play the Death's Breath.
Well, at the moment, that seems like...
Today we battle.
Yep. So Goblin Princess here helps him increase his chances of winning here. He can definitely start evening out the Goblin Princess to pull out the Goblin King the next turn to play, but he doesn't really have much of any way to get rid of this this
I see.
6/6. here.
I disagree with this Evo. I would Evo the Shadow Reaper.
Why is that?
I mean, to make it more durable, and you didn't really need to kill the 3-1.
Well, your
I mean, then
option
again-
was to be either a 7/7 or being at 6/6, I think the
Yeah,
line of play here is that he
Yeah.
wanted to get the Goblin King out so that he can protect his Reaper.
I mean, you might as well do that next turn by just attacking, right? Because there is for sure will be something on the board. But what I see right now is that he sacrificed 1 health on the Reaper in order to reduce 2 damage on the board of his opponent.
Yep.
So the Reaper, like in practice, he gained 1 durability in this deal, right?
Gotta take what
Because there is less
opponents you
damage to
get.
deal with him, and still enough to deal with it, but
I'm coming
on the cost of
Barely.
3
for
cards.
you.
Well, you have to. There is nothing you can do. You take it.
And it doesn't feel good either when you have to sacrifice all of these cards to get rid of this.
I pulled it up.
Yep. And even then, I think it didn't matter too much on which route that Reaper would have died regardless.
Yeah.
The only
definitely.
thing here that's better now is that he still has that Goblin King in his hand that's still free to be played on. And regardless of what plays were done, it would have still went after the Dark Conjurer to die, then still play out the Goblin King.
Yeah, I would even say that the board state is exactly the same, because if the Reaper was like 1 health lower, because if he evolved the Reaper instead of killing the
So
the
in total,
Goblin, then he would,
he missed out basically about 1 health.
yeah, but he would have a leftover ghost that would kill the Goblin Princess. So the board state would be exactly the same.
Yep.
That's the illusion of choice, guys. There were 2 lines of play, but they didn't differ at all. Anyway, Soul Conversion draw is pretty good. You don't have any more Evo points to, utilize it on like a ghost or something. But you definitely need cards. Your current hand is very low value. What do you think, Richie? What can he draw? What can Luminous draw to come back here? Each turn?
Ector. That is the only card that can help him come back. And
But I don't think it will. I mean, that Ishtar is on the opposing side. That's not what you wanna see.
Ector brought him back. Oh god, why is that card why does it exist? Why is it such a better Otahime? Can we get a drawing of Ector dressed up as Otahime? That would be great.
I mean, but
That would
how
be
do you
great.
have the Ektar? I mean, it's not even hard. You just say that Ektar only gives +2 attack to those zombies, not on the current board.
We need an artist here. We need someone to draw Ector as Otahime and his zombies as the bodyguards. That's what needs to happen.
And Ektar with this pose, with like hand like this and with crossed legs, you
Yep.
know.
Exactly. On the horse.
On the horse, yeah.
Yes. Oh gosh.
Let's see the curve here. He doesn't have 3-drop because Prince of Cartagon got nerfed.
For now.
Yep.
But yeah, it's actually pretty good for the 7. He won a mirror. Now all he has to do is win this unfavored matchup, which will be hard seeing as the Ishtar is already in hand. I mean, unless we see the Devil of Vengeance or Succubus here, he needs a strong 3 play.
Let's have some
Here's
fun.
the Succubus, that's not bad.
Yep.
The Succubus will not be answered, this turn at least, and
Works us to the bone.
you gain the opportunity to play like Soul Dealer. I would definitely prefer Soul Dealer over the Belphegor here, if I was the 7. And the moment of suspense, is there a Vengeance proc? You might also be wondering if it's worth to proc the Vengeance already, or to let your opponent, hit you, and proc it a bit later into the game. Well, we'll see. Anyway, on turn 4 you definitely are not empty-handed. You definitely have something. You want to reduce your health. Like, Spiderweb would be perfect here.
This is my
And it is here.
Are my nice and slow. You're mean.
That actually helped him push for 2 damage there.
Yeah. So Prince Catacomb is literally 4 mana 1/1.
What are you hiding inside?
That
And that is
He's
essentially
played.
a 2/2 stabs for 4 drop. Feels bad.
Dance, dear bones of white.
it's so bad, guys. Don't
It
play
is.
Prince
Look
Catacomb.
at this. Prince Catacomb, turn 4, do nothing. Isn't
Yeah,
this
like
a
the-
great nerf?
Yeah, doesn't I think that the only way that Prince Catacomb comes back in power is that we get something really sticky on turn 3. And I'm not saying the Attendant of the Night because it's not really, you know, it's not really answering anything on the board. I'm saying something like 3 mana, summon 3 1/1s or something like that.
Looks like a pretty good trade here.
Nice and slow.
Yeah, playing around that Vengeance here. I mean, with that Vengeance here.
Mhm.
How will the opposition answer? Like, Phantom Howl must be right here. And that's a lot of Burst raise deck. And Burst is how you win against Vengeance Blood.
See you around.
Would you even
He had
this, or would
to.
you
I
rather
wish.
keep
I
it?
wish he had saved that in order to use Death Breath next turn instead of having to use the Phantom Howl to clear. I guess in a way he can't afford to take that much damage.
First of all, I'm really disappointed that he played the Skull Beast first, because that only summoned 4 ghosts and he needed to evolve to kill the Belphegor. If he played the Phantom Howl first, he would just clear the board and then play the Skull Beast.
I see. Well, you.
Well, that's
well,
the first misplay.
Aside from the disappointment and all, I think it's just more of a player preference that that was done by him. He probably wouldn't have thought about that play.
The world earned my wrath.
I'm not sure, but well, use Evo this way, and this Devil of Vengeance is active.
Yep.
Double 3-drop on 6 is what you want as Blood. The only better play is Dark Arjammer into Diabolic Drain, assuming you are on Vengeance.
Witness the power.
He will spend his last Evo here.
My power's uncontrollable.
Not exactly sure for what. I mean, on
So now he's
maybe
not
it's
going to be
Airbolt?
able to play the Death Breath here, but for sure, at least it gives him enough to play the Demon Lord Ector if this clears out. The only thing that sucks here is that he has to trade one of them, and then it ends up being 4 to the face.
Yeah, and Blood will definitely gladly take the 4 to the face. You could play even Alucard and go for 8 here if he has the Alucard in hand.
But the thing is,
I want to-
he should expect that the Demon Lord Ector to come next, so
Oh
I
yeah,
think trading would be the right play. I only say to go face for 4 because that's a potential thing or a move that he could have done. But the better, or if you wanted to go safe here, just to trade and grind it out.
I mean,
but
the
that's the
best-
question too. Do you want to grind out Shadow or do you burst them down? And essentially,
oh, you are the aggressor. Blood is the aggressor in this matchup every time.
Yep.
And the best play here is to top deck the Hungarian Colt, as he actually did.
Yep.
Or not top deck, maybe he had it, but he drew it. And that's really good for him.
now that's 4 damage immediately to face. Pretty
And
value.
if he has the, because we cannot really say that if he had the Dark Arjammer he would play it already, because the 7 had some troubles with his connection. So maybe it returned. I'm not sure, but
Let's have some
Succubus
fun.
is good
Nice
enough.
and
It will
slow.
equalize the HP.
Mean.
So the read is clear. He doesn't have any
This
2-drop,
head can't be taken.
and this will leave a 5/6 on the board. And the zombie. Alright, he gained the shadow. He was at 7, he gained 2 from the
See you
zombie.
around.
What have I become?
How do you counter that? Oh, that's why some people started playing Revelation in this kind of Blood. Like, I've seen the mid-range, which didn't play Soul Dealer, it instead played Blood Moon, and it used Revelation, it looked like
We are the
Maelstrom
chosen
Serpent deck
ones.
without Serpent. Alucard face, so going in for the kill. Another Ishtar is 2 of lethal, so he's pretty safe here.
Yep. He might actually consider playing Soul Commander. See if he can manage to pull another actor here.
Let's see, what's his best play? He definitely cannot get Shadows to play the Breath.
But this is
Guys,
the
so
only way
converting,
out.
let's see if there's Ishtar.
Oh,
No Ektar. Is Cerberus good enough?
actually, if he wants to, he can kill. He can go either kill the 4/4 or go face for 5/5. Use Soul Conversion on this, and get Death Breath because that's an effective 2
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah, that's actually the play. I think that's the play. You are on 5 HP. You can get killed by, well, double Razor Claw kills you regardless, but there is the factor of Dark General, which we haven't seen played yet.
I'm parched.
Also, we haven't seen any Blood Wolves.
Oh. Okay.
So I guess he's going in for the kill.
Outside of that,
I mean, Death's Breath was definitely safer play, but Death's Breath was not setting up the lethal. But it did draw you 2 cards, so maybe you would find another Ishtar.
see what happens. I think the answer easily for Death Breath would have been Hungering Horde. I can easily get
Oh yeah,
rid of it.
there is Hungering Heart.
But here, I mean, now it's either he has lethal here, and if he doesn't, he has to get rid of this word. So that's effectively lethal damage with Mimi and Coco. And he needs to get rid of at least the Ector.
Even if you kill the Ektar, Ortrus will give you additional 2 damage you need to kill.
Yeah, so that's what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Oh yeah, that's 11 damage lethal if he goes after the Ector.
How about taunting up with how much does taunting up matter here? Like the only taunts are the spiderweb imps. There's the Horde number 1. Can he play? Alucard will not kill him, so he has to try.
Oh no, but he doesn't know that he has lethal right here. 11
Yep,
damage.
and that will be it.
Oh
Luminous
no,
will
7, 8,
steal away
9, 10,
both
11.
wings.
Yeah.
Well, Luminous might still miss it, I guess, but that's his last hope.
Yeah, that was his last hope. If he had traded that turn. What? He missed lethal! Oh no!
I mean, that's still lethal. You
Oh, is
guarantee Ortiz on the
Oh,
that's even 2 damage more.
yeah.
I mean 1 damage more.
Okay, about to say, I was like worried there. I was like, did he miss lethal there?
Your strength is formidable.
Oh well, this works. I had forgotten that the Reaper gets 1 more attack. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I mean that would be missed lethal if he attacked with the Cerberus and then played Ortrus after that and landed on the Cerberus. That was the only bad situation for the Luminous. Anyway, Luminous beating the Blood 2 times. And that's, well, the Blood is definitely not the best deck when it comes to consistency. I think that needs some love from the new expansion.
So Luminous winning that match, and now puts the 7th into losers bracket.
All right, so that was semifinals, right?
Yeah.
Did we cover both semifinals?
Nope. I believe we do not this time.
So do we have?
Let me see what the the bracket is now. So we have the winners final with EXG, Dynotiri, and Luminous, followed by Azure and Rotjaw, and then EXG the 7th, and Luna is weak Suri. Luminous is also part of Luna is weak as well, I believe. No, he is not. I thought
At
he
least it
was.
doesn't stand.
No, he's not part of any team at the moment. But Azure, Rotjaw, and then EXG, and that last Luna's weak Suri is just final. So I'm going to check to see if they are ready.
Alright, so that's been a pretty good series. I'm from the new players I saw here. I think I saw Luminous in the CNTOC one time or something. I'm pretty sure I'm familiar with the name. The stratagem is definitely the EU exclusive on NA. Conquest team, yeah, I also never heard of him. MS JZ, also someone new. But I also heard that. No, I actually am not sure if I can share this information, so I will stay myself here. And yeah, other than that, yeah, there are actually a lot of new people for me, like Suri, Skate, Nibe, of course I know, or Nightbee.
Yep.
I'm never sure how to read these names because it's like different regarding the.
We just
the
pronounce
accent,
it
right?
as Skies. Make it easier on everyone. So, aside from that, we are concluding for our first shift here and going into the second shift. So, our second shift casters for today is MV and Mofu Mocha. So, we get to welcome back MV Bear for casting for the second half of the tournament, and let's see. Thank you again, Roxas, for covering for the first half.
Pleasure as always, and I hope I can appear again.
I'll see you soon. And
Have fun, guys.
we'll be going into intermission for a little bit until they are ready. So sit tight, guys. We'll be entering into losers semifinals, into winners finals, and then losers finals into the grand championship. So don't go anywhere, guys. Be right back. You might.
Welcome back, everybody, to the tail end of top 16. It seems like the beginning of winners finals about to happen between Dino T and Luminous. So it's your boy Mofu here, and along the side, I'd like to welcome back a very dear friend of mine. Hello, NB. How are you doing?
Hi, Mofu.
So what happened in top 16 so far? I woke up in time to catch round 3, but otherwise, I'm noticing people actually made it to top 16 with Rune for the first time in years.
Yeah, a few Haven players too. A few.
Actually, I've been seeing Aegis Haven specifically make it to top 16 really consistently for a while. I think like ever since the nerf happened, that's been like the main change of what classes have been in top 16 is just the consistency of that deck. Like every single person has been playing it as a second or third lately.
Mhm. Also with Seraph, like now that Lightning Breath is like not really as oppressive, you can play Seraph again. Dino T's even got Nep again. We haven't seen that in a while.
Mm-hmm. So it's Azure versus Rael gonna be the game we're gonna watch, it looks like. Oh, okay, never mind. I now remember how this works. I get this wrong every time. That winners finals is conserved for the end of the East. That's it's Azure and Rael. Is this the same Azure? The one that's the leader of Crimson Fencers? The 124 is, yeah, that's it. Because I feel like there's like 3 people with Azure.
It's a very common word, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So as like per the lineup that I had mentioned, like Haven is like he's bringing Aegis Haven as his third, and this is like something I've seen very often where Shadow Haven and Dragon is like the only change that the nerf has brought. Mainly just being that like a lot of people are playing Nephthys instead of mid-range Shadow. It's like a 50-50 nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, well, now that there's not a 10 mana, get rid of your entire WinCon card, like,
Yeah.
you're allowed to play it again, you know?
Mm-hmm. Suddenly it actually has like a good matchup versus Dragon, which I see a lot of people still playing Dragon. Mostly like a Saha Quill neutral build that doesn't really have the same like ability to just push to end the game randomly the way it used to, but it's still just like dumpsters aggro most of the time.
Yeah, Dragon still has that insane healing, that insane ramp. So, you know, if they drop Sybil, if they drop Rahab and Sybil, you know, when they want to, then it's still pretty hard to close the game out on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on the other hand of Azure, see, right, well, that's actually a name that I don't particularly recognize.
There's a lot of people here I don't recognize.
Yeah. Looks like he's playing Vengeance Blood Aggro Shadow and Ramp Dragon on the other hand. I've not actually gotten to see Ramp Dragon versus Aggro that much. Like, I gotta be honest, I haven't seen like many. I usually would watch Solek to gather information, like matchups and stuff, but he took a little break. So
Rest in peace, Solek.
Okay, never mind. The guy I was just talking about, Rael, is missing. The police are looking for him now, so we're gonna watch.
Oh my god. Some jokes are a little too far, Mofu. Come on.
Let's see.
That is interesting that he has Ramp Dragon instead of, you know, like Storm, like the pure Storm. Because, I mean, like you said, closing the game out without Zell is kind of hard now, so interesting.
I think we're across a lot of lists today. I guess the 7th isn't even running Dragon, and Suri's Dragon is banned. But I think, similar to what kind of happened after the nerf of like Dairy and Roach back in the day, the main like decks that kind of rejoiced the most from the change were aggro decks. And I think both Sword and like more aggressive versions of Shadow, which are now just running like Phantom Howls instead of Prince Catacomb. I think like because those are getting popular, a lot of people are playing Ramp Dragon just to try to instantly win versus aggro rather than try to play Storm and like have more versatile matchups lately.
Yeah, sounds about right. I kind of hate seeing Phantom Hell make that comeback. I liked when it was not really in the meta.
Yeah, you tired of the 5 damage from hand reach?
What do you mean? It's 11 damage from hand. What do you mean? 11 damage with no board? How do I play around that?
Let's actually crack open these deck lists.
So we're gonna go to 7th versus Surrey, it looks like.
Yeah, if I see anything, just I'll put it up. Either ways. I guess like another thing that I haven't really noticed is I think we kind of had it down to a science of last time what decks players would usually open with between like every matchup. It was Shadow and then it was Dragon, but now it's been like I think I get confused even trying to remember the general thing I've seen. It could also just be a DC opener.
You know, Mofu, another thing I've noticed looking at these top 16, if I'm wrong, correct me, but I think I see only one.
I'm sorry, you cut out for me. I heard only
one sword list in the entire top 16.
Oh yeah.
One sword, dude.
Kinda surprises me.
Yeah, it does. It surprises me, yeah.
I'm sure sword is definitely really popular in Swiss. I think I checked the number for it. It's popular, but I don't know. I feel like a problem sword just had that doesn't make me too particularly surprised about it not making it too far. It's just the deck is so linear.
Yeah, well, the faction really is linear.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really anything you can do in Sword that isn't really predictable.
Yeah. You just kind of curve out and hope you win, which some other mid-range decks are capable of doing when they go second sometimes too. Kind of like Shadow, which you might see here. That guy's already
got a pretty good curve.
Here.
The 1, 2, 3, 4.
And this is a series Daria rune that he's against, so having a good curve is pretty important here. Good that he went second too, because Daria tends to slow down a lot when it doesn't get that evolve on turn 4.
Right. Yeah. I remember Daria, when it fell off over here, was still being played a little bit in a few JCGs, a few Famitsu Cups. It's interesting to see, it coming back over here to the west.
I think I've seen at least
I don't know.
one
I think a lot of
person-
people hate Daria, but I like Daria. I think Daria's cool. I like Rune in general.
Me too. I think Rune is one of the most interesting mechanics, and even though it was the thing to hate back in the day when Daria was the most meta influencing deck, it's nowadays she doesn't do anything wrong. It's
yeah, Daria's fair.
what we once thought was so out of bounds for this deck to do is now just commonplace. And in this new context, she's cool.
Choose to go for the Grimner instead of the Bone Chimera there. I guess because he can't follow up with a Catacombs. Just protects everything here. Doesn't allow any to trade into anything on board. And 2 magic missiles have already gone phase too, so that 1 extra damage to kill that Grimner is not gonna be easy to come up with. Demonic Strike. Okay, alright. Well, I mean, Grimner did his job. He ate 4 mana, so...
Get that new Blood 4 drop in here. Just instantly flip the board.
Yeah, I know, right. I think he's deciding on whether he wants to trade or not, if it's worth it for him.
He has been
to be considering Catacombs. The new Catacombs at 4 mana, so...
You can see the Goblin interface here, but maybe he's now starting to actually feel pressured, and notices even though he Magic Missile twice face, he's actually still behind.
I think what that came down to was if you decide to go face there and they have Orthrus plus Evolve, you lose the game immediately. So, or even if you kill a Goblin, you don't really, with the Orthrus and Evolve, you don't really accomplish anything killing the Goblin, so you kind of have to go for that trade.
Hopefully he's going to have something, the Zero Cost Ogler is the start of it. He's going to need something that hopefully helps him clear a little bit more than just this. Even just taking out the Skull Beast alongside it would be really nice.
Zero Cost Ogler also kind of foreshadows Daria. If she's in the hand as well, it's pretty low as well.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. We're going in.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. If he has as you said, a backup Daria behind this, then it's a lot of tempo that he can potentially just generate next turn. Able to take advantage of going first to get those early spell boosts in.
Ooh. It was not a bad Orthrus. It wasn't the best one, but wasn't bad.
Something kind of rough is that he can't fully recover onto the board here. Ezra's faced with the option of just killing the 4-2, and I don't think that he would want to evolve this just to trade it into the Ogler and lose it.
I think he is considering evolving going face. I'm not entirely sure. I think if you don't clear something here, then you risk Ogler evolving and you're looking at 9. But
the next turn he has Death's Breath and just enough shadows for it, so banking on using Little Soul Squasher next turn could be a little bit counter to what he wants to do for tempo.
I do like going for a little bit of clear here, because you want to get that face damage. You can't just spend your turn not getting the face damage. If they flood with Daria this turn, then you would just throw the game. I don't think he has Daria. Uh-oh.
Golems is that last card, yeah. Well, Kaleidoscope and 2 Golems is...
Ooh, this Angel of the Word, though. Ooh. Is Death's Breath still better? I mean, you already get the trade with the... Death's Breath's probably still better. Your Skeleton already kills the 3-1 if you want to go for that.
Angel of the Word is tempting, because, like, how do you see the card and not want to go for this? But
Yeah, it's the 1 damage. You're like, I need this. This has to happen.
the value on it, though.
This does, I think Death's Breath honestly, like, effectively closes out the game. If he's not holding any kind of, you know, comeback like Daria in his hand, then this is pretty much over.
He gave us a huge implication that he doesn't have it, or maybe if he managed to draw one last, then he hasn't been spell boosting it the whole time.
I'll show you.
I'd say even if he's evolving face here, which Azure definitely has the leeway to, then yeah, as you said, even like a Board of Daria here, it would need to come next to a Levi.
Yeah, it had to have a Levi next to it, and that's it. Yeah, he's not holding anything good enough.
It's just with all the pings for 1 and 2 damage in Daria towards board, it's just not enough to actually answer any part of this.
Yeah. Daria can be pretty fast and explosive if it goes first, but if it doesn't draw Daria, it doesn't do much anything.
I never get enough of this copy pasta. Let's see. I actually wasn't paying attention to bans earlier because I was looking at deck lists. But that Daria loss means Azure losing center. Oh wait, have I been saying Azure this entire time when we're actually watching the other?
Yes, you have
second?
actually. Yeah, I wasn't gonna correct
you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I was having fun listening to it.
Yeah. Okay.
I was 7th and Surrey the whole time.
Homecoming casters, I'm sorry. Okay. So 7th. Assuming that I was saying 7th the whole time, like...
Yeah, just replace them. It's the same thing. Same person.
Just ad-lib it, just like white out it. So now, with mid-range Shadow out of the way, I thought it was weird because I was talking about how Azure had Nephthys Shadow earlier. God, he's in chat, that's so embarrassing. Okay.
I'm sure he'll appreciate it, it's fine.
Either Vengeance Blow or Roach Force is gonna be it. Alright, I apologize to him. That said, so it is in fact his forest that he's going to move on into.
Mother, father, come on.
Ooh, Forest. Now this is a faction that we haven't seen in tournaments in a long time, I think.
I think I've seen it at about maybe half the rate that I've seen Sword.
I didn't cast the last month, so...
Yeah. Like, post-nerf, I'd say it got more popular, but some of its problems weren't fixed. And this matchup in particular, I think, is one of those that was not fixed.
Yeah, this matchup is brutal for them. I know playing this on ladder that Force is at a big disadvantage, especially the way he's drawing. He's drawing absolutely useless cards going first.
Yeah. And this is Nephthys Shadow, so it's not like the kind of mid-range Shadow that can open slowly and then Force take advantage of that. Or, this is like... It can open...
This is literally one of the worst draws I've ever seen Forest get.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Especially going first and how different that makes EPM and Tia in the same hand. It delays it by the turn of mid-sea float.
Solid soul conversion synergy. If he plays a second one here.
Yeah.
that EPM is going to die to an evolved Lich, and it's not going to leave behind enough damage that Civil Injustice will finish it off. It's going to be a 6-3 at the end of combat there, which means the other Elven Princess will have to go in and kill herself on it.
Yeah, or he just decides to try to keep the EPM.
Ooh. Oh no, he can't even do that now. Grimdar's blocking.
Such negative
That's gonna
magic.
force either a Dance of Death or a Jungle Warden, or he's gonna eat 6 face for free.
I think maybe he decides, my opponent snuffed this, maybe I can take this
Forest is
6.
crying for help.
I guess he's gonna take the 6.
You're
I think the thing that's most rough about this is that the EPM's body is not difficult to answer. Basically anything evolving will probably get a value trade there. So if that's not going to the 6-3, yeah, he has a setup for Tia, but that doesn't in any way actually deal the 6-3 because it doesn't want to send the 6-6 fresh into it.
Right.
Or does he
It's
wanna
also
use
a
the-
setup only for Tia too. It's not like it's a setup for that Roach, because that Roach is not doing anything. His hand
Yeah.
is absolutely horrible for Roach right now.
No bounces. He could, in these following turns, try to get Tia going, get a value trade with Tia into whatever, the 7th. No, it's not the 7th, is it? Other way around. God.
Clearly a Zeramofu, come on.
Yeah. Into whatever Suri goes for.
Oh, Hell's
Unleashed
Unleasher,
is
that's
not-
actually a really good trade for him.
Yeah, I forgot that had an effect. I thought he played it for me only 1 second. I haven't seen this in so long.
One more mana than Attendant at Night allows him to attack minions and leave behind that Lich. Is he playing a Death's Ledger variant? Because it seems like he's playing a Death's Ledger variant.
I could check it out.
He does have a full clear here, though. He just plays double fairy into Tia, evolve one of the regular fairies, and then 2 evolves that turn allows him to kill both of them, leaving behind his 6-2 Eve. So, it's not completely lost here.
He does run Death Ledger, but I just wanted to point out for the sake of future reference in the history books, he runs Humpty Dumpty, like,
My man! Yes!
easy.
Papa loves gold!
Like 2 copies. I knew people ran neutral cards a lot in Death Ledger lists to like
Yeah,
guarantee the
yeah,
ledger,
exactly. Well, you have to.
but first time I've seen Papa.
I'm sorry, Tia.
You gonna mess with me?
Right.
You beckoned?
Something I was thinking about earlier was that even though he gets that trade with like Hell's Unleasher and all, it's like not too hard to get the Tia to crash into, but it does force him to use his second Evo on a fairy to trade into the Lich, and that's like all he's got left.
As I think the game is lagging a little bit. Or he's still thinking.
Thinking about whether he wants to Evo this Lich, maybe.
Maybe. Well, no, he can't actually. Yeah, because you have to end your turn to even have that Lich, because Death's
Oh,
Ledger
right.
gave it to you. Yeah.
He wants to instant speed Evo that Lich in between turns in the downtime, but yeah. So the 7th, or Azure.
It actually is
any-
connection unstable, yeah. Yeah, Azure is...
Yeah, Azure Kappa is connection unstable here, so unfortunate. I don't think he's really too far out of this game yet, just been losing value, so it could be really unfortunate if he has to take this to a DC.
So, I mean, if he comes back, I don't think this is 100% lost. I mean, he has a few options here. He's got an evolve next turn with Aaron, not this coming up turn if he comes back with the turn after that.
No, you're
Never mind, okay. That's rip in pepperonis, dude.
I think until the Nephless list that has shown what it has on turn 8, you can't really call a game over yet.
Yeah. Well, I guess we should ban Death's Ledger. It disconnects your opponent when you play it. It seems a bit too good.
It's literally the Death Note effect.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he got to stay in the lobby past the DC.
I imagine if he DCs, will kick him eventually out of it. So the score's 1-1 though now, right? I think.
Yeah.
So he still can come back and take it. So we just have to see if he can make it back.
I mean, Suri gets moved back to Daria Rune, and the 7th gets moved back to Midrange Shadow, so the original. Wait. No.
Well, no, he won with that, so yeah.
I swear.
Mofu
Casting
just woke
at-
up, everybody.
Casting at 5 to 6 a.m. is like the game and everything that you see happening in the game makes sense, and it's easy to cast that. Everything else is like, what time is it? Where am I? What's my name?
Yeah, what universe am I in? What are the players' names? They're all Azure.
What's my name?
Your caster Azure, you're casting Azure versus Azure.
Yeah, boy, Azure casting for top 6. Ugh. Who knows what even happens to that match, actually. Hopefully the 7th can get back in there.
I think Suri is the one who disconnected, actually.
That was Azure. I mean, 7th.
Oh my god.
I think I'm just like, at this point I'm gonna confuse everyone else too. It was in fact T7 who disconnected with the Ridge Force.
Okay. Well, Lobby kicked Suri, so I assumed it was Suri. Not bad. Or Suri left it, I guess.
Hmm. Alright, looks like the match is gonna continue down. Wonder what happened to the 7th there. Maybe that was just like a phone dying situation. Computer set on fire.
Yeah, it happens, yeah. Your cat catches on fire, runs across the keyboard, sets the computer on fire. It happens every day, right?
Yeah. Just gotta take like a quick 10 seconds to dump your coffee on it.
Yeah. Maybe he's on dial-up and he got a phone call, you know, really important phone call.
Yeah.
So our score is 1-1, so...
Mm-hmm. Daria versus Roach Forest. You know, I said that out loud earlier. In the midst of my mistakes, I didn't realize this is actually just like the old, like.
Do you remember? Do you remember how this matchup goes?
Gosh, I think I locked it all into the vault in my head of things I try not to remember.
This matchup is the epitome of a coin flip.
Yeah.
Well, okay, Shadow Mirrors before Nerf were probably the epitome of a coin flip. But basically, if Daria is fast enough, Roach can't do anything, and if Daria stalls too long, Roach wins.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because that's actually like more interactive than the.
Although Roach combos have kind of slowed down a little bit. Like even Roach decks, they run Jungle Wardens now, so they are a bit slower.
I guess when you mention it that way, I actually do wonder because Daria as a list has really not changed at all from.
It hasn't. No, it hasn't at all.
It actually didn't move a single card out or in.
Time for me to prove myself.
In fact, I think the only thing people are messing with in Rune is they're playing Lu and D Shift, and they're playing these new Enchanted Sword D Shifts, and that's like literally it. And Grimner, of course, because everyone plays Grimner, right?
Mm-hmm.
Forest versus Daria. It's been a while. You know, I never did think that I'd want to see this matchup again.
It's like, at least this time you're seeing two different deck lists. Right?
Yeah, this is so welcome, dude. This is so welcome.
And like, we are seeing the Tempest of the Gods golds that have made it into the list kind of showing up a bit too early.
It's knowledge I seek.
Ooh. Kraken to Clark, this is looking really good for Daria. If only we knew what he had in his hand.
Right. Mage does give him something to do this turn, but it doesn't feel good playing a 2-2 into a 2-3.
Did draw May off of it though, so I mean, if when that trades, May can go in and snipe a Rooney for free.
Mm-hmm. If he goes like triple Ogler out of nowhere, then
the game might be over. Yeah. Ooh, a brutal piercing rune for full mana.
Give him that spirit gun.
Oh my gosh, the perfect top deck. Okay.
You're done for.
This does help him get up the board. Maybe his next turn could still end up a little slow. He could, if he doesn't draw anything, he could save those zero-cost fairies, use the fairy circle, definitely. Try to get that Glimmering Wings off.
Well, the dream is to top deck Tia here, but he could also, I mean, he could pop this Glimmer Wings next turn if the pressure's not too high.
Mm-hmm.
Actually used one of his, I think, what? Okay, never mind.
Yeah, boy's going for the Floral Fencer Princess Mage.
Yeah, I think he is. I wonder why. I guess there's gotta be something. What? Demonic Strike again. There's gotta be some secret hack here. Maybe he's gonna draw Ancient Elf and he knows it. No? Okay, never mind. He can still pop this Glimmer Wings, though.
I think just glancing between life totals, he's like, you know, I'm actually kind of behind here. Maybe if I don't have a direct setup for these zero-cost fairies, I just need to put them out now.
Yeah, probably.
Still no setup for anything. Tempest of the Gods coming in.
Like, realistically, he could evolve one of these fairies, and that's not even that bad. There's no Levi to answer, then yeah, he's gonna do it, yeah. It's actually not that bad.
We just watched Suri use Demonic Strike to remove his EPM, so going back up to 3 health on a minion is pretty big. Knows he doesn't have Levi, otherwise he would have definitely played it last turn.
I think there's also like a sort of confidence instilled in you when you're holding Dance of Death and triple errands.
Uh-huh.
It'll work this time, maybe.
Atone with your life.
Woo, lad. Okay.
You're done for.
A little flood there. Makes me a little nervous that he's already evolving. Maybe that's the extent of that turn already.
Yeah. I think if he was gonna play a Daria, we would have seen one. He does get a full clear, though.
Yeah, that's really good.
So, well, May does have a 66% shot here. But it looks like Daria didn't draw Daria again. Which is... Darn it, Daria, you had one job.
Playing a completely different deck list now that it's not in the opening hand. Or opening draw.
He could play Jungle Warden, evolve it, kill the 2-2, and give May a guaranteed snipe on something, but if it 50%'s onto the 2-1 instead of the 4-1, then he doesn't lose Jungle Warden, but he basically does. I don't know if he's a gambling man.
He could Dance of Death and pray May hits the...
Just kidding, he's doing it! 50%. Because the thing about the 50% on May is even if you miss it, you don't lose the Warden. And enough piercing runes have been used already that it's not that big of a deal, I think. And May's just gonna hit the 4-1 anyway, we already know that. Ooh, never mind, okay. Interesting, alright. Yeah, May's sleeping, dude.
One little failure's nothing.
Angelic Barrage.
That would be so amazing. Oh my god, dude.
Peppo Easy in my life.
But yeah, here,
Oh
exactly like I said, you don't lose the Warden anyway. He's gonna have to evolve here just to kill a 6-1. That's, god, that's disgusting. And he's not holding Daria, so this game is over. I'm fairly confident in saying this game is over.
As you said, the Jungle Warden being able to survive there, that is actually the nightmare situation in like every game of Shadowverse is an injured evoed minion that you actually don't have anything efficient to deal with, so you have to crash something
is
into.
Alive, and then we lose. Oh my gosh.
Ugh.
I've seen the Daria brick twice now, Mofu. How do you feel about that?
I think I may have said this before at some point in history, in my distant memories, but that deck sure looks balanced when it doesn't draw the card that breaks it.
Yeah, definitely.
I probably said that like 8 times at least throughout the tournaments of it being everywhere, but...
The fun thing is, though, when you're playing triple Daria in a 40-card deck, I think you have like something close to... I actually don't know the legit math to this, but I think bricking twice in a row is very, very against your favor. Like, I don't think that's easy to do, is to brick twice in a row. I think you have like a 30% chance somehow to brick twice in a row, so...
I'd say it's like a crit fail on draws, assuming you're trying to mulligan for them.
Exactly, yeah.
So that is...
But that does happen, and it can happen to Daria, so...
Suri being knocked out by the 7th there. Despite getting that game on the George DC. So after that, I wonder if Rat Yell ever showed up, but I feel like those games should probably be happening at the same time. Otherwise, Winners Finals is probably the next thing that we'd be watching between Dano T and Luminous.
Do you know who Rat Yell is actually against?
Azure the 7th, right?
Yeah, Azure the 7th.
Yeah, the 7th in his
everyone
clan.
else is against.
I heard the connection issues around the side games here. I say I heard, but I'm just reading people in chat claiming this.
Huh. So the game itself is having problems? That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Unfortunate timing. This is a pretty prestigious top 16.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be not a coincidence. They're here to take out Richard's tournament.
Yeah.
Too many of these things happen every single week. They're getting tired of it.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be to the point where Rich is gonna have to host these tournaments from like remote locations.
Richie can barely cast at his own house. He's like a Wi-Fi right now. Like,
Yeah. I think it's unsecured, Richie. I think someone on the network is sabotaging you.
yeah, definitely. So right y'all has to drop, so that puts Azure against the 7th. Mofu, are you gonna know what name this
God.
is?
Oh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating.
How does Azure the 7th fight himself? I don't get
It's
it.
like Link versus Dark Link in my eyes. Like, oh god.
Oh my god, dude. So we got losers finals followed by winner finals versus and then to the grand final. So it's our top 4 here. Dino T, Luminous, Azure, and the 7th. I haven't seen Dino T in so long, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Dino T thrives when, like, if a control deck is slightly playable, Dino T thrives. Like, the whole time when we were just like, you know, mid-range Shadow or Ramp Dragon in the game at like turn 5, Dino T's just like, I'm not in that. I'm not playing that. You know, like. But now that you can play like Seraph Haven and like Nep Shadow again, he's like, okay, I'll play tournaments.
Yeah, I'll build Ramp Dragon. I'll send in my entire bank account. Okay. Dino T and Luminous is actually the next one we're going into. So, double Haven ban. And we want to play Dragon versus Shadow today.
Do we?
Yeah.
Do we
it's
want to
that
see
time.
Dragon Shadow? I don't know.
I think you chose a really good time to dip out. Because I'm so... Like, it doesn't even affect me anymore. Like, I've learned everything about what to say during Shadow Mirrors. About, like, what to look for. The signs. Like, the symptoms of a lost game. Especially seeing 3 Evo orbs usually means that you have to concede that one.
Take that L turn 2.
Yeah, just go ahead and...
well, there's a Shadow Warrior. Game's over.
Yep.
Or Shadow Reaper.
Lots of stuff like that. But Nephthys versus Ramp Dragon, like... It is a pretty one-sided matchup in the favor of Nephthys 99% of the time. But at least it's a different matchup.
It was in the ROB meta when Nep was still new and being, like, discovered. Ramp Dragon, when they play Bahamut and stuff, Bahamut sucks against Cowie. So, like, and then Dragon, you know, they didn't have Lightning Blast. They had no way of dealing with Mordecai. Yeah, Mordecai. And they don't want to play Odin, so, you know, duels never end. You just hit them in the face a bunch, and they die.
Yeah. And sometimes, like, a special man does come in with the Odin and realizes that he has to have 3 of them in hand at all times.
He has to always have them, yeah.
Yeah. There's what, like 6 cards for actually now like 9 cards that can potentially fetch Mordecai. Late Death Note, like triple Nephthys, triple Mordecai.
Yeah, actually, yes. Death's Ledger, if you have, I think you have to have more. So if you have 9 or higher mana, you could pull Mord, yeah.
Yeah, if you like miss Nephthys or something, then Ledger can actually just bring that out of nowhere. Assuming it doesn't hit Cowie or anything else, but still, it's like...
Right, yeah, because at 9 mana, you can hit your entire deck, so pulling the Mord would be kind of lucky, but...
That's all still like plus percentage of Mord coming out quickly, and then just have like 3 Odins or 3 Lightning Blasts if you want to
also
be
deck
that
thinning as well, you know, you have a higher chance of just drawing Nep and then switching that way.
It's just rough all around for Ramp Dragon. They can't deal with it.
Too many darn unkillable minions.
Yeah, I think we'd like some more of those actually in Wonderland Dreams. I think we haven't gotten enough of those.
More Mordecai-like minions?
Yeah, that's how I'm on turn 3 actually.
I like Carrot a lot. Carrot's one of my favorite cards.
Yeah, Carrot you actually have to pay for every time it comes back up.
Yeah. It feels like a safer version. Because it has to come from something and then you have to keep paying for it every single time, so.
Yeah. So incoming, Luminous versus Dino T. Dino T with the, as we mentioned earlier, the triple control lineup. If all three decks can be called control, some people want to call them this or Seraph combo. And Luminous.
I think if you go back to Dino T's history, he's always playing triple or double control.
Yeah. You could probably just call these control because it's him.
Yeah. He could play aggro shadow, and we're gonna call it control shadow.
Yeah. Face control. Mid-range shadow, Aegis Haven, and Ramp Dragon on the other side. I thought I saw a double Haven ban here though.
Shouldn't be banned. Losers finals.
Did I just? Oh wait, it is winners finals. Okay.
There are no bans. Yeah.
Okay, they sarcastically banned Haven. Now that makes sense.
Sarcastically banned Haven. Yeah. That's
they ironically banned Haven.
Yeah. You can't play Haven. I'm gonna play it anyway.
They jab each other's elbows with that.
This is the first time I think we've seen a Street Fighter leader in a tournament. I think.
I've seen one like
at least me.
Rare Folk Tales.
Have you?
Like, yeah.
I've never seen Ryu in game before. Definitely.
It's pretty neat, but I can't help but feel like I look up and I look down, and I look up and I look down. It's just there's something very off. They're very animated though. Like they have a lot more.
He fits right in. What do you mean? He's trapped in a little portrait just like Ares is.
Yeah. I mean, isn't this like what Street Fighter characters you always envision them doing, playing card games,
exactly.
like anime cards?
I mean, what do they do in their free time? You think they train all the time? No, they play children's card games. Duh.
Yeah, it's like Hearthstone, like the lore of it, where all these like horrific demons and possessed mages are just sitting down to play a card game. You're gonna hold that other Heavenly Hound, gonna have a chance to use it coming up eventually, maybe. Because area does pop. It's a lot of tempo for him.
However, Dragon is on 8, so getting close to that Bahamut range. But I think he just has to. Whoa, revolves the doggo. I got some symmetry poppers here. One looking away. They're both looking away in opposite directions.
I actually really like the evolution on Heavenly Hound because I think he could be playing around Wrath Drake there. I know that a lot of people have been taking that in at 2 or so. Knows that this does play around Breath of the Salamander anyway, so he gets around more board clears this way.
Right. Having a bunch of beefy 4 health minions is awkward. Unless, ironically, you're playing one of the worst base set cards you could have played, Conflagration, I think. 7 mana, 4 mana. Yeah, 4 damage to everything.
Easy.
Is ironically pretty good when you're not playing any cards. There it is. There's the breath, just like you said.
Leaves behind 6 damage on board, 14 health.
Leaves behind 8 damage on board.
Ooh.
He can't be Junned, but he can be Junned. Ooh.
Solid follow-up, actually.
So what I was going to say is you attack with the doggo, evolve the tiger, then Jun. That way that your tiger would get the attack boost and, you know, it'd be fine, it would live. But now that that's dead, it's not worth... You can't Jun this. There's no reason to.
Yeah. It's that clear, even though he still gets a little bit of damage in there. If he just pushes 2 more, then his Aegis has so much less work to do. So, just one Themis being an answer in his hand. I do think this is kind of the point at which the Dragon list around 9 or 10 will just start kind of slamming threat after threat.
He can Bahamut next turn if he's got it in his hand, but Arya's kind of weird with Bahamut because you just, you accelerate the Arya. So
right.
Ooh, Illyrial. Gonna pop his first evolve of the game, finally.
Get the little poke in there, a little 1 damage, love tap face.
Given just his hand, I think the Jun will just be slapped down here. Yeah, just remove Illyrial.
Luminous just wants to get up to turn 9, slam the Aegis on curve without needing to worry about anything in the meanwhile.
Exactly.
Could be good for him. Just like
it's unremovable, so
yeah, he could Themis anything this following turn, which pretty much guarantees he gets into resolving Aegis. He just needs to not die in 2 turns.
In fact, actually, Dragon has to get really aggressive here, I think, this turn, actually.
Yeah.
Or this Aegis is going to be a humongous problem.
Maybe a Zeus or something like that here.
Zeus phase.
Yeah, like what actually puts on like the type of pressure.
Zeus
Or
or
even
Genesis
just-
Dragon Evolve go phase.
Yeah, then playing the other one the next turn, and I can see that making it really hard to actually get an Aegis out at all.
Because Zeus and there we go. Wow, Zeus and Genesis Dragon are also well above the. If they evolve, they're above the 10 health threshold damage that Aegis will do. So it can't kill them.
Now contemplating maybe evolving it even beyond the Aegis. Doesn't really need to think about that just yet for this turn, but
Did he trade?
Ooh, trades.
He trades.
Well, these Radiance Angels can't deal with it.
Radiance Angel can't kill it. Yeah.
Lost in wayward ones.
It's gonna go for one anyway. Grimir's a good follow-up to Aegis, but he
gonna
needs
save
that
it
Zeus
for-
alive.
Yeah, he's gonna save the Grimner. Oh boy. This Aegis happens next turn. This pressure has to be insane this turn. Oh no.
No more.
It's no Zeus or
Dragon.
Genesis Dragon. He needs like a Forte. Literally a Forte of all phase. Oh no.
It's still. Actually, I don't think he runs Forte in this list.
Oh no.
Rarely do people do that.
Fight with all I've got.
Is Evo gonna be on a minion that just gets Nemist?
Well, I mean, this turn is kind of weird. I think you
yeah.
still commit to the Aegis.
Yeah, I forgot he could even. I forgot he was on Aegis turn. So I guess developing the board there is pretty smart.
Well, if you go into Aegis, you're looking at 6. No, actually, I think you have to Themis. Yeah.
If you take 6, that is 1 Evo
6
point
without
left.
evolve, though. 6 without evolve. So okay, never mind. All right, so the Aegis will evolve, kill the Zeus.
Maybe he doesn't need the Aegis. Oh, he does. What am I talking about? He always
Yeah,
does.
he does. Yeah, you do.
Not like Evoing the Tiger or anything actually like gives him a different trade here.
So he's looking at 6 on board. If Lyria evolves, she does 3 more. So
0 cost D shift and then hit with Rahab face for 14.
yeah,
Easy.
0 cost each. Yeah. Goes for a breath.
That's something, but
This Grimner. This Grimner.
puts him to 1 if he Grimners. Actually, no.
He's gonna have
Grimner
to
doesn't
evolve
actually
this
clear
later
the
on
Rahab.
Facebook through the Grimner's gonna clear it for free.
I think Grimnir doesn't kill over Rahab, which could be a bit of a tempo problem. He might just Themis here.
Maybe. Yeah, okay. Themis makes a lot of sense here. Yeah, you're right.
Hmm.
You can even plant one of these Grimners down, actually, and just prevent anything from happening to you. That'd be
He
the
plays
plan.
around Evo Genesis Dragon. I actually haven't checked if Dino T goes so far as to run Genesis Dragons and Zeus's.
Sybil's not quite good enough. 2 of them could be, though.
Well, it should be enough, but you know, our boy Chad over there, the golden 3-drop.
Make the world blue.
Yeah, he does have a Grimner. Another one.
You wishing he had a test of strength right about now, which wouldn't even work on Aegis.
It wouldn't even work, yeah.
Yeah. Very easy and very standard settle. I feel like Aegis Haven's... I've noticed this deck just sort of is starting to dominate against Ramp Dragon, especially the Salaquiel like neutral anti-aggro package, just because that anti-aggro does nothing against this. You can clear all of its board for like the entirety of the game and it still doesn't matter.
Yep. He just will always be in their hand, and if they get to 9 mana, they're gonna win if you're playing Dragon, so...
You gotta just change your archetype to Storm halfway through the game, basically. So, if that moves Aegis Haven out of the way, I think Luminous's other 2 decks were, yeah, Mid-Range Shadow and Ramp Dragon. And his Ramp Dragon is also a neutral package anti-aggro list, so Dino T, maybe he just kind of takes that loss and accepts it. It's Aegis, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, Aegis against Dragon, like, it's a bad matchup that you can't really, like, get to you.
Yeah. Don't let it get to you. Maybe he... A funny thing I'm kind of expecting to see is Seraph, I think, is a very smart deck to be bringing, though I haven't seen it really get that far in tournaments for a while. I thought it was going to be a really smart call just because if Aegis becomes popular, Seraph is a really good matchup against that because you win on the turn before. We all know how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, like on paper, it sounds like a great idea. I think that personally, I don't like Storm Dragon against Seraph. I think that you don't ever get a chance to play your Seraph against Storm Dragon.
True.
And if you run into any Forest player, I think you auto lose because you can never play a Seraph into a Forest player without a board up.
Yeah. I think Aegis is the same way against Forest, but just a little less. Because, like, well, you want to say Test of Strength will make you immune, but you died 2 turns earlier than that.
Well, you have Test of Strength as an option, and you also get to evolve. You can't evolve Seraph to hit something. You at least get to evolve Aegis to hit something, so... Cool. Okay. Classic. Alright, here you go, Mofu. You should be an expert on this by now.
Actually, this isn't the exact mirror that I'm used to casting because one of these guys, Dan of T, is playing this.
That is true.
It's a
That
little
is
bit
true.
new to me. Though if we're looking at this from the side of Luminous, then this is a hand that's very conflicting to keep any part of. Just wants to get that curve. I didn't see if he was going first or not.
He is,
Not.
He's not, yeah. It took a long time for me. Sains look pretty bad, actually. Well, the top, we don't know about Dynasty's hand, but...
yeah. Let's say maybe hope for Dynasty to have a 2-drop so you can pretend you have it to turn 2.
Ooh.
He slams it immediately. That is not probably going to give him too much value here. I think this just dies as a 1-1.
Bone Chimera coming out next turn, but if Dynasty plays a minion, like Kaiza, you can just use it to kill the 1-1 Shadow Reaper. So it might actually force a zombie party here.
Yeah, to protect it with zombie party, but... This could be the slowest setup for like a +1/+1 total Shadow Reaper ever, but he could go for it.
I think you have to zombie party here. I think it...
Yeah. Bone Chimera is just so bad.
In the situation, yeah, definitely. He can't evolve next turn though, so he can evolve the Bone Chimera, throw it into something, and then, you know, Shadow Reaper's 2/2, and it'll probably die, but...
Interesting.
Never mind, ripping pepperonis.
It lived as it died. A 1/1 on 2.
That made it look like a very fair card. It was a very, very fair card right there.
Yeah. Alright, doesn't Eva this feels he doesn't get any value. Double carrots.
Dano-T knows how to play the cards that I like seeing. Double carrot established. 5 mana.
Yeah, the carrot symmetry. Dual wielding Kaiser here.
Dr. Kaiser. He's considering killing the Bone Chimera.
Yeah, Orthrus is a rough thing to deal with next turn, even off curve a little bit, but you could also just be like, oh, I'm going first. Like, do I really want to use half my evolves before my opponent has used one?
Ooh, oh my gosh. Some of the top decks that people get.
Oh, this is a fair Evo. Wants to stop taking damage, and if he forces him, he forces Dino-T to do something about this Cerberus, he's just gonna get those shadows for Death's Breath.
These carrots could crash into Cerberus, but on 6 mana, I don't know, you can't Death's Breath. Well, you could, but you make a bunch of regular 2/2s.
It's a little late to try to get any value off of a Ledger. We've seen him use a lot of 2 copies of Undying Resentment so far, so maybe he's starting to run out of removal in his hand.
Nope, guess not. Mostly Grasp is an interesting way to get rid of that Chimera. It's going to choose to clear the board here. Feeds him a lot of shadows, though. Erd. To get another carrot.
He's got 3 carrots.
He does have 3 carrots. So a maximum of 4. He could play a 3rd Kai'Sa, so...
And then he just urges another one and wins the game off of the secret win condition.
I mean, on 10 mana, you can play 5 carrots every turn, so it's the best plan, really.
Yeah. And Bahama never gets to that. No Lightning Blast in the game anymore, but this is actually his entire win con. But
he does have to kill this Death Breath completely, though. If he doesn't, then Icter's going to be a huge problem, but I think he has Death Breath of his own, or a Cowie or something. The way he gained shadows last turn, I think he has a zombie party. Okay, that's pretty good.
Want to play?
I'm gonna pop his last evolve to make sure Icter is completely still okay. But, you know.
once both of these zombies, it's gonna come out to die. He does have to go for it, but zombie.
Fastest zombie party in the West, right there.
What kind of card game is this? Has this become that you answer a removal spell with a removal spell?
There's that ledger. Can't get Mordecai quite yet. It is lower. You know, Carrot really is just an undying zombie.
Yeah, this could be kind of rough if this draws him like a Cowie. Just kills that from his deck. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad, but...
It would not. Heal him to full, kill the zombies so it can't be used by Icter. That Lich, however, is going to die for free to Icter.
The real saving grace for Dino T here is at least these carrots just... You don't get any value trades off of running zombies into them, so they kind of guarantee a little bit of board.
Saving this last evolve really hard here.
You're mean.
So now he can pull Mordecai, but it wouldn't really do anything, because it has to pull it end of turn.
If he has enough this, then...
Well, Cowie Slap is pretty... I was gonna say a Cowie Slap is pretty good here, because it does stop the Icter in its tracks. And it pulled Mord! Okay, well that's good next turn.
He basically just played a Nephthys, actually, with that kind of pull.
Third Icter, that's brutal.
I'm taking you with me.
So much damage thrown face, but 5 of it just restored off of the Cowie.
This is still a lot of damage, though.
Right.
Not to mention you make another zombie also, so...
Throwing upwards of
It's gonna
12 if you really wanted to, but... Be at 4 health, if not for that Cowie proc.
And the disgusting thing is, too, he still has his evolve left. This Phantom Howl is still such a problem. Unless another Cowie is in hand. He needs another Cowie. Or a Nep to pull a Cowie. Okay, never mind. Alright.
Has another Cowie. Solid.
Good job. You may have to commit mana to it every turn, but carrots are actually pretty good at killing zombies. They just last longer. Pretty much.
Like, I'm kind of amazed watching these. Every time he plays one, that's an extra, like, even though this is a triple Ector, which is usually not, it's not even usually in the realm of possibility for any tech to really get over that, but the carrots.
Well, I mean, Cowie is really good against Icter, though. Like, it kills the Icter on the trade back and heals you for 5. So it's like, it effectively kills 2 of them, right? Because if the Icter, you know, had been alive to go face, it's really good, and that's the third. He sees it.
Yep.
So if he can live this,
extra like 4 damage off of the Ector's effect, but 5 off of the heal of Cowie means that his health total doesn't even really budge too much from where it was earlier. Most brutal thing is just Nephthys and last Cowie comes out.
I mean, that's literally all he can do, actually, because Phantom Hell is 5.
Yeah, Death Breath would be super appreciated here as well.
Well, I mean, Death Breath wouldn't kill the board, though. He kills the Skull Beasts, and Death Breath would stop. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'd be close because he has the Orthrus and the Phantom Hell, so Death Breath probably wouldn't be good enough.
We know he has 4 cards in hand here. 3 of them are carrots.
Yeah, 3 of them are carrots.
So those are 3 cards with no impact. He's got to have something good in those last 4.
You know, he's actually getting pretty close to Path to Purgatory at 21 shadows.
Yeah.
He could actually. Oh my god, what if he has Tyrant?
Yeah,
What
he has
if he had a
Tyrant lethal
Tyrant
right
right now?
here.
He'd have lethal.
I
what
wish
if
I
that
could
was his
alt tab and tell you
plan?
he had it.
Oh my god. If only that was his plan, he would have lethal with Tyrant right now.
Yeah. You can learn from this game, then he needs to put that in here.
He's got so many carrots, you know, it's the plan. It's gotta be the plan.
Yeah, what else are you gonna do with all those shadows? Like, Ghostly Grasp, which would be amazing here.
It would be pretty good, yeah. I don't think he has really anything in his hand, though. I think he would have played it, you know, solid 8-second rule in card games. If they're thinking this long about something, then
You got
they probably don't
nothing.
have anything.
Let's do this right.
This world and the next are unchanging.
Never mind, he broke the rule.
Are we?
Never
Kali.
Kali. Oh no! That
And
just
that's the
leaves
end
him
of it.
wide open. It's a great board. He's got a great board, but he's just wide open at 5 life.
Yeah.
Feels bad, man.
If only he had a test of strength.
I guess he figured that the chance of pulling Kali off that was like a last resort kind of play, and just wanted to make sure that, you know, if that fails, you lose. So
Yeah.
wow.
Unfortunate, considering like his list is otherwise like what 3, 4, 7, 8. Yeah, I think that's it. He he just literally missed the 1 mana point of that last Kawi. Unfortunate. It's not a loss that Dino Team wants to take either, considering this kind of sets him at the point to be knocked down into losers.
Ruler of the skies.
Mother, father, come on!
Pretty close game though. Pretty exciting for a Shadowmere.
Now this is a much better matchup for him as well.
Yeah, this is Dragon into Nep. This is exactly what he wanted.
I sometimes wish I could see his hand. Just sometimes I get that inkling feeling.
Yeah, sometimes. Like imagine if we could have seen it 20 minutes ago.
I am the mad
So
cyclone.
no ramp coming out in the hand of Luminous here. He has a very on-curve curve this time.
There's that Wrath Drake that you were mentioning earlier. Wow, 2 spells to get rid of a Grimner.
Ghostly Grasp animated looks pretty dank.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the drawback on that is Rahab's just gonna come down. Like, he is a card ahead because he went second, but I don't know if that was worth it, right?
Get that bump with Hell's Unleashed before it gets any stronger here. Yeah, 2 for 1ing for a 2/3. It's like, what was the danger that Grimnir was really presenting there?
Ooh, the Sybil. He can crash the Rahab and evolve the Sybil and kill the Lich. And then he's gonna force either an evolve or removal spell from Dino T again.
Lewis water.
This is a very attractive option.
Yeah, I think it is. Force a zombie party.
Maybe part of him is thinking about evoing Rob face so that the Hell's Unleasher, despite bumping it, is then once out of range again. Nah.
I chose
He's
to
gonna
do
conserve his
nothing here.
resources.
This does allow if Dino T's up for it to crash into the Rob evolve and kill the Sybil. I think that's what he wanted him to do actually though. Because that would put him 1 evolve ahead of Dino T.
All Dino Team needs is to have a pretty decent play on 5.
This is gonna
Is he
be
gonna
a
Ghostly
resentment
Grasp
into
again?
Ghostly. Double resentment. All 3 resentments are gone now. Wow.
Well, it's kind of like shows you the value of an Evo point is he gets the same equivalent total of clearing the board there, but at the cost of just like pitching 2 cards into it rather than using an Evo.
And using so much removal does save you the evolve, but your options are just they're dwindling. Like your hand is just now 4 cards. Ooh, evolves aggressively.
Your flesh and bones are mine.
Yeah, he's just going for these liches. Going for these zombies. Besides, this lich is not gonna die to Wrath of the Salamander.
Oh my gosh, this
Wrathdrake
dragon hand is
bodies
ridiculous.
Israfel completely bodies him.
Yeah. This hand is
There's
ridiculous.
a lot more where that came from.
Yeah. It's looking like past this Israfel, that's just a perfect clear for him. That shrugged off that extra damage from the Evo. Zynote's not out of it. In fact, that is an amazing answer to that.
Yeah, it is. But Bahamut is in hand, and
Nice.
he could actually just Ouroboros Blazing Breath that. There's a lot of ways to kill that. Yeah, Ouroboros Blazing Breath, yeah.
Master could eat you.
So Zynote really has to have a Nephthys here, I think. He wants to kill the Ouroboros, has to kill it, and also needs to get a Mordecai out. You're just playing Mordecai is okay. Okay, solid. He forces Bahamut with this.
He also go full. And Bahamut is actually kind of, I don't want to say bad, but not amazing. If you get 2 Mords out, Bahamut can never go face, so...
It's basically not there. If he can somehow stabilize a second Mordecai onto the board this turn. Having one in hand, a second Nephthys, double Death Note to search for it.
Mm-hmm. This is not looking good, though. Dragon's hand is insane. The absolute value in this hand.
Yeah. Slowly, it's just he needs a second Mordecai if he wants to deal with any of this.
Yeah,
he needs
it
it
he
to... Yeah, gotta make sure that Bahamut is not ever able to do anything. Its attacks are all pointless. Double Mordecai can trade into the body of Zeus, ideally. The Ouroboroses, when you still
Like,
take the burn
realistically,
damage, but-
double Mordecai is like his only out to this game, I think, realistically. Because of how fast this went, and because of how liberal he had to be with his removals.
Yeah. So I'm focusing on it so hard as I think anything else other than finding that second one. As you said,
Okay,
Ooh,
alright.
has it in hand.
Zynote takes the 6-second rule in card games and just throws it out the window, dude. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
He will take 20 seconds to make like the most obvious play. Like, so
Well, that's
Zeus, I mean not Zeus, but Bahamut can no longer attack face. It can only attack minions that aren't Mordecai now. So, well, it can attack Mordecai, but doesn't do anything. So,
Ice Owl. Yeah, it... Gosh. I don't think there's anything in his deck that will help him actually push that face ever.
I don't think he plays Odin, no. He definitely doesn't play Lightning Breath.
Yeah. So he's gonna play the Ouroboros, but I mean, this is just an 8 play point. Well, he does slowly get that drain damage from it. Even
This is a pretty big deal, though. If Dynasty has 3 damage in his hand, he wins.
Ooh, you're right.
Because
3 damage in
Mordecai is unlike Bahamut can go face.
3 damage in this though, in this list. Oh, I have it open. I've had it open this whole time.
He's
I
going
don't
face.
think
He's going
has
face. He
any-
didn't evolve for it, though.
Destiny calls.
Voices of Resentment. My lord.
He has 3 Mords now.
Yeah.
Show you.
Yeah, that Bahamut's never going face. Ever.
Alright, so by that play, he gets a lot of face damage.
And he does heal him for 3 there, but it gets rid of the possible 10 damage going to his face if that Ouroboros had evolved, so definitely, though, the quick play there. And, this is quite the board.
Yeah, to a dragon player, your opponent basically has like 5 Aegises here.
Yeah, this is really annoying as a dragon player.
Ready to witness my true
He's gonna evolve just to give it that 2 extra HP.
That's pretty good. But I've
Yeah.
never seen a Bahamut this ineffective.
There's the voice. He only needs 1 for the Bane.
Mm-hmm.
Attacks him
And
with
then
2
just-
Mordecais, and that's game. Duels never end, apparently, except when they do.
victory is a testament to your strength.
Poor
Doesn't
Bahamut,
it,
dude.
I've never seen a Bahamut like just that completely ineffective, but this
That
is
Bahamut did nothing. It killed a Nephthys, and that was it. That's all it did.
it killed a 5/5. It did shoot an Erd to give him some credit of what he got done.
Oh, that's
But
right.
yeah.
Attack card, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So Dynasty gets that win he wants, but yeah, that is a matchup that just works for him.
Yeah, that's the matchup that he could have said was free. I don't ever like saying a matchup is free in a tournament setting, but when you have 3 Mordecai's and Dragon's not playing Lightning Breath anymore, then yeah, it's for free.
So he's gonna have to climb back through this. He needs to win this mirror, then he needs to win this Seraph Haven. He's out.
Beyond the battle.
Mirrors could truly go either way, though. So I love the sleeve meta too. Just rocking the snowman sleeves versus the Granblue fantasy sleeves. I don't know many people recognize those. They're in the shop for free. The
People got
Granblue
invoked to the fact
fantasy.
that- yeah. I've always wondered about people who don't use sleeves at all. It's like, it's just story mode? Like, at least those sleeves look really cool. Like,
Yeah, the character sleeves. It's a pretty okay hand going so far.
Both players have had some ramp here. Ella gives him a little bit more. He gets the Draconic Fervor either way.
Relying on you, dragon.
I could see Draconic Fervoring here and then crashing in your Ayala. You accelerate Dino T, but you also put yourself in overflow. I guess he's not gonna do it.
He decides not to do it. Maybe he's like, it puts me at 8, and that's not really a big difference from 7.
Yeah, I
Alright,
guess you can't
well,
really use that. Sure.
He's literally fighting his reflection here. I think they've played
Yeah.
like almost the exact same cards actually.
Dino T gonna use that evolve.
Got each other.
I've seen this happen a lot, where 2 dragon players have Isla's facing each other. The first one doesn't trade, then the second one evolves their space.
Only
Like
in
a
Dragon
specific
would they be of
sequence.
it. Like they can't evolve until one of them have 7 mana.
Yeah.
Only Dragon games.
Gosh, crashes it in
Take a break.
at 10 next turn.
I've got to take a break.
Is at the magical 10. His opponent was available to evolve last turn, and he's at 10 mana. Absolutely insane.
Yeah. The entire first like 3 to 4 turns of this
Yeah. No one cares about early game. Let's just skip right to the end. We don't care. Just go full Dragon Ball Z. Start playing the big shit.
Yeah, just scream, charge up the entire like first episode of the fight.
This is quite the mirror.
And that was his opponent's at 10, so he probably doesn't want to commit anything too massive into a Bahamut, but knowing this deck, he probably doesn't have to.
He did also go for an aggressive face evolve, so if he evolves it with a Sybil, he's actually down in evolve comparatively.
Sybil shrugged off 3 of that damage.
He's gonna ramp himself to 10 next turn. Doesn't choose to evolve his Sybil either.
All must come to an end.
Alright. Breaths and just settles a little bit more on board, doesn't commit too much. He who Bahamut last laughs last.
Right. He is low on cards in hand, 4 compared to 8, but he does have very high impact cards. We don't know what Dino T has in his hand.
Alright.
But we do see some 3 legendaries and a Grimner. Might as well be legendary, so.
Yeah, it's a legendary 3-drop.
Mm-hmm.
Fighting is so cruel.
I was about to say, Sahaquil is a pretty good way to try to answer this kind of cleanly, because you don't want to be running Dragoon Scythers in just yet. You do have to deal with boards like this.
Yeah.
All must come to an end.
Both just clearing each other and taking turns here.
You know, I actually feel kind of like, I don't think that evolve points are really too important in this matchup. I think that players are conditioned to keeping them for years because of Zell. Like
Maybe.
now it's like
Maybe.
they're not. I'm thinking about like what are these evolves for, and it's like Zeus, and that is it. Like storm damage face, yeah, but there are times. Well, maybe since he has a million cards in hand anyway, then if he feels he doesn't actually have to evolve to get over anything. This is a Grimnir, what does he need to evolve
Right.
for?
He could also have options that we're not aware of, so.
Yeah.
Fighting is so cruel.
And we can visibly see from Luminous's perspective that there's no need to evolve here, he just has had options after options.
All must come to an end.
Get him, Grimnir. Get him, boy.
He might be considering an evolve here to dodge Grimner, and he didn't. So a reversal Grimner would clear the board here, which if you've got one is a pretty good time to. Yep. Okay.
Always.
And there is the option Demity has to evolve this to avoid another Grimner, but that's really bad against. Yeah, exactly. Because Demity knows that he plays Zeus, so.
Eyeballs works us to the bone. Bluest water.
Maybe his first evolve here.
I'm feeling it. You feeling it, Mr. Krabs? There it is. Someone finally evolved.
1 damage face. But Lyriel is actually really interesting to me, actually. Lyriel and Ram Dragon. Well, I guess it makes sense if I continue to go by the line of thinking that this is a very anti-aggro deck. Lyriel's pretty amazing versus aggro decks. Ever since Shadow showed up.
So sorrowful.
This might force an evolve out of Dino 2 as well. It did. Finally.
I will play a song of sorrow.
Alright,
Finally a break. All must come
busts
to an
out
end.
the special secret technique of
So I
the
imagine
Israel.
because you don't want to just crash your Zeus into this, you play Bahamut? Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not
Immediately.
a bad
So if Dino T has a Dragoon Scyther or a Bahamut of his own, he actually has pretty good pressure here. He's got a massive hand, so I imagine he probably does
Yeah.
have one of those 2 cards. Or even an
18
Odin,
cards into
honestly.
the deck.
Like even an Odin is good. Yeah. He's dug pretty hard.
If he doesn't have a Bahamut and 18 cards, that is so unfortunate here. But, as I said, there's a lot of things that answer this. I'd be amazed
A lot.
if he's drawn this much. In fact, he has so many cards in his hand that if not one of them answers this, I'd be very surprised.
We also know that he can have a very obvious play and slow roll it for 20 seconds, so...
Oh yeah, never mind. He's actually had the things we've talked about that he could be considering, and then he just plays like a very clear answer.
So I'm just waiting for the Bahamut to come down here any second, Dino T.
Mm-hmm. Maybe before he plays the Bahamut, he's like, or chanting like a summon quote in real life right now.
And a Zeus.
Maybe he was considering throwing this face when trying to play with it,
Yeah, I guess a Zeus into Bahamut's not as obvious as Dragoon Scyther would have been, or a second Bahamut would have been. Or he had all 3 options and was just considering, you know, what if this is not his only Bahamut in hand.
Alright, so Zeus. Followed by Zeus.
Ready to witness my true strength?
An evolved Zeus. You know, this actually could be a bait tactic by Dino T. He took so long that his opponent now considers that that was his best play last turn and thinks
That
it's
would
not
be-
to evolve the Zeus.
Yeah.
But in fact,
Grandmaster
Dino T has a
level.
Bahamut in hand.
Yeah.
Or Dragoon Scyther.
Actually, he has 3 Bahamuts in hand, and he just wanted to look like he did.
I just wanted to debate.
Or he still has
Oh,
them in
never
hand, but he's
mind.
just, like, continuing to. Yeah, this is good. Really good.
He actually, yeah. Okay, I mean, it's gonna heal a little bit here. Both players are now out of evolves, though. You know, if Dino T is not holding Bahamuts, he is in some trouble. But if he is, man, these top decks, he is very good at holding Bahamuts.
Yeah. In fact, he had it last turn for that Zeus, but he Dragon Oracled to really look like he didn't have it.
Really look like it.
Or if he actually just doesn't have it, then that is so unfortunate for him.
He's got to play it eventually. He's getting pretty low here. These top decks are also absolutely insane. I want to, like, he top deck Bahamut into Zeus. His options are open. There it is. Okay, there's an animated one.
Nice.
But that will get met by Bahamut too.
That's when he
Oh my
reversed
god,
another-
Bahamut into Zeus into Israfil? Chill. What are these draws? Alright, so that's the 3rd Bahamut of the game, 2nd for him. But Dino T still has 2 left.
The 2 left if we like, if we're actually behind him here. Ooh, wait. Sonic Wheel.
That makes
Into Zeus.
Fighting is so sorrowful.
Israel.
that.
Ooh, yeah, that's exactly 13.
Wow.
The bait continues.
Wow.
I don't have a Bahamut, don't worry
If
about
he's
it.
holding a Bahamut, I swear.
This man's actually like This
His
is the first time I've
resolve
seen,
is
yeah.
just ridiculous.
Maybe he has a sense of honor he doesn't want to be seen using it.
So sorrowful.
I just want you to know this man has drawn Bahamut into Zeus, into Israfil, into Sahagwil.
Yep, he's basically drawn with a very small hand.
He's choosing his
A,
draws.
Yeah.
He literally does not break the draw once in 4 turns.
Alright, out comes Ouroboros. But
This actually isn't enough without a removal spell.
if he aims it at it, then that definitely means he has something. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Well, he would have to, or he loses the game, so...
yeah.
Sorrow is sounding.
Iconic Fervor, but
Ooh!
slow turn.
Never mind, Sybil. No, not a slow turn, because he got Sybil. However, this allows Dynasty to throw that in, trade completely, and just replay the Ouroboros.
Mhm.
So it resets the board with Ouroboros on his side with a 6 health swing, so that's pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say that's great. The people like there's no banish in this deck anymore, so this Ouroboros gets to go forever. Even if Luminous keeps drawing these like massive win cons and board presence, it's not gonna trade at all into an Ouroboros every turn.
Yeah, he would need his third Bahamut, actually, to make a really good impression here. And again, Dino Teeth slow rolling these plays. He's not gonna replay the Ouroboros. Ooh. And doesn't play a Sybil.
Is he trying to go
This-
face here?
He's going face.
Ooh.
Wow.
Well, he thinks about it. Maybe says, "You know what? You don't have Genesis Dragon. You have Zeus. I saw it."
No way you have Genesis Dragon, right? Yeah. So Sahagwil Israfil does clear this board.
Yeah, it could
So
be
I
rough. He
think
has
that's
to.
gonna do that, yeah.
Yeah, he has to be at the end of his baiting for Bahamut here. Like, he has to have another one because...
So sorrowful.
Well, actually, no. If it's gonna be Sahagwil, never mind. It's not that bad. The board's pretty bad. Let's do something.
He's gonna Bahamut. It's gonna happen. He's gonna Bahamut his Zeus.
Like, the Israfil died, so they might as well at this point. Like, this is the end of Luminous's stuff. He is...
And
27
there it
versions.
is!
He has a second animated Bahamut.
Yeah, he's got 3, I think.
Yeah. Gosh.
Never didn't have it. And
Ooh.
that is... He's gotta go, he's just gotta flood the board. That's all he can do.
Triple fighter bodies.
Triple fighters. Grimner ends the game. And there it is. Yep.
Clean. Coming in fresh.
Oh my god. This man will hold... After watching him play Dirt Room, this man holds cards so long.
I don't even know if he really did have this Bahamut for this long. He has like
That's
10
the thing,
cards
though.
left
He
in his
mind
deck there.
games. You were thinking he didn't, but I guarantee you they were all 3 in his opening. He had them all.
Yeah, he kept them all in the mulligan. Alright, I don't see now.
But he evens it
Starhaven
up, though, so it's solid 2-2 now, so anybody's
needs to
game.
beat a very not particularly proactive control deck that does have storms at the end of its curve. Needs to beat that with Seraphaven. Now this could be possible depending on how much ramp Luminous gets.
Right.
But I think that this is, if not 50-50, I think it is a little bit in the favor of Seraph.
If he ramps a bit too fast, Seraph won't have time to do things. But if he doesn't draw that ramp that he needs, then Seraph will be, you know, while slow, too fast for him, I think.
Yeah.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
Alright.
We actually see him keeping a hand of double dragon oracles to solve that problem.
He just
I'll worry about
starts
cards
off
that do
super
stuff
sad.
later. I'm just gonna ramp the first couple turns, yeah.
Yeah. What do I need to answer? What is he gonna, play an Aria? Get out of here. Always solid to go first with a Sacred Plea.
Oh my god, that hand.
Alright. I have nothing to say anymore, actually.
Wow. You know, we said he needed some ramp, not literally all of it.
I think he has 10 play points on curve. Like,
yeah. Well, this next one is a little off.
yeah.
That actually slows him down a little bit too, because this could get banished.
Big deal if I can scripture it's this.
It does let him Fervor next turn into Dragon Oracle, drawing a card the following turn, though, and yeah, there's the Black Inscripture.
I was about to be like, that feel when your opponent is like swarming the board as you go first and you just answer with a Bahamut.
Yeah. So Fervor this turn, and then the Oracle next turn will draw a card. He could also just play Sybil and Oracle and literally be a 10 mana. But yeah, he's actually already at 10 mana. This is insane. That was a very fast ramp.
There's a lot more where that came from. A dance to make the world blue.
What in the...
Well. At the very least, if anything, it's a good sign for Dino T here. There's no, like, series of Zeuses or strings that's going to be going face immediately. So he has a little bit of time. Like, a range of about 2 turns, where he can just kind of keep himself together. Hopefully he has Seraph and combo on curve. Ideally.
Ideally, yeah. For his sake.
Yeah. Sacred Plea does pop, and
because he can just get Grimnard this turn. Man, like, what do you even do when you're playing Ramp Dragon? You can play any card in your hand. Like, what do you... Decision paralysis would hit me so hard here. Goes for a Wrath Drake into a Breath to clear this. Interesting.
He figures the Breath is not going to be very valuable anyway, as we just get it out of his hand.
Saving the Grimnard is interesting. This Wrath Drake just being the bigger body. Also, if he plays a ward, you can Grimnard the ward. And then Wrath Drake can go face.
So at 20 health and no Storm in the hand of Luminous, I think if Dino T has a Seraph in hand, then he's safe to play it next turn.
Definitely.
It could be ideal if he has combo pieces and the rest of his hand to pop it immediately. That'd be pretty incredible if he did also, but I think he can survive just a little longer, that he doesn't have to necessarily have all pieces.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really any... With no Storm in hand, there's not really any pressure here to do much anything.
Yeah, Sahaquil into the real. There you go.
Solid. Okay, alright, well that's pressure. Well, not really, actually, Bahamut accelerates Seraph if it comes down next turn, so...
If Dino T's got Seraph next turn, then it's super massive here.
Ready to witness my true strength? A dance to make the world blue.
Just to get that big body out there. 6 attack on the board if Seraph comes down, but I don't think you're scared of that. I mean, like, even if you get Grimnard, you only take half your life.
You're not gonna get, like, ooh,
animated.
It's got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's animated. Got that pulse. I swear, that's so trippy to watch. Yeah,
so unless he magically, you know, creates an Odin out of thin air for 2 mana, then...
Like, what does he got here? Just play the Grimneers and pray that your opponent can't do anything? Because Dino T doesn't have to have combo, he just has to remove a lore combo.
Yeah, honestly, he could just solve this, actually. If he just Themis next turn into even half combo. Like, healing player Themis is really strong. Assuming he can't just lethal.
Yeah.
Well, Themis healing prayer. You gotta do it backwards so you don't kill your own Aria.
Oof.
Is he doing that?
Quick Themis.
Dino T! Dino T!
Easy!
Whew. Okay, well, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Only
Bahamut is unplayable, you don't care about anything else.
Yeah, he just has to pop it one more time on his turn, since this turn is not going to be any lethal from them.
At 9, however, no evolves. If he has no... I imagine he's got one more accelerator in hand, though, the way...
Yeah.
You know, how big his hand is, and knowing Seraph plays like 9 accelerators usually, so...
It's either accelerate this, or he just has to answer Grimnir to not be in Zeus range, and he's good.
And there it is, the 9th, or the last one.
So very nice. I feel even if, Ramp Dragon gets that ramp as much as it pleases, the lack of being able to put down pressure, not drawing any Zeuses, it's like you gotta be playing Storm Ramp, I think, really, to have an edge in this matchup. Otherwise, just gets smacked.
Or even just have like Ouroboros on the board or something, like threaten that 10 evolve face damage, you know? But that, you know, Dino T.
Yeah.
Pushes on the grand finals.
3-2, manages to come back, reverse sweep it from being 2-1 in his disadvantage. So Luminous gets knocked down to face, I think, right, the 7th it was. The 7th beat Editor. 2-1 in winner semis.
Oh boy,
That is the
Dino
match
team.
we're going into.
This is gonna be a long finals. It's gonna.
Yep. I think this finals is definitely going to be very extended by the presence of Dino T.
Well, I think it took us close to an hour actually to do that set. That was 5 games though, so.
Yeah. So the 7th was playing some pretty fast lists. Roach Forest, Vengeance Blood, Midrange Shadow. We're going to see them all. I feel like maybe games will go a little faster when there's like some decks like Midrange Shadow kind of know if they've lost.
Seeing Vengeance Blood should be pretty interesting. I think it's got good matchups against what Dino T is playing, so.
Yeah. Vengeance Blood
If
has
it's fast
been
enough,
really
like
popular
Andy.
lately too.
Yeah, it has, definitely. It's pretty
I
much
just
all
wanna
it's on
say-
ladder, I think.
Yeah. It's taking over ladder like in a similar percentage, I think, to Shadow. That's just kind of how it goes. Something gets nerfed and it doesn't really get destroyed, then what's the next best thing to play is just aggro.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Alright. I just noticed the NG Shadowverse Open Weekly Champion from the 7th. I don't know why, but like that banner looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh like border. Like it
Yeah.
shows up like in the anime in the corner when like your character shows up.
Yeah. I feel it.
So something I kind of find interesting is like between these two, I wonder which one or whose lineup sort of has fares in like a better way to kind of deal with a triple control lineup. Because both of these players are probably aware that that's what they're going into if they want to take this tournament. I'd say one edge the 7th has is just the fact that he's running Roach Forest. It's like such a deck that's very poised to win in like almost any control matchup, and this
Yeah.
is the control matchup he wants to find with it.
Really similar, like not like exactly the same as D-Shift, but similar to D-Shift. So like, turn 7/8, it could just potentially do 20 damage to you. So.
Mhm.
So we can't see the dragon's hand for once. That's interesting.
Mhm.
No idea what kind of ramp he's got in there. Never mind. It's gonna
Has a
show
level
us.
one, too. Something that can be very brutal in this matchup is usually Dragon, I would say, is very unfavored because they don't exactly win the game with a lot of wards on board. So a lot of it can come down to their wards come out early game, like playing Grim Nerds or Rahab and the like. But that's around the time that Forest can just evolve over them. So once those wards start to disappear, they can't slam a ton of them late game, and Roach just gets a free pass.
Both players playing the classic turn 3 Grimner.
Yeah.
You're done for. Guide me,
I think EPM on 4 when you're going second is one of the best feelings that Forest has. EPM on 4 into Tia on 5 is like, love that feeling.
I would love the feeling more if it wasn't a 50% of games thing. like,
Yeah.
like sometimes you just can't because the game doesn't let you. Now noticing he does have a Fina in hand, so he can just kind of curve this out, continue to search for more roaches, and Nature's Guidance Zero Cost Fairies, he's basically already, if he gets a second roach, he already has the 14 damage on turn 7 setup that he wants.
That is true, yeah.
Actually-
And Sybil didn't evolve a clear board there.
Yeah,
So Fina can just kill this and 6 free face damage happens.
if he kills it with Fina and has the courage to hold the zero cost goblin, then if the zero cost goblin
Beautiful,
on turn
powerful,
7
and cute to visit.
is still in his hand, then
It won't be long
that's lethal.
now.
Like through almost
Mhm.
any integer of health.
I'll blow you away.
He just had to play something or he'll mill though, so I think you play one of the fairies
All
here?
must come to
Or
an
do you
end.
care about milling?
Let's
Yeah, you play
see.
fairy. Okay.
Yeah, just sets him to 14. On turn 7, his current hand, assuming he gets another roach.
Well, turns
He's so
6.
crude.
Yeah,
He's on 6 hand next turn.
Fighting is so sorrowful.
that's a good setup for it. Is or
There's
Phil
a lot more where that
sweeps this
came
board up.
from. Destroy our foes, sacred ones.
Ow!
Running away is okay. Such
Definitely not bad. Level to 6/4 also going into 10 mana.
Works us to the bone.
Mhm.
So actually, if he has Grimner in hand, then it's pretty bad.
He's got options for how he wants to play this current hand out. I think a big question to him is just simply if he can find a second copy of Roach, because that adds so much damage for him.
Yeah, definitely. But you don't want to look for it this turn. I don't
Yeah.
think so, because you can't kill. There's also the awkward dealing of Sockwheel here. She's a 6/4, and everything in your hand just kind of like dies on the back trade that isn't Jungle Warden, and you don't want that.
Gosh, there's no way to just kind of empty his hand without throwing away zero costs, because his low cost cards like Fairy Circle just rebuild his hand.
Well, he could toss out the 0 mana fairy, evolve Elven Princess Mage, toss it under a 0 mana fairy, throw it into the Sockwheel, and be left with Glimmer Wings that he could cast. But I mean, okay.
Ancient off turn, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like it is, yeah. Didn't use a 0 cost fairy.
Maybe his plan is just to try to, I should actually start counting, shouldn't I? I mean,
Yeah,
if
he's
the
saving his
government
evolve.
He's got it. Assuming no healing. But he does have an Evo. Yeah, it's actually at 16 with Evo. I didn't consider
Yeah.
that. The classic 0/0 Roach, bounce Roach.
If the Goblin Mage pulls a Roach.
Right. If he gets an Elfchild May, then this hand becomes...
Oh,
unbelievable.
no!
Ah!
That
Well.
is devastating.
Yeah, he's got no setup anymore.
Like the one thing that Zeus is good for, you know, the Bane is okay, but the fact that he leaves a ward behind, 10 effective health with no spell, is just... Oh my gosh.
That could be game deciding, just simply dropping the Zeus there. He doesn't have Dance of Death in this list.
Yeah, I think he loses right there.
eh.
That is absolutely unfortunate.
Alright, the 7th could look for something, but really, no matter what he draws, it's...
You can't make a
7
Roach 10
point
damage,
points.
then, you know, hit face
Yeah.
with another one. Like,
I don't think he'd play
Roach
8
is
cards
good, but
this
it's not
turn.
going to kill a Zeus and do... It's not going to do 23 damage with 2.
Right. He would have to spend an Evo and throw in the Roach, and then after that, would need something to deal with the 6/4.
And it pulls Mate anyway.
Yeah.
I lost.
Yikes.
Zeus got him. I did say earlier the whole thing about, like, you kind of have to play wards late game to kind of just stay in the game and continue to be annoying and difficult to kill, but Zeus is a really good one. It's not just like slamming
One of
little
the strongest
robots and
wards
stuff.
in the game, yeah.
Yeah. So Luminous is ramped now out of the way. It is I'm sure that is a matchup that feels bad for the 7th to drop with Roach. Aegis Haven's still a strong chance for Roach to come back though.
It is, yeah, it is. Chad actually enjoyed watching Seraph win for once. That's crazy.
Back in Darkness Evolved, chat would have like hated that. In fact, there's probably still remnants of people who absolutely hate that.
Seraph again. Guess our prayers are answered. Our prayers will be victory. Resident Sleeper.
Resident Sleeper, yeah.
Haven't won through prayers in a while. I guess I'll win through prayers again.
Yeah. I'd say if anything, it's exciting to see again, just because it's a win condition that we're not used to seeing like every game
Yeah.
like back in the day.
an alternate win condition that doesn't involve attacking face with a 30 attack storm
Time for
minion.
me to prove myself.
Yeah.
Mother, father.
I think honestly, I think people would be excited to see Albert in the game right now. Like,
Yeah.
as long as it wasn't Aether, just Albert, yeah, Sky Knights. Oh no, Shadow versus Forest.
Could be rough. Could be very, very rough. We know that
Very bad. Double mate though.
both of these players are bringing mid-range Shadow, so this is probably much worse for Forest than this.
Come on, let's play.
Actually, soul conversions that to prevent me from killing it, okay?
Yeah, I was thinking.
To snatch
Maybe
that
hit it on
card
one
draw
drop.
away.
Yeah, that could be easily punished by an ancient elf, but no, that does not have it.
Right, because, well, he couldn't play it on 3. He could draw into it, but...
it's turn 2.
Yeah.
I just assume if there's a May
It's
on
fine.
board that it's gonna get ancient elf. Like I'm conditioned and I have like my safety blanket getting ready to see it come out.
Yeah, I understand. It's cool.
You're mean. Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
You were mostly right anyway, because nothing was on the board because of soul conversion. He could have been punished by ancient elf coming down.
Yeah. Bone Chimera builds, plays a
It's a
second
bone
one.
chimera. Catacombs would have been really good there, but I don't think I've seen a catacombs all day actually. Maybe once.
Yeah. This mid-range Shadow list's only really one copy now.
Mm-hmm. First evolve going down, but you cursed him, and he doesn't have EPM on curve. Come on, Mofu.
Feels bad. He's got like 2 Maze he can play with, but like no bounce effects.
Yeah, but I mean, 2 Maze could be good enough because you can evolve this turn, and your Goblin Mage doesn't exactly kill herself on these. So with the double Maze and the evolve, you can clear these completely. I don't know if it's worth it.
Well, it's not like he's gonna get Playful Necromancer. That'd be a pretty hilarious blowout.
That would be absolutely funny. It always feels good to play a Yule against Shadow because they're like, "What is this card?" Even they go to click on it, like they don't want to read it.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen this card.
So sparkly.
He is gonna go for that though. It doesn't evolve either May, but instead just clears with the fairy token here. It's a pretty good board though. You know, it's Shadow Reaper proof. It's Orthrus proof.
Yeah, not evolving May. Let's keep one through Little Soul Squasher, but they're all gonna do this anyways.
My wings are
Yeah, too bad Liriel's pretty good. Whoa!
Dark Conjurer.
Does he have Foul Tempest?
Let's get into
Oh.
Dark Conjurer.
I got really
about
excited
to-
for Foul Tempest. I got really excited for Foul Tempest.
Someone
Oh
bring up
man.
in this game.
Because it would have been so unironically good there. Like,
Yeah, that would have been a
Ooh.
huge blowout.
a bounce for his maze. That actually
Wait,
lets him
doesn't even
evolve
attack
the
face.
Ancient Elf, kill the Tutu, and kill. Oh, I missed Two-Face, you're right. Aww. But he does kill Lyriel for free. I'm sure 2 damage won't matter. It definitely won't matter.
Solid.
I mean, let's be for real. Roach does like 30 damage on its own anyway. It's fine.
Mm.
Come on, let's play.
Anyway, he gets a ball and board clear. And unless Shadow has a Soul Squasher, this is a pretty good turn.
Yeah, Soul Squasher would just completely pop this balloon, but he really needs that specifically.
That's still kind of okay. I mean, your Ancient Elf still dies. However, Shadow no longer has any face evolves. They can't evolve for face now.
Right.
It's the pits for you.
That's interesting. Popping a Mimi on a May.
Life's fate is
He's scared of a second Ancient Elf.
He's just does not want to see this card again.
Thinking Aaron just comes down this turn. Go face for 1.
Would make a lot of sense.
Could go for a little bit of Roach Poke, but I'm not sure if you want to pop that Natures you just drew for some Roach Poke.
Yeah.
You don't get too much of
Can't
it.
set up Roach another time.
Yeah. Goes for the Warden instead. Okay. So he's gonna save the Aaron. Maybe he goes for Roach Poke next turn. What's his plan?
Either way, Aaron or Jungle Borden, they both take out 2 zombies on the way out of the Ictor.
Who just made an entire board on his own.
Yeah, no worries.
It's not gonna die at the end of turn.
We chillin'. It's like, what do you want to compare this to? Otohime?
No, no, it's only strictly better.
What is this, like a... What's her name? Elf Knight Cynthia? Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah,
like 6, 7, and 2 face? Don't worry about it.
Yeah, whatever. Have to evolve for it, who cares?
Yeah, this thing costs like 5 shadows, don't worry about it.
Oh god. Plays there and forced to evolve into the Ictor. Does just die though to 1 Zombo plus the Mimi he's still holding on to.
Yeah.
Or Zombie Party to make an entire board of Zombos. That's not good.
Kinda feel like maybe Luminous wishing he had like a Mahez right around now.
Yeah, that would be actually unironically really good. Yeah. Or even double Angelic Barrage. Sounds really bad, but
Yeah.
it'd be amazing here.
He'd throw anything away, Roach included, if he could just grasp that out of nowhere.
Now he's in the perplexing little conundrum of evolving this over that Fortune, but then you just get Soul Squashed and die.
Yeah. You could do it or you couldn't do it. Either way, something kills you immediately.
Damned if I do you, damned if I don't. Because it doesn't matter if you don't kill something to play around Ictor having space to come down. He can just kill something of his own and play Ictor. So
You're done for. Get out
Right.
of my sight.
I think you may have been considering saving the evolve for face damage, but I mean, rocking that 16 life. It'd be a different story maybe if you had 14 instead. Ooh.
I think actually, I guess saving it might have been... another thing about that is if he had drawn a second Roach there, then I think he had lethal on an Evo. But he would have to draw one right now.
Wow. Wow. Hubba bubba. Hubba bubba indeed.
Yeah. 2 fairies, Roach, Nature's Guidance, Roach is 3, 5, 6, right? And then you just Evo the 6 to 7? 3, 5, 7, 16? Am I 15? Am I wrong? Hold on. Not like this. That's 14 damage, right? 11 plus 3. And then you add 2 to that. That's like 16 somehow. I don't know.
Somehow.
Either way, he killed a zombie, and now that's no longer a thing.
Yeah, no longer a thing. No longer has an evolve.
Yeah.
Fairy Roach. Yeah, no, I think you're right.
No, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. When I said
Yeah.
evolve the 6 to 7, that was the mistake I made in my head. It's 3, 5, 8 with the Evo. So,
Yeah, 3, 5, 8.
you know, nah,
Wow.
he could try still. Nah, I'm just gonna put the EPM down and hope he draws the one drop.
Slap down that EP and end the turn. Alright. It's wide open.
Just gets...
Take me.
Yeah.
I think he had a Mimi. Yeah, he was trolling. Yeah. Because he had a Mimi. Still.
Magic. You're
Just plays the EPM kind of hoping, yeah, that Castelia Aaron evolve to...
Well, it was
like,
still, it was
makes
dead
a lot
on
of
board
sense.
because the Mimi was in hand.
Oh, it was,
Mimi
wasn't it?
was a 6th zombie basically. So
Kept forgetting about that Mimi.
yeah.
Yeah, he was close to having lethal, but yeah, if he couldn't survive, then that's just unfortunate.
He drew the 1 in. Well, how many cards were left? Like 28, 1 in 28, or 2 in 28 to get that Roach. He would have had it.
I was also talking about the wrong player. It was the 7th who really wanted that. I keep getting their names mixed up, but yeah. Well, the 7th could try again.
Could try again, yeah.
There's always another chance.
There is. It is best of 5, yeah.
It can be very rough though when you're faced on this kind of situation. No wins yet. The opponent at the point where they're just gonna knock you off a plank here. You could try Roach Forest one more time, but has a lot to do here. Where's Luminous's last deck again? It was Aegis Haven, right? Yeah. So 7th has to pull it through against Aegis Haven, but I think actually 3 decks that pose pretty decent matchups. Roach Forest, Vengeance Blood, and Midrange Shadow. I think he's favored in all 3.
for me to prove myself.
So Roach against Aegis sounds a bit better to me.
All you know?
I think this
It's
is
a much
very
better
solid
matchup here. Yeah.
Just because, I think, Haven, I mean, even here, I don't think Luminous even runs Test of Strength. I could check, I think he only ran one, if anything. But a lot of players are cutting it just because it doesn't really do all that much sometimes. It's hard to get it down on curve. But if they don't run that, they don't run Guardian Sun either, which, like, Seraph would used to sometimes. So with neither of those things, you just don't have wards in the deck anymore. They don't run, like, Snake Priestess or Temple Defender. So Roach is just a free setup for, like, every game.
Unless Test of Strength comes down.
Yeah. In, like, the cases that Haven can actually stay stable into Test of Strength Aegis, that's just, like, kind of it.
Weakens that Ancient Elf by a full stat.
He could be really greedy. I was about to say, he
Oh,
could,
no,
like,
no way.
May Roach, turn 4, May massive Ancient Elf, but
I am the Mad Cyclone!
I think he would have been rewarded if Grimnir was the play. But yeah,
Maybe.
it's-
Temple Defender could have been the play, and either way, Temple Defender or Grimnir, and you can't do anything. Your Ancient Elf just gets summoned, and he can evolve this turn, so...
yeah,
And is on 4, so Tribunal will be a problem.
yeah. Tribunal would completely blow out going for greed there. I think being able to trade into this Grimnir is just good enough for this Ancient Elf.
Yeah, definitely. Does its job.
Force that Evo up.
The problem here is that Ancient Elf is like, you know, while it kills Grimnir for free, his follow-up is kind of weak. He doesn't really have anything in his hand.
Right. This hand is kind of looking like a way you even do on turn 5 when I can play the cards I can't play. Just play a flat, like, Tia.
Toss out a Jungle Warden, I guess.
Hey, let's play.
I mean, I guess you can get ballsy and go for some Roach here, but... I don't know.
3 damage.
Is 3 damage even worth it? Yeah.
I think a Cudgel is the thing to watch out for here anyways.
Yeah, like 3 damage is not worth it, and then even if it was in your head, Cudgel is a pretty good punish.
Yeah. It's just so hard to commit anything here, knowing that none of it will have a very big impact on the body that Cudgel leaves behind. Playing the May there, it kind of makes me sweat, but he doesn't play the right chef. Makes a lot of sense.
And there it is, the Cudgel immediately.
Right.
You were done for.
I see.
Something that's just very beautiful about Cudgel and other 4 drops that remove on Evolve is just since they can clear choice minions without taking damage in return, even though you've stabilized the minion on board, it just doesn't do anything to it.
Definitely. I think that new card may become his turn 5. Dance of Death is not horribly useless here.
Jungle Wardens, even if he Evo trades, it's still
Yeah.
in Cudgel slash
Exactly.
range.
Cudgel slash Black and Scripture range. And you popped half your evolves.
Oof.
Your evil deed
Ooh.
ends now.
Yikes. Oh no.
Real battle begins.
Cudgel looking like he's just like discarding cards out of the
Yeah.
7th Sanctuary.
The Warden was only really protecting a fairy also. This makes it really weird. Does not want to play this Dance of Death on a Cudgel. Just like, he's
Yeah.
resolved to that. I will not Dance of Death a Cudgel.
Ancient Elf is a card that can do this, but yeah,
May
figures
Ancient Elf.
maybe
It's pretty bad though, I think.
yeah, not worth it to just evolve there.
Just pre-place the line. Like, here you go. I'm just gonna put this down.
Those bodies.
Erin's not a bad draw. She is unfortunately 1 turn away from getting that free evolve though.
Yeah, I think one of the roughest things is not being able to set up Crystallia at all.
Yeah, your
Even
Tia's just dead. And forced to finally Dance of Death onto the lion.
Anything with Ward, like the Heavenly Hounds that this list that I forgot to mention has started to play, could start to get annoying soon.
Yeah, he's had an evolved follow on play for third turn now. So.
Shrugged off some damage with a Frog Cleric.
This is the slowest bleed out I think I've ever seen a Forest player go. He does have some okay bounce damage though, but nothing to build up the Roach.
Right.
Needs like a Fairy Circle and some 0 costs.
Unfortunate that he's just not found anything to draw or search either. No Goblin Mages or Females. Or generation of low cost cards.
Right.
It won't be long now. Get out of my sight.
What in the...
And I mean, Seraph could just happen this turn. I can see it.
Mm-hmm.
And if not this turn, Aegis gonna happen next turn. Look, he's going for a Judge though, I think.
False idols.
Oh, wait,
Judge
John.
on.
Save our
Okay.
world.
Yeah, I think usually just knowing how Haven works is like next turn. Luminous' Aegis just kind of comes out of his deck. That's
You get a
something, but
Mage to build some damage here, but I think it may be too little too late. Because
might-
you can't just not kill Jun. Like,
he could like leave Jun alive, and then Aegis doesn't kill him. Have May and 2 0 costs in hand, and I don't think that's enough.
The forest
well, you could EPM evolve, get the 0 cost, play the May, and then next turn you've got,
is here.
you know, double
Guide me,
zeros.
Elder
Yeah,
Ancient
I
Elf
think that's
Natures. You'd need a second Roach for this to make any sense, though.
Yeah, I think it's an overturn 2 lethals at best, and it needs to draw something to set up the second one.
Definitely. Well, I mean, you did say last game that if he top decks a Roach, he has lethal, so if he does it again,
Yeah, that could
if he
be.
just trusts in the heart of the cards.
That could be huge. I mean, you can like use the fairies. Wait. we're
And
playing
is
them here,
instead
maybe here
gonna
already.
activate Tia.
Okay, I like this.
That is extremely weak to Themis, but a lot better against Aegis.
Yeah.
There is no.
So this could be really good or really bad.
Mm-hmm. I think it's possible that Luminous like maybe just had an Aegis in hand, but realizes like I can't play this, can I?
Mm-hmm.
Even just like Ancient Lion Spirit is actually capable of answering this board. Ooh,
And there's the
goes for
Aegis.
this.
But I think actually...
Let us conclude.
Oh wow, does he have the room for this?
I mean,
Because he has
if
6
he
damage
doesn't,
on board already. If one Roach can do 13 damage, there's no room, I don't think.
he
I don't
could
see
just
Ancient
throw the
Elves.
one
A
one
Fairy
blue.
Circle! He's gotta have it. There's no way he doesn't have it.
Yeah, this is a
There's
hand that has it
absolutely
if
no
I've
way.
ever seen one.
This is the hand that has it. Zero Mana Fairy into Ancient Elf into Fairy Circle. This 100% has it.
Mhm.
He just has to figure it out. I haven't figured it out, but I know he's got it. There's no way he doesn't have it. Absolutely no way. You need a 6/7 Roach. This is very... Come on. Zero Mana Fairy into Ancient Elf into Fairy Circle into Fairy Roach, Nature's Roach. Right? Is that it?
I think so.
That's the max damage with his hand, I think. That's lethal. That's a Is that a 6/7? I don't, that might be a 5/6. Oh, okay.
I'm
He's
seeing
a different way of doing it.
I'm the force protector.
Ancient Elf. I think throwing the
He's
Ancient
a
Elf down this
different
early
way of
takes away
doing
a
it.
lot of it.
So you go Zero Mana Fairy now into Roach, Nature's Roach.
It's a 4 or 6.
Into Tia. Am I crazy or did he miss? Am I crazy? I don't know. Chat will do it. I'm sure chat has somebody in the
Yeah.
chat who will instantly pause the stream and immediately know the answer to these extremely
10 minutes.
hardcore physics.
Someone's gonna
Yeah,
advocate
that
for
was the
that,
way.
yeah.
He might have been one off or something. I don't know. I trust him, I guess, since you weren't checking me. God, Ofu, come on.
My bad.
But I think for sure, definitely next turn, he's got it for sure. Through with MS. Unless a ward or test of strength happens.
Four.
Yeah, this
And
is
if a ward or
evolved
test
into
of strength happens,
Heavenly Hound, maybe?
or Grimner, like,
Yeah. A single ward would just be such a big deal.
although the 6-second rule, 6-second rule, he doesn't have, I don't think he
It's
has
not
it.
Dino T. Dino T
Yeah.
would just slam two.
Oh
wait.
my god, dude, does nobody in
Dino T.
Shadowverse know that rule? Like, why do they all slow roll the obvious way? Uh-oh. That has to
That's
be it.
definitely. Wait. Okay.
Well, I don't know, because now you lose 2 mana on the combo.
Let's Clown Fiesta count this. So, like, one of them definitely just goes in, like, right now for 3. To
One of them kills. One of them dies.
You just need the other one to hit face, bounce.
Yeah,
up.
no, you still got this, right?
Yeah.
Because
He
you can play
needs to have
you
a
can play
6
one of
in
them
the second.
twice. Yeah, you have 3 roaches in hand.
He's already at 3, so he just needs to play 2 more cards before it, which he can just do with the
Yeah,
fairies.
fairy, roach, nature's roach.
That's exactly it, yeah.
Can't miss this one. Yeah, can't miss this one.
Go easy.
Now we can wait, and chat can tell me if I'm retarded
Yeah.
or not.
Chat can tell us if we get a
And I missed, and if
homecoming
he
game.
missed it last turn.
Yeah.
There's sometimes
Make it
when a certain board and a hand exists, and you look at it and you say, "There's no way he can't kill him." Like,
Yeah. I see all the
Right.
pieces. It's like the gun's loaded. It's like
yeah, dude. It's like he's got
Maybe-
the hands and the legs and the head of Exodia, and he's not playing Exodia, right? Like,
yeah, it's not
not
automatically
announcing that I
activated.
win the game, or I'm just retarded.
Yeah. Either one of like those 2 things when I look at hands like that.
Either one of those 2 things. Okay, Richie, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that matters anyways.
Is
Yeah, it
fighting
doesn't,
and
Richie's over there
despair
like, oh,
all
I
you
need,
know?
need math majors in the chat.
Mhm.
It
I
doesn't
was trying
matter.
to count it, but like, every time I try to count a roach lethal in a situation like that, my stomach churns. Like
You're just like, you see
the
like
body knows.
you see
when
like
it's
a
trying to
rainbow out the window or something, you get distracted, like a little
Yeah.
fly goes by, and you're like, oh man, I'm sure he'll see it, right? Like, it won't matter, right?
Easy. This is the part where roach wins, right? So this is a hand that's like difficult to keep because it's got curve, but you need a Belphegor. I think
Mm-hmm.
opening Belphegor
Really
is more
abused,
important
yeah.
than having a curve.
Blood Wolf and the Succubus and yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is pretty okay. Well, I mean, Urias is kind of whatever against Haven, actually, since they can just banish it before they play any minions.
Mm-hmm. Spiderweb Imp is actually a really strong play, right?
You are my food.
It sets up Succubus next turn to be able to like still attack, deal 3 total damage in 1 turn, and it dodges all removal. Alucard.
Let's have some fun. Nice and slow.
Alucard is interesting for sure.
Yeah, it's not a card I've seen very frequently in Vengeance Blood.
And there's the black in the scripture. We knew he had it though, so.
I think it's still a really strong play he went for because his turn 3 plays a 3-drop that forces a turn 3 2 cost removal, float 1 mana, and then he has another exact like play 2 2-drops here. Cudgel's still amazing though.
This wolf can do 6 damage. Schedule has to banish Urias. Or, I mean, I guess it could banish the wolf.
Evil deeds
It has to attack the imp though, because of the health threshold.
Single digits.
I see.
Yeah, if he doesn't get rid of the wolf, and even if he does, okay, yeah, this wolf's gonna do 6 damage total. If it evolves.
Yeah.
You can just diabolic drain this, and then evolve the wolf.
The 7th, I think, like right here, really wants to just try to find something that puts him. Well, I guess he doesn't really need vengeance anymore. He's already gotten that mid-game or early game damage in.
Mhm.
So, some way to use this alley card as a finisher would be good. Like, he doesn't need the healing on Alucard ever this game. The storm is the most important part.
Yeah, exactly.
If he evos now, then the total damage pushed by the time he plays Alucard is 13 exactly. So assuming there's no healing in Haven.
Or a ward.
Yeah.
I do still think it's his better play, though.
Yeah.
Since the Grimner is kind of whatever, yeah. So on 5, he could. Ooh. You curse the mofo.
The real battle.
Or healing. It's a Razor Claw. Be a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Now the changes is like the difference of a lethal plant and now needing to get like another 3 turns after the Alucard to play the Grimnir.
And then he dead draws too. Devil of Vengeance is not very useful here.
Yeah.
Not with his hand, at least.
He doesn't have to worry too hard about taking the damage. Alucard will keep him stable so he can focus on face, but it's difficult to stabilize any minions here.
Mm-hmm. Especially going into 6 when he could just, at the worst, MS you, so.
Right.
Looking at his options here, I think he's considering, I don't know, maybe killing the tiger? Probably not.
Mm-hmm.
If you play Grimnir Devil of Vengeance this turn and he puts you in Vengeance, then you can attack with the Devil. But I would imagine that would just be played around. Lion's also pretty good here. You lose the frog and the bird, but ooh. Could actually just crash that tiger into the Devil of Vengeance and not care.
Right.
Oh, it's not gonna attack at all anymore.
There's a little bit of emergency for me, so could you take over for just like a quick minute? I'll be back like really quickly.
Mm-hmm. Just another Devil of Vengeance, completely useless here.
It's okay. I'm here.
Oh god.
What? You don't like my presence?
It's okay, chat. You guys can get through this tough time.
Hey.
This is really bad. Double Devil of Vengeance draws is absolutely terrible. He's gonna force a claw onto that tiger. Feels bad, man.
The world earned my wrath.
I don't think there isn't really anything you can do about this.
Definitely not.
What's the worst he could be here? John?
Let us conclude.
Oh, that looks like Jean play right here.
Ribbit, ribbit.
Yeah, I think it is.
False
Yep.
idols can't save our
And that be
world.
game. Good try.
Dark Gen coming in hot.
Strength is formidable.
At least he got his vengeance.
He did get his vengeance, yeah, at the end there. Rip and
Uh,
pepperonis, dude. That double of Devil of Vengeance draw was just so horrible. Like, this
He
just
didn't get to
the
draw
cards he
into
did not need. Yeah.
any Belphegors or Soul Dealers in this deck.
Mm-hmm.
And now we get a rematch. A rematch between Dino T versus Luminous once again.
Mm-hmm. Which was a close game, which should be good to watch.
Yeah.
They went to 5 games, if I remember.
Do you think Dino T would be doing the same lineup where he would be playing his Haven last? Or would he consider going first with it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it really matters. If it's gonna go to 5 games, I don't think it... Well, it might go to 5 games. It went to 5 games last time, so I don't think it
Yeah.
actually matters what they open with, so...
Alright, folks. Grand finals coming up. Last one until August or July.
Solid.
Yep. We'll watch in the perspective of Luminous. Followed by asking for CPV Fantasy to do the translation once again, since Luminous is Korean. So, how was your trip to MomoCon?
Richie, we're waiting for this game to start, Richie. This is not about me. This is about Dino T and Luminous right now, Richie.
Yeah,
Okay.
downtime though.
Richard.
Why
This
not?
is what matters right now is Luminous versus Dino T, okay?
Sure.
The unbridled madness versus the eternal wanderer, okay? Things that I do to promote the game in America don't matter, okay?
Sure. Ah.
So Richie, in a hypocritical questioning way, how's your life? What's going on, buddy? I think the producer can talk about, things that happens to them, right?
That's kind of awkward because
Hey,
don't
Mofu's back.
talk about it.
Sorry about that.
Hey,
Everyone I see back
Mofu!
Hi.
Hey, friend.
I
Welcome
stood up
back.
for like 2
Mofu.
seconds and I missed the whole game. Feels bad.
Yeah, dude. I mean, yeah, the whole series is actually over.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was a
New expansion's actually out.
yeah, the new expansion's out. Yeah.
Alright, I see people are now actually calculating that
Dude,
lethal.
chat went crazy over it. Like, they started spamming Miss Lethal, and then a few of them were like, "No, you're all dumb," and then they all started fighting about who was
Who
right.
fight in
But
the
it didn't matter because he
cafeteria.
won the next turn anyway. Yeah,
Mhm.
he just won next turn anyway, so it didn't matter. But because chat wants to pretend that small amounts of damage matter, Kappa.
At least in that game, I don't think. I suppose it almost mattered, but
Well, it was actually
just
kind of
came
funny
down
because
to.
the game where the two Mays didn't go phase, he didn't have lethal when he could have had it
Oh yeah, that was the.
because he didn't attack with the Mays. Yeah.
That was the game where he used the, or like
Uh-huh.
had commented that the evolve was the amount of damage you needed, wasn't it? That's
Yeah.
actually so unfortunate.
What if he had just hit face with the maze? Oh boy, the things that trigger this chat.
Mhm. I see that Luminous has made it. Also, if Luminous has made it, then that just simply means that Roach isn't something that Dino T's list needs to deal with. It'll just be a mirror. But Luminous had him at like 2-1 last time, so
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this matchup. They went to 5 games before, so.
yeah.
Good old rematch.
The good old back in it. I know Luminous has made it to top 16 before, but
Maybe Luminous can pull a Goms and reverse sweep Dino T.
Yeah. He's waiting for these players to snap themselves into shape. Luminous got a lot of them in line.
Well, they
here.
both have Let's Do This as their title, so.
Yeah.
One of them is not ready, but they're both saying they're ready.
Yeah, it looks like it's Luminous who's getting ready for this. Dino T's all raring to go. I wonder what Dino T has chosen to start with this time. If he felt that maybe you should just do the same thing, even though it was kind of close.
Dude, they are still arguing about that roach damage. Just chat. Shadowverse players get really triggered. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I mean...
Shadowverse players get extremely triggered.
I mean, he almost didn't draw the approach to deal with the Grimnir.
He won the game anyway. Who cares?
It almost mattered.
What the fuck?
It came very close to being in the range of mattering. It was really the May thing that I think is like, yeah, okay, I see that one.
Watch him go on to win the tournament, and then chat's just like hella triggered. Like,
Yeah. He made one mistake. Oh no, how did he get this far? I kind of notice the same thing in like other card games too. Is like people will be playing competitively and they make a single like tiny error, like just the slightest mistake in trading, and people are like, "Wow, I can't believe he's gonna win this game." It's like,
yeah.
It's like you miss like as a result of missing one damage face. It's like you should just be forced to concede.
Well, I think I
on the
noticed
spot.
that in like you notice that in Hearthstone chats because Hearthstone chats, but I don't think I noticed that in Magic. Usually, if like a top 8 person makes like a bad play in MTG, they're like, they've been here all day, they've been playing Magic for 10 hours, Like there's a reason they can make a mistake like that. But in Hearthstone and Shadowverse are just like, how did they ever get this far? How does he know how to turn his account on? How does he use a computer
Does he
like
even have his
this?
monitor on? Is he
Like,
awake?
absolutely, is he awake? Like somebody absolutely insanely savage, dude. Oh god, that hand is terrible.
Yeah, he got rid of like what 3/3/4 into 7/5. Oh yeah.
Yeah, into 7/2/5. Yeah.
And his 2 isn't even really a 2-drop. Oh yeah.
It's getting worse. It's actually getting worse.
Yeah.
Just draw a Soul Splasher.
They're so fresh.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really gonna scale off anything though. He tosses Catacombs. So.
Stop.
Alright. 2 damage face, but doesn't have a turn 3 to follow it up with.
Ooh, a double Aria. That's. Uh-oh.
No.
Another 2-drop, but is going to be run into. Yeah, rather than play that, it looks like he just.
Grimmir's okay.
Yeah.
Dab in your hand.
Just let his 2/2 kind of toss up to an Evo here. I think one of the rougher things about trying to play out a turn 4 when you're going first is just knowing anything you play gets blown up.
Yeah. Because if he hadn't gone for Soul Conversion there, he would have had 2 minions sitting there waiting to get cudgeled. So.
Yeah.
Finally a break.
So Cerberus evolving over this is not going to happen, actually. Instead, it's going to be Grimnir into Zombie Party.
Interesting.
I guess because the bird could have easily killed the Cerberus on the return throw. You don't exactly have a 6-mana play that follows it up amazingly.
Ooh, there's a Tribunal in.
Also, unfortunately, neither of those plays gets you into the shadow range you need for Death's Breath to matter. But he can kill both these if he tosses the Cocoa at the bird and evolves the Cerberus into the 4/4.
Yeah. And he can go a little late on the Death Breath if he wants to. It steals a bit from the Ecto here, which is probably better into a lot of boards. He's slowly finding a way to gain shadows.
True dat. And I think that was his plan, actually. That was a pretty okay answer for the double Aria. Because now, like, he doesn't want to evolve to kill this, and doesn't want to black and Scripture of Five where I'm just going to toss the bird in, probably. Dick's pretty deep for a Seraph, though. There's no way he's not holding a Seraph now.
Yeah. This is only drawing like more Tribunals and Sacred plays, but not too bad if he does. Alright, Death Breath instead of going for the Ecto.
Yep. So hopefully, I think he's hoping to get some face poke in here if he saves the Ector, but I don't know. Yeah, Cudgel is always a card.
It's so rough, yeah. Guy still has 2 Evos left, so it's not difficult at all to deal with Death Breath, nor does Haven really worry too much about it. If he has a Seraph in hand, he's already like
Yeah, not to mention, like, there's nothing on the board to pump with Ector. Anything he plays next turn will probably die to Tribunal, at the very least. Haven is basically a full health, and you know that he's holding a Seraph, so, like, This is really, really bad. Like,
Change your deck to D-shift right now. Or
yeah, either have D-shift combo in hand or you lose. Because all he has to do, Tribunal on the 2/2/2s, trade into these zombies fair, and then Seraph comes down and wins the following turn.
Does every copy he has animated, or is this just the same copy? I wonder.
Yeah, I think he just has nothing but animated ones. Well, he only plays 2, so he doesn't have to have all 3.
Yeah. Protect me, zombies.
Yeah, stop these golden wings.
Right. 5 cards in hand. Sacred Plea doesn't pop. There's a pretty strong chance he doesn't necessarily have it, but if he has a Healing Prayer, very high chance that he'll just kind of draw into it somehow.
Yeah. Okay, he doesn't have lethal, actually, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Dogma into Dogma is still pretty strong, though. Okay, never mind. Just cudgel to kill 2 of them. That's really good, too, actually. It can Zeeker significantly.
He can slowly win just simply by fighting back onto the board. It's a very solid strategy here. Still has that second evil all like this late in the game. So
well, third. But
yeah, third.
Victor Coco is playable here.
There's a lot of damage.
It is, but if Seraph pops next turn, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a Mimi? Oh, that was a Coco.
What in the darkness?
Stop!
I mean, honestly, even if he doesn't have lethal, he could just Themis this, and Themis is not even.
It's not
like,
good
you're not
Rimmer
even
is
scared.
officially cool.
Yeah, you drew 3 cards and you could just Themis. At the worst, this is looking really bad.
The worst case scenario is simply him not having it.
That's lethal, I'm pretty sure.
May you rest
Yep.
in peace.
And you play non-accelerators, yeah.
On so our prayers become victory.
There's like only so many ways that you can somehow not have lethal with like this many cards drawn in.
Yeah, exactly.
So good
But,
stuff.
I mean,
Meaning to
that's
pick up-
it's kind of what Seraph does, you know? Like, if they could just stall them. Also, Shadow had a horrible draw. Shadow's draw was just absolutely terrible. Atrocious.
Yeah, he didn't have an early curve, and if anything, it's just like, if you don't have an early curve, it's okay sometimes, because you can just play some kind of Storm into Yaktar, but not against such a fast-working win condition as Seraph. Like, I think that was even harder to really deal with, or try to... It gave him less time to push damage through than even Aegis would.
Mm-hmm. Penalty on Dragon.
Is fighting in despair all you know?
Go beyond the battle.
I find it really interesting, actually, that Seraph even was able to like so easily pick up that win over mid-range.
Yeah. Did he just mulligan Aegis and find it again? Oh, God. Interesting to mulligan Aegis. Is he going second? Because mulligan Aegis against Dragon is... You have no way to search it, and it's kind of like your best card against Dragon, so...
Yeah, it kind of guarantees this matchup, but maybe he just wants to get like answers first and then just draw into Aegis when you need it later.
Tendency really considering this mulligan.
Right.
He's already played this matchup once. I think he knows that he has to... Whatever his deck is capable of, speed-wise, I think he has to play this as fast as possible, so...
He's staring at 3 Bahamut right now and just keeps
Deciding which of these 2 do I don't like the most. It's a pretty good Haven card so far.
Mhm. All he needs is a solid and stable setup to play Aegis. That's this entire matchup one.
Yep. Without Zelda, go around Aegis to win the game, yeah.
I can't keep relying on you, Dragon.
Alright, no banish for this. That is a pretty big deal.
This ramp is happening too, yeah.
I am the mad cyclone.
And he played a ward too, so
Yeah.
it's gonna force him to ramp with this Ayala. He just slaps down Sybil this turn, or even plays a Fervor.
Sorry.
Yeah, I
gotta
think
take a
Fervor would be
break.
absolutely insane here.
Ooh, a Wrath, wow.
Ow!
Really hates
Yeah.
that Grimner.
This is God's wood.
Alright, Ranger of the Board coming in with that 1 damage smack. Look, that could be... I thought they ran
It's gonna be
that card so they could
incredibly
go
important
headshot.
later on, I'm sure.
Yeah. Didn't miss one damage here. But I feel like sometimes Angel of the Word can be very useful for banishing Ouroboroses.
It can be, yeah. Ouroboros has 4 HP on base.
I'm interesting he just plays that for tempo, just to get something out here.
Already on 7 mana, although 7 mana, your options are kind of weird. Like, you can't Ouroboros for free, but you can Sock Wheel something. Sock Wheel onto Angel of the Word doesn't really make any sense.
Works up to the bone.
Now the fight's begun.
Looks like both players are going to choose to ping each other for 1 damage. That's quite the gentleman game of Shadowverse here. Slap down Sybil too. Just overheal. Okay, never mind. I mean, only holding 5 cards in hand, starting next turn, and you're not holding Sybil or what is that card I can't think of? 5 mana spell, heal 2, draw 2, or heal 3, draw 2. Draconic Fervor. Yeah. You're not holding your 5 mana good stuff. This is bad for Dynasty.
Yeah. Maybe he has a Ouroboros and that'd be strong. Oh, he did.
He must have top decked that. Yeah, do a top
for
deck.
sure. Otherwise, it would have been his favorite thing to play in on turn 5. Or 5 play points, really. Maybe he's looking to just slam a Bahamut next turn. Could be pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It would be very hard to answer outside of Themis. Not holding Tribunal or anything. Although Beast Call Aria into Farago. Yeah. Oh, dog, never mind. Doggo. Yep, there's the Bahamut. I'm gonna crack the Aria though. So there is a little bit of board here that could attack Bahamut.
Mm-hmm. Something kind of rough is just the fact that wait, never mind. I'm making that mistake.
Whoa!
See. Ooh, blue Bahamut, rare footage.
That's wow.
This man does not want this thing to die to anything really.
That thing is gonna die so fast. Bird's gonna get 2-faced and it's gonna get Themis really hard.
Yeah, this bird's just gonna go in, get its money, and get out.
Well, it's gonna die a
Not
horrible
really.
death, actually. But
I like to think of it as it just like running away from the field. What is even actually thematically happening in Themis' Decree? It's like, I can understand some board clears, like Foul Tempest and Cyclone Blade are pretty straightforward, but Decree is just like a woman holding
you decree everything dead. I declare
It just
everything
happens.
dies. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is dead. Listen to me. Ouroboros is actually kind of weird to answer here. It doesn't have a non... It's gonna look for 1.
Lost in wayward ones.
I think it just uses an Evo point into it.
Just goes to full health again for no reason. Just be as safe as possible. Not evolving to kill Ouroboros. Ouroboros could just smack him for 10 this turn. And a Zeus on the backdrop would be... Oh, actually, you can evolve, never mind. A Zeus on the backdrop, though... Oh! Prevents this Aegis from evolving into the Ouroboros. Which means Ouroboros can then attack for lethal. So he actually can't play Aegis, but...
Yeah.
He does have Themis, so... Yeah, I think he is. Themis into Grimner or something.
You can pray that this hits Zeus. And
Okay,
it does.
well, I mean,
Nice. Very good.
Zeus. Okay.
Good aim. Strong mechanics.
So he could just evolve, yeah, and then double ward here with the doggo. Lightning Breath's no longer a thing, so...
Right.
He was able to make Heavenly Aegis a bad play, but...
Ooh! I forgot for a second. I was
Grimner
running
is a
through my
card.
head.
Yeah, I actually wasn't thinking about Grimner either. That's...
I was like, okay,
okay.
Wrath Drake Blazing Breath, Breath of the Salamander Blazing
Grimner
Breath,
is a card, yeah. I mean, Dynasty was able to make Aegis a bad play, and then Themis was the play. I think you had to go for Themis there. Themis into a ward.
Yeah.
But wow. Okay.
I can see some
I
incentive.
can't believe we both forgot Grimner was a card. Why did both of us not immediately say, well, Grimner wins the game?
There are some things
Like
you just
always.
want to forget, and so when you aren't staying.
Yeah, you
there
just
for
look in the
it,
back of it, you're just like, I don't want to
this.
think this card exists, you know?
Yeah. It's like you refuse to let yourself continue to think that that card is real, and like.
Oh my god.
But very rough is like wanting to try to hope that you can leave an 8-4 Ouroboros alive and use your health as a resource, but this does not work out for Luminous at all.
Is fighting and
That's pretty good for Dino T though. He's up 2-0, and I think he's in winner's bracket. So if he wins this, it's over.
Yeah, that tournament point this game. After Shadow versus Avon. He just needs to win one time with Not This Shadow across these next 3 games. And he's out.
Yeah. However, this is, he got this close to beating Goms once and never gonna let him forget this. And Goms reverse sweeped him, so we'll see.
I just has to do the same thing.
Solid Shadow plays, nothing to play the first 2 turns. He is playing Nep though, so he doesn't exactly have to play cards.
Yeah, turn 3 is the turn that I'd be surprised to see him skip, and he does.
Yeah, no attended him 9 is kind of weird.
I imagine his whole hand is like low cost removals then.
Because Cudgel is now gonna just get rid of anything he plays.
You gonna mess with me?
At least that Slugger kind of makes it awkward. Cudgel will still have to bump it.
Nah, Cudgel doesn't have to, he has Tribunal.
Oh, right. You noticed. I'd say one of the nice things about Death Ledger is the generation of 2 bodies allows you to just kind of play the card and then your opponent has to play answers to them or revolve over them. Then you can actually just play on curve on turn 5.
It does make you sort of like banish proof because, anything that comes out of Ledger is gonna have a death effect.
Yeah.
And be out of that 3 health range probably.
And I noticed before that Ledger actually generates so many shadows. I think it's like 5. If the 2 liches die, the 2 things that pop out of it die to create liches, then the card itself dies. That's like literally just a death's breath right there.
Pretty much, yeah.
You were done for.
It's taking a very long time to just Tribunal this. And he didn't.
Maybe he's like...
He's gonna play an Aria?
Yeah.
He's gonna play an Aria, okay. An interesting line of play here.
So what else would you want to Tribunal in this matchup in particular? Kawi, maybe?
Maybe?
I can mainly think of Kawi. I think that's the only thing that's coming to mind for me. I guess he can Evo Radiance Angel, but that means he gave 2 Evos to the Death Ledger. Okay,
You'll never get. I guess he just really appreciated having the Aria pop. I guess because the bird puts whatever. The bird puts quite a few things into range of Cudgel, so...
Gosh, a Dark Gem would be so strong.
He's gonna pop one of his Cudgels. He could also use Black Inscriptor to completely kill his entire board. It's kind of a weird commitment though. You do not deny like 2 shadows, obviously, but you know he's not playing Aether, so it's kind of a interesting like full commit here. Very fast path.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of this card just in the whole, like, you kind of feel like you just kind of steal tempo on the spot, especially if there's only one thing you're hitting.
You kind of just, you steal a card. Plenty of options this turn, though. I mean, plus you have Tribunal popping next turn. So unless Mordecai is played on curve. Or Nep, I guess.
That could be rough. I just realized that like Angel of the Void just tends to be run, so you can do that 1 damage and then banish 4 health things. It might be used like that here. But the fact that it doesn't do that for Mordecai at all.
It doesn't, yeah. I mean, that's why you have the burp.
Yeah. But with that said, using the Cudgel here when your opponent's about to be turn 8 to Shadow, I feel like it just kind of becomes a battle of Mordecai versus Aegis, with the opponent's going first.
Well, I mean, you can play Test of Strength this turn. You go all phase, play Test of Strength this turn, then what does Shadow do?
Actually, yeah. I forgot that Test of Strength only works in the favor of Aegis.
Yeah, yeah. And even though it's also insanely good with Mordecai, Mordecai can't, bypass it, so...
Yeah.
Ooh! Oh, he has no falls left to survive, though. Can just play Radiance Angel Test of Strength, yeah.
Right. Very strong.
In fact, actually, Yeah, I was gonna say if he drew into a black inscripture, still had the chance of killing the Mordecai too, which would have been devastating.
Yeah. I think the test of strength kind of ends in this one. Just because, like, all the natural wonders of Nephthys and its ability to deal with late game threats is just completely nullified against Aegis. He doesn't have any pressure here that allows him
Like
to get
Howie
past Aegis.
becomes very useless against
Howie
Aegis.
literally loses his effect, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's useless unless you for some reason summon something bigger than an Aegis.
He's just a raging it at that point.
One mana away from a Grimner turn as well. This is really bad.
Yeah. And
Unless he has Foul Tempest.
Yeah.
Two of them.
Nephthys and hit the tiger and then hope that you get 2 liches on the side.
This world and the next are
Hmm?
unchanging.
Judgment
Bot?
for heretics like you.
Yeah, missed Mordecai. Feels bad now.
You
He did heal though, and got some liches, and hit the tiger. So, or a lich.
This does start to flip the board in his favor very much. Ooh.
Unfortunately, his Mordecai is gonna die to the judge, or
your flesh and bones.
yeah,
are
he's gonna
mine.
clear, but Mordecai's still gonna die to judge. It does prevent Aegis though. He could just slap down Aegis this turn and be fine.
Yeah.
Like, because with Aegis on board, you can't do anything. Yeah, you can't go face, you can't kill Aegis. So
You can get the Mordecai out of judge range at least.
the play here is to throw your Mordecai into the Aegis so that you reset it.
It's the only test of strength. This is actually kind of a problem. It's actually a super big problem.
Oh no. Come on.
This is actually a non-existent problem.
That was really, really good.
Yeah.
It's just a 2-turn clock, and so are Mordecai's, but not in the favorable direction.
Other than Cowie, there's no healing, and if he plays Cowie, then it could turn into... Alright. Alright.
Just gets banished. This game. Oh, the pup! Killing the pup is huge!
Super big deal.
Killing the pup is a humongous big deal, because it prevents it from
It's like
attacking the
1/3.
judge. And then
Eh?
Grimner is not that big of a deal, actually. If this doesn't hit a Mordecai. It hit a Mordecai.
What else do we have?
I'm taking you with me.
Yeah,
Grimnir.
it's fine, I
Right.
think.
Yeah.
Cyclone.
Yeah.
Pact of another god. Ghostly god.
I mean, Dino 2 runs so much removal, I'll be extremely surprised if he doesn't have something for this Grimner. He's gotta have something for this. Where's his Grimner? He has to have a Grimner, right?
Ooh,
Yeah,
there it
there,
is.
exactly.
Just
Yeah.
pushes right through.
And that's it, dude!
She actually takes him out in this
4
manner.
Mordecai hits.
Mm-hmm. The literal battle on the bridge of like unclearable. minions.
Unkillable minions, yeah.
Yeah. And Mordecai's take it home.
The 3-0 sweep, Dino T. Oh my gosh.
I thought there was a really strong chance Luminous would have that one due to the test of strength, like Aegis. But
That's the strength of Aegis, and then also just like the Haven is so good against Shadow. Like,
Mhm. Yeah, he had already used up most of his reaches of Banish. The judge never really got to hit Mordecai, so he just eats those 5 damage rapiers to the face 4 times.
yeah, that was a game. That was definitely a game.
Alright, so I forgot actually how the lineup of top 16 made it here. Or isn't this the last tournament, I think, where the stats are decided for who moves on to whatever the...
Yeah, isn't it?
Yeah, so because EXG Dino T has already previously qualified, so essentially it's top 4. Whoever's top 4 in the seeds.
Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty good news for a lot of people who competed in this one.
Yep.
This kind of lets everyone in by
Pretty
winning that
much.
one.
So yeah, we'll go ahead and try to get a interview started up. If you guys can switch over to the other Discord. Hello?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Pretty tired.
Pretty tired.
I can imagine. Do you want us to just start by interviewing Luminous first, or?
It's either one. We can ask the general questions first.
Yeah. All right. So, hey, Luminous, congratulations a lot on second place. It looked like it, as you said, you were tired. It looked like a very difficult and grueling way up there, just because you had to face twice a guy who had 3 control decks. But with that said, you did really well, and I liked your deck lists a lot. They seem to be doing well up until that point. Did go 2 wins before kind of having to come back from losers finals, but so is there any particular reason why you ran the decks that you did run, like Shadow, Haven, and Dragon? Do you feel like these are like the strongest classes for a tournament, or?
Actually, I watched a lot of streaming, Korean streamers streaming, and they usually play Shadow, Dragon, and Heaven. So that's why I choose these 3 jobs. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do you feel like Shadow and Dragon were changed very much by the nerf?
Actually, not really, because a lot of people use mid-range Shadow, and also someone use Lamp Dragon. So I just think that's not a lot of change about Shadow and Dragon.
Still definitely 2 of the strongest classes in the game. Yeah. So was there any like particular thing you felt in any of these lists that was working really well for you?
Pardon?
Do you think there was anything, either like one of these decks or maybe a card you ran, that just worked really well in a tournament? Like, did you get like particular like good feelings out of any of these decks?
Maybe Heaven, because in ranked game I usually play Shadow and Dragon, but I just only 2 days to practice Heaven deck, so but in Switzerland round and this top 16, Heaven always Heaven makes change point about when I lose, so Heaven is good for me.
Yeah, okay. That sounds really good. I think Aegis Haven saw a lot of people playing it this time around. There's a lot of it in top 16, but yeah, if anyone else had any questions, that's usually what I just ask about classes and lists and such. Otherwise, do you have any shoutouts you would like to make? Anyone you would like to mention in particular?
In fact, this is my first time to challenge the cup, and I made it second. Yeah, and when I said I watched a lot of streaming, such as Yao and Lucette, and their play makes me stronger, and I think still going to getting stronger.
Yeah. Well, we're happy to have you join the NAEU tournament. I'm pretty sure you're very tired right now, so a much needed rest will be happening soon. So thank you very much for playing, and hopefully we'll get to see you again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congratulations, man.
As for Dino T, I don't think he's usually a pretty shy person to have him talk, but he's very text vocalized.
Okay, I'll type some questions out then.
Hold on.
Okay.
Alright, so is he even here?
He's not in the Discord channel.
He's around. He's online. Just don't know if he's gonna respond. I mentioned him like 4 times.
He's got like the blinds closed. He's like, no.
Well, if he doesn't want to do an interview, that's fine. We can move forward from here.
Yeah.
In any case, though, this was the last one anyways. So, once again, we'll be updating the website and also updating the qualifiers to match with all of the 32 players that are joining. The next step is just to confirm with every individual to see if they can make it to July 28th through the 30th. Pretty much to save that date and then move forward from there. So once again, thank you guys for casting. Also, thank you guys for watching the tournament series. This has been an EXG Shadowverse tournament series. Your organizer, Excelsior Vindy, the casters, Mofu Mocha and Envy Bear. Once again, thank you guys for casting.
Thanks for having us.
No problem, fam.
Alright, I'll see you then, and have a nice night.